It's day 2 and the afternoon session brought forward an hour to replace the hour we lost this morning. Welcome to the Shakir International Circuit in Bahrain in the Gulf Fair State for today's afternoon session. More drama, more intrigue as we run into the night. Hello everybody, welcome back to the second day of pre-season testing. The green light has gone on and the cars have ventured out onto the track, and all is well after a worry that we would be delayed for a considerably long time. We've had an hour's lunch break where I have had no food, so I've brought some crisps and a biscuit to the box and I'll eat them when I can. Charles Leclerc has gone out onto the track, keeping in the car all day today, and Carlos Sainz noticed on the track earlier, the loose drain cover, that Leclerc hit, as well as Lewis Hamilton. Ferrari have confirmed that there is a new floor attached to that Ferrari now, so it's a bit disappointing but completely understandable. We'll move on and we'll go from there in this afternoon session as well. So not 4, but 5 hours of broadcasting to take you upon this afternoon. 11 o'clock, this is usually when the lunch break would be. Not now. And that's always going to be a lot of fun. We're just going to be waiting to see what's going to happen next as Charles Leclerc comes in towards turn number 4 and drifts it on nicely towards the exit. Just keeps it all together. And the afternoon session kicking off an hour earlier than normal. Just down a couple of gears, flicks it in. Leclerc was fastest this morning though, with a 1:31.750. Decent time for him going into it. Piastri was second, Sargent, Perez, Alonso, Hamilton, Zhou, Gasly, Hülkenberg and Tsunoda. They rounded out the full proceedings in the situation as well. They fixed it. Yep, they fixed it. The track is okay. They've welded it down and every other part of the track is safe. So we are good to go green for this afternoon session. That will run from 2 till 7 local time in Bahrain. And that is a 5-hour session, as you can see, via the board up here in the comms box. On board with Leclerc as he comes in towards turn number 14. Down to third gear, back on the power. Gradually accelerates it towards the line, and for Leclerc, it's 6 seconds off his own best time in this afternoon session. Perez is coming out onto the track. Max in the car now? No, apparently Sergio Perez, who's staying in the car today. Max will take over tomorrow as well, alongside. Check out Max had it all day yesterday. Perez has it all day today. Tomorrow they share the car. I think Perez in the morning, Max in the evening. Giving them the correct amount of details. Valtteri Bottas, he's ready to go. He'll be out on the track in this coming session as well. As the field breezes back, here is Checo up towards turn number 4. Charles Leclerc into 9 and 10, just keeping it nice and calm. I actually don't know why we're not allowed 2 cars in pre-season testing, especially when race 1 is next weekend. And especially with only 3 days of testing now, it makes much more sense to have 2 cars testing rather than 1. Because that means there's 20 cars out there. Everyone's getting the data they need, and they know how good the car is. So, yeah. It's strange because you're testing the car, but the other car will be brand new. It's really strange, and sometimes they do swap chassis, of course, to make sure everything's okay. But it is odd. Too much chaos. Yeah, well, MotoGP have all their riders going out there. They run it quite well. That's one thing from MotoGP. We always had every rider that was scheduled to be there out on the track, not just the 10 for the one car only allowed to test. So it's bizarre. It does frustrate me, but we'll work on it. We'll see how it goes. And at some point in the next few hours as well, we will have Twitch back. So we can hop on there for a couple of hours as well. And tomorrow we'll be back on day 3 on Twitch and here as well on USON. We're not going to abandon you now that we've started. That would be completely unfair going into it as well. And we're not like that. We like staying with people when we need to be on air. You can hear which means my phone's trying to get an information message. Perez back into the pit lane. Leclerc is still circulating out there. So I thought there might be a little bit of a change. But Perez did 21 laps in total so far. Leclerc's done 40. So let's just bear that in mind. Leclerc's done 40 laps. And that is the most of anybody in pre-season testing so far. So a really strong run around for him. I thought there might be a bit of a difference, but they've remained calm as we see the side intake on the Red Bull, looking some very, very smooth interest in it as well. That's going to look good, that Red Bull, when it's popular speed. Excuse me. Perez is doing a practice start. Who's that? Why is Sargent saying that he's on track at turn 1? That's weird on the driver tracker. He isn't, but it does look like it. Also, drivers and staff can get some rest. I mean, testing is a lot of hours. It is a lot of hours, you are right there. But there are 2 teams across it. I don't know. I know what you mean. It's a lot of hours, but I think it would be better for everyone if there was 2 cars. Maybe 1 car for the main driver and a second car that they could run 2 of the rookies in. They're reserve drivers, and they could split the time between them. So 1 car is for the main drivers, 1 car is for the rookie drivers, and that way everybody gets to learn data in case it's needed. So yeah, that might be an idea actually for pre-season testing. But the cars are so evolutioned from 2022. You're sort of always learning data every time you turn the wheel, and Perez is ahead of Leclerc now. Leclerc's directly behind him on the back straightaway, the national start-finish straight here in Bahrain, down towards turn 11, which ironically is turn 1 if you take it away. There's some of the swap numbers here. Although turn 1 becomes 6, 2 becomes 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13. Last quarter becomes turn 13. Interesting, that, isn't it? Yeah, if you shift them around, they actually work. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, yeah. There's no 15 on that map. McLaren, Red Bull and Ferrari, I believe, will be much closer than we think. I think that's true as well, but Leclerc's getting a perfect turn right now off of Perez in towards the first corner. Slipstreamed him like crazy down towards that first turn, just turned it nicely as well, so it's looking good. Let's go down to the pits.
They are slightly smoky and painty. Is that a word? A painty hello from the pit lane, because check out the paint job being done on this front wing, and very good props to the mechanic with the well, it was not really a paintbrush, it's more of a spray paint. It's absolutely covered the front wing with you can only see it under UV light, white paint. So we have Lewis Hamilton about to go out on absolutely fresh C3 tyres, and he's going to see what he does. Now, I can tell you what Mercedes have planned for the afternoon is for Lewis to go out, do a bit of a qualifying simulation as much as they can, but they tend not to take all the fuel out, so watch out for that later. And then from about maybe 5 p.m. local until about 7 p.m. or maybe it'll be about 4:30, Lewis will do the race distance, the race simulation that George Russell did yesterday. So what we're seeing now with the earlier start is some extra aero work with the paint on the front wing, come back in there. They'll get a UV light there and see what everything is doing. But I think it's interesting around that front wing that's been the attention of so many in the pit lane. Mercedes just want to get some more details on it. There is the mechanic with the spray gun. Oh, he's just going. I was going to congratulate him on his enthusiasm, but he's going back into the garage. And I can tell you what's going on next door at Red Bull as well, because it's the same kind of thing. Checo Perez is ready to do a race run. Not quite yet, but soon. You might ask, how do I know that? Well, apart from my fantastic contacts down here, bit of a giveaway. They've decked out the garage in the way they do when they're going to do pit stops. So yeah, the way they normally do it is a two-stop race. That's often what it is around here. The circuit's very hard on tyres, as we all know. And blue means Max, the colour coding in the garage is all Max is red. Checo's tyres have the blue stripe on, and they've got all the wheel guns ready in the pit box. So yeah, watch out for Hamilton and Perez's race runs a little later on.
Thank you, Detective Kravitz, who's found all the information necessary for that. So that is actually quite good, actually. So well done, Ted. Getting all the info needed for it. Just popping in some links in the chat as well about where it needs to be for the afternoon session. And it's all getting a bit confusing now because I'm trying to do several things at once. Yeah, I'm trying to do several things at once. It's quite tricky. Sorry if I'm not, because I'm on my own. Usually there's a team of commentators with me, but at the moment I'm on my own while I just hit paste on a few things. There we are. And I'll get everybody to know where we are on the Discord as well. It's confusing as hell, but anyway. Who's on the track? Sergeant Perez, Ocon, Hamilton and Leclerc, and they're all running together, which means we've got a race on our hands, everybody. Just what we wanted to see. A proper action, all-out race. And fingers crossed, it's going to be a nice run around. I want it to be good. I want to have a fun, energetic race that we can all go, yeah, that was good. This season started well. So yeah, big thumbs up. Danny Ricciardo getting into the car. Yuki Tsunoda was out this morning. Now he hands over the reins to his teammate. Will Merck and Aston, with Merck and Aston not far behind the McLaren and Red Bulls and Ferraris? Yeah, I think that's true, but I think Mercedes have got a lot of prep to do. They need to understand this new direction of the car ASAP, make sure it's okay. Did they fix the car, Lewis, or was it with damage or temporarily fix it? They fixed it. You are not annoying. You are not. You are honestly helping out as well, Troll Mutant. You are helping out so much. Because otherwise there'll be no one talking. So don't worry, you're absolutely fine. Keep going. They have fixed Lewis's car. There wasn't that much of an issue. So everything's good with Lewis. A full new winglet gone on. New floor on the Ferrari for Charles Leclerc, though. That's the update they have for the red flag this morning for drains. So, yeah, all that, pretty good. Pretty good indeed. Hamilton exits down. I thought he was going to the pit lane for a second, but he's going to complete the lap time. And he does a 1:30. Well, I don't know, what time is it? It's 1.804 off the pace. It's a 1:33.554 for Lewis Hamilton. I wish FOM would reverse that, because when he crosses the line, it goes to +1 point thingy off the pace. I'd like to see the full time, then the gap between it. They need to reverse that. For somebody who could contact FOM and just say, look, could you reverse that? Bono is watching on as well. Lewis Hamilton's race engineer. Willie B's race engineer at Ferrari. There's an anti-competition clause, which means he can't take much. Oh, and coming out of 5 and 6, a big snap for Lewis Hamilton that unsettled the car, and he got on the curb, exit of turn 11, and that's why Hamilton just now had a very poor lap time. And the car propulsing slightly through the corners, it's running very low to the ground. The rear wing and the rear diffuser scraping across the bottom of the floor, sparks flying everywhere. Not exactly the cleanest of starts to the afternoon session for Lewis Hamilton that you could possibly imagine. And they will be looking at that with very close interest to see what is going wrong. James Allison watching as well, trying to understand the difference. Out of the track, it's Lando Norris. So here we go. Lando circulates downhill through 5, 6, 7 and into 8. Laura Winter is downstairs, I believe, in the pit lane.
Thank you very much, Alex Jakes. Yes, indeed I am in a very sunny, warm paddock, and Tom McCulloch alongside me. Tom, how are you doing? How's your winter, and how good is it to be back at testing?
It's always good fun to be back, especially with the new car, just going and running it, starting to do all the learning. We know we've looked at this car for the last 6+ months in the development phase, so actually getting out and running it is always exciting.
Yeah, a sense of pride, I'd imagine, as well, seeing it out there.
There is. You know, you're seeing other people who've worked on it, and yeah, really, really good fun.
And especially this car, as you now have that incredible campus as well, and all of the efforts concentrated into one now big, huge facility too. This is the fruition of all those efforts.
Yeah, it is. It's been quite a different winter in that respect because, you know, we have a nice big open plan technical office with all the technical people sat next to each other, and you can just walk downstairs and you've got all the manufacturing and the build side and the production team just opposite us as well. So from a work environment, communication, quality of parts, making more and more in-house, assembling the car, you know, every year the cars seem to get better, but I was really impressed this year just with the standard of the car, and I think doing more and more in-house has got to help that.
It's been a solid start for you guys. Certainly Fernando Alonso getting an enormous amount of laps on the board in that opening session. What has the driver feedback been like so far?
Yesterday was a good day for us as far as just getting all our major Order 1 test items done. The drivers were reasonably happy with the baseline balance, you know, relative to all our simulation tools, so that was good. It is difficult. It's very windy here. The track temperature obviously goes up. Nobody finds that easy. At the same time, we're just trying to get all the data we really need to optimize the car, but also to develop the car. And sometimes that isn't necessarily the same as just going as fast as you can do here. We're going to be focusing on that later in the test and in the race weekend.
Yeah, I was going to ask, what have you ticked off your list so far to test and to experiment with and to make sure the systems are all working, and what is yet to come for Aston Martin?
Yeah, so far we've really been doing the Order 1 setup items, really big sweeps in, you know, the ride-ites, understanding how the front wing's working on this car. At the same time, a lot of extra instrumentation on the car, so loads of rakes on the car, aerodynamic rakes, measuring the pressures as we go around the circuit, all the different corners, headwinds, tailwinds. It's just great data for us to understand the car and to develop it.
Julian Palmer in commentary is absolutely screaming for some glory runs. Power hour, he calls it, as the sun dips. So we'll see a bit later on whether anyone does indeed strap on some slightly softer tyres. You mentioned your front wing there, and of course you've got a different nose. We're seeing an evolution of your 23 car, an elegant evolution is I believe what it was referred to in your launch. Talk us through that, and especially that nose and how it connects to the car, and indeed what the benefits are of that and the challenges with it as well.
Obviously, the regulations are always changing slightly, even though they're not big this year, but there are some changes to the air elastic ability that you have on the front wing. So it's a matter of trying to get the front wing to still do what you're wanting it to do with your aerodynamic package. Of course, you've got to meet the regulations. And this front wing, you know, is a little bit back to what we had in really 22 with the nose and the front wing philosophy. But it's always, you're always iterating, developing, understanding, trying to improve the efficiency, trying to improve the performance.
It's fascinating to see the different iterations just for the nose as well. And in terms of the driver feedback and correlating with the numbers that you've obviously seen at your technology campus, that you're seeing in the simulator, how's that looking?
Yeah, at the moment we're really gathering a lot of data. I think everything we got yesterday was really good. Today it's a matter of getting all the data, and we're analysing it live. There's a team of people who are working many hours at the factory who are producing fantastic reports for us, and this is the time when we gather so much data. So, you know, we're learning every single run, and yeah, looking forward to sitting down at the end of the test to really understand where we are and go from there.
Yeah, finally then, the aims for the end of this test as we sort of come into the second half of it, and indeed the aims for the season, I'll say, but I know it's a long way away, isn't it? At least the first half of the season.
Yeah, the aim of this test really is to, you know, it's a 3-day test, which isn't long, and as we've seen today, we've lost quite a bit of the morning session as well. So it's a bit up and down, but the first half of the test, we're really just trying to gather all the data we need. So it's not just going out and trying to drive fast, it's about understanding the car, gathering all the data. Really the next day and a half is when we're going to really start focusing more on race simulations and some qualifying simulations in preparation for the race weekend. We're using all the data we've gathered to optimise and understand the car now, which is obviously what the drivers and the engineers of the track want to do. But the key bit for us is really to get the information to develop the car for the rest of the season, because it's going to be a tight grid. And we saw the end of last year how tight it was. I think it's hard analysing the first day and a half of testing. the second day and a half of testing tends to be a bit better, gives you a better idea. So I'm really looking forward to getting that data.
I love that we've already brought up our sort of how the constructor standings will look, but we can't overanalyze anything just yet. One final cheeky one from me, actually. Pedro de la Rosa is very worried about his record around here, isn't he? What does that say, or what can that tell us about the pace that you may have in your locker that you've not yet showed us?
Pedro's a fantastic driver in his day. He'll tease me for saying that, but he does often say to us, I was quick around here when we go to most circuits, which we tease him about. But he does have the lap record here. It was many years ago. I was here myself that day, and yeah, he's very fast around here for sure. The cars, even though they're a lot heavier and the regulations are different, we are getting very close. These cars are phenomenally quick in the high speed, and they're getting more and more efficient. So I think we're going to be, I think that record's in a bit of danger, so maybe he's only holding on to it for another week.
Oh, sorry, Pedro. But thank you very much indeed, Tom. Oh, excuse me, indeed, Tom. And good luck for testing.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye.
Back to you guys.
Cheers, Laura. Right, hang on a minute. I've got the big book of F1 knowledge here from 2023, which is what I get every year. I get brought it, or I buy it myself, and I will be buying it ahead of next season if it's out. I don't actually know yet. But this is the 2023 one. It gives us all the information going into the season on drivers' stats as well. It's by Bruce Jones, amazing F1 journalist. As well, it gives us all the information. For instance, if you want the phone number for Ferrari, it's brackets 39 536 949 111. That's the telephone from Maranello if you want it, by the way. Up in the box, Alex Jakes is with Will Buxton and Lawrence Beretta. Let's have a quick word with them.
Pressing play. If you're just switching on, we're going to have 5 hours for this second session of the day after we had a little bit of drain cover trouble. Does that ring a bell? Ferrari hit it at turn 11, going wide over the curves. A track inspection was completed, and we're all ready to go once again.
What happens in Vegas does not necessarily stay in Vegas.
Absolutely.
Oh, Will, sorry.
Absolutely. But that's it. Wait.
Will's eyes fell in the box. Will's fallen in the box.
It went that well. That's the smoothest Convox hit we've done in a while. Excellent stuff.
Yeah, he fell over in the commentary box. Right, okay, so Pedro de la Rosa's record isn't actually the record. De La Rosa did a 131.447 during the race in 2005. That is the lap record. But the actual lap record is set by Michael Schumacher in qualifying in 2004 at a 1 minute 30.252. So that's the lap record in qualifying, 1 minute 30. So there's a qualifying lap record and a race lap record, and I've no doubt that we are about to break the race lap record. But De La Rosa lost it a long time ago. If in the race it goes below a 1 minute 34, then we will say it. But in testing, yeah, it's a 1 minute 30 that we're looking at. Not a 1 minute 31. So I don't know why he keeps saying, oh yeah, I've got the record around here. Think about qualifying as well. Qualifying, I swear last year we saw a 1 minute 29 at this track. So it's never that much. Formula One tracks naturally go to about 1 minute 30 lap time, don't they? We sometimes have shorter, sometimes we have longer, but the majority of them is a 1 minute 30 lap time. So it's easy for us all to go around and see who's what, when, and how, and who's doing the best and worst. Speaking of, Kevin Magnussen, 13th at the moment. First lap time of the session goes up to 9th position, 136.611. And, yeah, so 131.4 is the time we're looking at. 131.447. That happens, then I'll believe it. Right now, then no. Either the Merc is very snaky or Lewis is testing the car a lot. I'm hoping he's testing the car a lot, because if the car is that bad on the Mercedes, then it's going to be a very short season for Formula One, because there'll be nothing to improve upon. There'll literally be nothing. They won't be able to grab any data or use any source. It will just go in an instant, and then what do we do? There's nothing left to progress it forward. So we'll double check, triple check, quadruple check everything we need here. Whether you're watching us live on USON, live on the JB Motorsports Facebook page, or live on the JB Motorsports Instagram, welcome to you. If you're watching us delayed on the JB Motorsports YouTube channel, welcome. Thanks for sticking with us through the testing coverage, which was hopefully going to be so much more, but then Dorna decided to, have an errand bot. But they apologised. But still, then the counter notification was rejected, not from them, but from YouTube. Anyway, Will spoke to Carlos earlier on.
Expecting, and you will have a new floor on your car this afternoon when you get in for the afternoon session.
But
have
Leclerc
you spoken to
did.
Charles, spoken to the team, figured out exactly what happened there?
Yeah, spare floor, not new, just the spare one, obviously. It's not like we're bringing any new pieces to the first test already. But yeah, I was actually standing right in front of the drain cover when it came out, because I went on track to see, and I was looking at it like, yellow flag it, yellow flag it, yellow flag it, someone's gonna take it. Boom, my teammate came and took it.
Oh no.
So I feel like it could have been avoided in a way, but I missed it by one lap because I went to speak to the marshal, and just when I was speaking to him, yellow flag it. The drain cover.
Oh,
So
what a
I feel
nightmare.
a bit to blame also.
That's not your fault. Not your fault. Listen, you've been in the car already. What are your first impressions?
First impressions, positive. The car is doing what we expected it to do from the wind tunnel and what we've tried to do with this year's car. So it's a good starting point. Whether it's enough or not to win or to be as quick as that Red Bull is, I'm not sure, and it's too early to tell.
What were the main areas from last year's car that you wanted resolved into this year? And from that initial running, do you feel you've made a step in the right direction?
Yeah, more drivable car, wind sensitivity. It's windy today, and last year you could see us making a lot of mistakes at this track with this wind. So wind sensitivity and predictability and drivability of the car. And apart from that, race pace and tire wear, which we know it was a big issue last year. So for me personally, more focus in the long runs for these next couple of days. I think over one lap last year you could see we did 5 or 6 pole positions towards the end of the year, so we're there. It's just a matter of putting together a good race car.
Car looked compliant yesterday, but is it fair to say on the push laps it gets a bit lively?
On the push laps, all car gets a bit more lively in the push laps, especially here, because in the race you cannot push, so everyone looks stable because you cannot push the tire. In the push laps here with this wind, every car is lively, and ours, like we've always seen in the past, becomes more alive than any other over one lap. So yeah, it's a strong trait from the car that it's so agile and so good over one lap, but then in the race sometimes you pay.
Okay. What have you got to learn then in the remaining day and a half for the car? What does the program look like for you guys?
Scan through still some items that I want to test before the first race, especially try things that maybe in last year's car was not working because how complex and difficult it was to drive, but things that maybe on this year's car might work. And apart from that, go through my long runs. As I said, that's my number one priority, and see what I can do with the driving, with the setup to make the car better over 20 laps still, not one lap.
Just make sure that tyre wear is where you want it to be. Cool. Good luck, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carlos Sainz talking to Will Buxton there as well, just making sure that everything was okay with the car. Fingers crossed. He'll be in this afternoon, but we've got this extra hour, so Leclerc and that are getting their hour back. That's why Magnussen's Hulkenberg lost an hour of running. Don't really like that. Everyone switched over during the break when I thought they might just go for it. Oh, Red Bull Racing. Checo will be in the RB20 for the rest of Thursday after a shortened morning session. So they're giving him all of today. Okay. So Checo's in the car for the entirety of today. He's not handing it over to Max, which is fair considering that Max had yesterday. But I guess Max is pretty, angry now because he's now got to stay in Bahrain another day because I knew he was going to jet off and come back. This is Kevin Magnussen passing Charles Leclerc down the main straightaway with DRS activated. A nice little overtake on the inside line. And a sweet move on the inside. Perfect. Pitch perfect. 2 Ferrari-powered cars getting an overtake together is great. Track is very busy. Bottas, Hamilton, Sargent, Perez, Magnussen, Ricciardo, Ocon, Leclerc, Norris. 9 of the 10 teams are out there on the track. I'm trying to see who is in the pits. Is it? I think, no, Bottas is out there, so it's the Aston Martin who hasn't gone out, of either Stroll or Alonso, whoever's taken over this afternoon. So they're the only ones not out there. So 9 of the 10 teams are circulating on the track. Perez now, 4th fastest on a 1:39.755, will now remain in for the remainder. And presumably he'll do tomorrow morning as well, the morning session tomorrow, then Max take over in the evening. And then they've both had 1.5 days, because Max took all of yesterday. So they'll just share the duties on day 3, which kind of makes sense. And the mechanics got an early lunch as well, so I can understand that. Sargent set his time on the C4 tyre. That's why he's up in 3rd position. Leclerc, Piastri, everyone else on the C3. Ocon set his time on the C1. So Ocon was the C1, Sargent was the C4, that's why he's up in 3rd place. Everyone else was C3 tyre, apart from Tsunoda, Norris and Ricciardo, who were C2. So they did theirs on C2. So White is C... So we got the C0 here as well? I think we have got the C0 here as well. 6 tyre compounds that we're trying to keep an eye on and across. It is tricky. It's very difficult to get it, like spot on. And good strategies, yeah. Definitely good strategies coming in the way. There needs to be something, I don't want to say it, but there needs to be something more energetic in there. More power, more energy, and fingers crossed it's going to remain, I don't want to say it, but quicker. A nice, faster run, a smoother, but more fair run, I think is what needs to be seen. As across the line we come, are we going to have Dan Moore in the pit lane for something?
With Anthony Davidson, who's trackside.
Analysis. Anti-trackside, brilliant.
Very interesting, gentlemen, very interesting. I was hanging on every word just then. We're here at turn 6 and 7. On the outside of 7, actually, one of the higher speed corners on the circuit. And a place where you need a bit of agility in the car. You can just see here the Aston Martin and Stroll coming through a little bit slower than usual pace. But it's where you need a bit of agility in the change of direction, and also rely more on the downforce of the car at these kind of speeds. I would always refer to this as a medium speed corner based on other circuits, say like Silverstone or Spa or Suzuka, where we go to later in the year, and the high speed corners there. You see Magnussen coming in, looks like he's on a bit of a race run here on the C3 tyre medium, and he's harvesting as he goes down the hill, the recouping the energy as he goes down the hill. There's a faster car as well from Ocon in the Alpine, and then the Red Bull of is that Verstappen now at the Perez still at the wheel of that car. Of course, he's staying in all day. What I'm seeing so far on this part of the track, this is the highest speed part that we've seen so far from trackside. And you've got the Mercedes there, the Williams, of Sargent just coming through on a harder tyre. What I'm seeing from all of the cars at this higher speed part of the track is there's a lot more downforce to live with in the car than we saw last year. All of the cars look much more stable, especially the exit of turn 7. That's really where you need to rely on the rear end stability of the car, particularly when they start venturing onto that red and white curve there. I don't know if you can just pan over and just see that serrated curve. You just hear the rumble as the cars go onto there. If they're just running out of road slightly, and it can pitch the car sideways even more so. So at these kind of speeds that the cars are carrying here, you really feel the car is more planted than what it would feel like, say, down towards turn 8 after this sequence. And that's why we see quite often the lockups that come as his Stroll once again through here. A little bit quicker this time. As he heads down the hill now, you've got to slow it right down with the wind behind the car as well. You can probably see it. It's a good demonstration with the tabard here that I'm wearing. Just it's trying to blow all around. So you're quite high up here, and that's really going to affect the cars as Magnussen comes through as well, blowing the car towards turn 8. So you've got to slow it all back down again from having carried that higher speed part, feeling the downforce at play, and as you slow down, that downforce bleeds away and the car starts to become a bit more vulnerable, a bit more skittish under you, and it's finding that balance from inside the car that's oh so critical. This is a much more fun part of the track. Predominantly it's a bit of a stop-start circuit, long straights into tight corners, but this part you can really get stuck in. And who we got coming up here? It's the Williams once again, so on a bit of a slower lap. Let's be patient. Yeah, so we've got Bottas here in the Sauber. Nice and composed. I'm seeing pretty good ride quality as well. It's a bit of a bumpy part of the track. And again, seeing a lot more stability from that particular car in the higher speed content than I saw last year. In the slow speed though, however, they're complaining a little bit at Sauber of a lack of stability. So it just goes to show you can't have everything. There's no such thing as the perfect racing car. Nicely over the curbs there, actually, from that's classic Lando Norris in the McLaren, over the curb on the inside, the apex of turn 7. So yeah, I really enjoy watching the cars here, and hopefully it gives a bit more of an insight, and you can see a bit more detail to how it looks maybe from just the onboard, so it looks like they're just easing the car through. They're really hard at work around this, like I say, the higher speed part. We've got Magnussen just coming up. Yeah, one more fast lap from him before we throw back to you up in the commentary box. So yeah, the Haas, I'd have to say, to me just looks like the car that's out there, it's got a little bit less downforce perhaps at those speeds. Interestingly, just then, the Alpine picked up a bit of understeer. I was looking at a bit of understeer through turn 7. It's nice, it gives you that extra stability, but if you're looking for lap time, you do need the front to be there for you in that change of direction. But in doing that to the car balance, you can often end up with the rear getting away from you on the exit. So yeah, not a straightforward part of the circuit. Back to you guys up there.
Thank you very much, Anthony Davidson, for what is, I think, the best place to do a trackside hit in terms of showing you a different perspective compared to our excellent track cameras anywhere around this racetrack.
Downhill at that part of the segment of the track is just absolutely brilliant. As into the pit lane comes Lando Norris. He's 12th fastest at the moment on 137.154. How is the track that hot still? Damn. Track temperature 37.4, air temperature 23.1. It's that hot still because the sun has yet to officially set here in Bahrain. That's going to be in a couple of hours' time. Don't forget, we've gone live during the lunch break. So we've gone live at 2 p.m. Sunset isn't until about 6. So that's the next few hours are still going to be in the day. It's quite the rare, actually, that we still see Bahrain during the daytime. I prefer it, because it used to mean that the race was done way earlier in the day, and I don't know, the evening race for Bahrain, it's great, but sometimes it's a thriller, sometimes it's not. That's the way it goes. And last year's F1 was certainly an interesting one. Red Bull 1-2 domination. Charles Leclerc retiring on the tracks on lap 29, I want to say. Somewhere around then, and just completely go off it as well. But if you're watching on USON, you can listen to all of the action via the Mixlr app from the 2024 season. And hopefully we'll do some races on here, because now we know that the multi-stream works, we'll just shove it on here as well. I mean, we're broadcasting to 3 different locations at once. I think we should just go live everywhere now, to be fair. I'll throw in Twitch, throw in YouTube as well. We can be live anywhere and everywhere. Bottas taking the exit curve a little bit too seriously there. There's just a few segments of the track where you go, that's a bit, it's a bit wide, the car's reacting still. So you turn in, it goes the other way, the counter steering procedures. I love how we can easily tell who's driving, not because of the helmet or the gloves this year, but because on the steering wheel they've put Valtteri, and then the other one they've put Joe. So we can actually see who is driving. Hang on a minute, is who right? So we can see who's driving. Is who right? I don't know. Political correctness gone mad. I got Ross Geller in my head when Joey corrected him and he got it right for once. Valtteri's in the flying fin. Number 4, Salo, Hakkinen, Raikkonen, Bottas. Salo, Hakkinen, Raikkonen, Bottas, Antonelli. Just saying, give me Antonelli. The next flying Finn. And yet we don't go to the Kimi Ring, do we? MotoGP was supposed to go there for the Finnish Grand Prix. Never happened. Got cancelled with COVID and the track wasn't ready. Would like to go to the Kimi Ring, personally. 3 cars out on track. Magnussen, Perez and Sargent. All just circulating now. Pretty much a couple of corners between them. So they'll be okay. Not dragging each other around. Sargent's actually lifted coming across the line. He just started the lap. He's on the C2 tyre compound as well. Right, let's have a look at C2 then. C2 is white band with white stripe. So that's the C2. So it's C1, so we have done away with the C0, finally. So it's C1, C2, C3 yellow, C4, C5. See, it's easy once you know it. Just don't get messed around because all tyre compounds are available here, but the teams get limited sets. Oh, that's why Sargent backed out the lap. Got sucked through turn 12 and at the exit just got it on the curb and he drifted wide and it just snapped on him. And once you're on that curb, it's like being on a roller coaster. Because the floor's so low down, you get sort of wedged into it, so you just followed along on the train. Imagine interlocking your fingers and trying to pull them apart. You can't until at the end of the rope. Lando Norris out of the car, saying there's something wrong with the seatbelts. I need the seatbelts changing, please. And he wants a different bit of Kevlar, I think, which is the seatbelt material. Okay, so Lando wants some new seatbelts changed. He's not happy with what he's got. I wonder if it's all about getting the right seating position. Like, we've all got our office chairs. I'm sitting here on the GT Omega chair. You've all got them all office chairs. You want to be as soon as possible A-OK, in the correct position, as comfortable as you possibly can. You don't want to be having a difference of opinion, and then half around the lap you're losing everything and you're feeling off the pace. It's all not being the correct runaround. But I expect the drivers who will be switching over and giving their cars to the afternoon drivers are going to be coming to the pit lane. Ideally, Leclerc's in. Whether we'll see him in the next half an hour, I'm not too sure. But he got an extra half an hour of running. And now they've got to give the car over to Carlos so that he can get out there on time. It's all balmy, having an extra hour just added on. We thought they might do it. I did say I thought they would do it. Still not sure we'd ever seen it happen. That will have so much of a difference between the two tests. Yesterday it was very much felt like a practice session. It was all out there, crash bang wallop, get the session sorted, see who was fastest, see who wasn't. And today it's felt more like a test session because everyone's been out there with their new upgrades, their new cars, everyone's been out there making sure everything's fine. And I've been solo, so it felt like a test session to me. Earphones are annoying. Especially when you haven't had a haircut, so all your hair is getting in your ears. And the ear cups are destroyed as well. Literally, look at them. Absolutely destroyed. Just haven't got the cash to fix ear cups. Oh, that's a million times better. Just adjusting everything out of the way. Because they start itching at you, especially when you wear glasses as well. Leclerc is in the pits. So Perez is the only driver out on the track right now. So that's it. Okay, Perez is the only one out there. And he's coasting around on a slow in lap, not doing too much. Thought he might actually have a bit more power and a bit more acceleration. Turns out he's not. While we wait for this red flag delay, Ting comes off of the brake ducts and the brake disc change. I never realised how massive the Formula One front brake ducts are on that Williams, actually, compared to the other teams. It is a massive cake tin. They're bigger. That's not just my imagination. They seem bigger this year. let's have a look at the Ferrari one. Yeah, Ferraris look about normal, but they've put it up on the jacks, but they haven't taken the floor off. So now what they're doing is they're adjusting the car from Charles Leclerc to Carlos Sainz. So they'll be setting up for him and his way, how he wants the car and everything. Perez into the last corner. Will he box? No, he's going to complete a lap time for us. Thank you very much, Checo. Down towards turn number 1. Line down on the brakes, turns in. Nicely through turn 1 on the acceleration power. Now uphill DRS towards turn number 4. Perez into the last corner. I thought so. Can you hear that? I thought so. I thought I could hear myself on a repeat. The feed has been going 2 by 2. Perez then sliding back in towards turn 8. His first sector time, just to let you know, for Perez is 31.513, which is slow, but quicker than what Leclerc did on his last lap, which is interesting. Will you be streaming tomorrow? Yes. Yes, we will. Right, just to let you know, Troll Mutant, because I really want you to stay. If on YouTube, because Matthew Owens, who's head of US Arena, has very kindly lent me his YouTube channel because ours got blocked. So, if you go to JB Motorsports on YouTube, you'll find the channel, and that's where we have loads of different forms of motorsport. USRN here too, so this is definitely worth a subscription follow on USRN. But we will be live here tomorrow, yes. Because we've lost our main YouTube channel. So yeah, we'll be live here. But for F1 and all that lot, well, I'll have to see what Matthew says if I can keep hold of this channel and do the races here as well. And get some USRN logos up on the timing screen as well. He'll say yes. But yeah, that's the case. We will be live here tomorrow, yeah. So Leclerc on a 54 laps completed as Alpine with Esteban Ocon getting new winglets attached to the side of the brake ducts, which looks fantastically great. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say hello in the chat as JB Motorsports Troll, and then you can go in and subscribe to that if you want as well, so that you know where we are if we're never on USON again. Because this is exactly the same coverage. There you go. That's me. You can see moderator. So that'd be me. That's where we are. Perez. For those of you watching on JB Motorsports delayed coverage, you've got no idea what's going on. Or on Twitch, or on Facebook, or on Instagram. But hello. Perez is taking his sweet time about it because he's 5.6 seconds off the pace on this lap. He is coasted around that second sector like nobody's business. Oh. A fly has landed in my drink. Charming. Great, thank you, Joel. Perez across the line and does a 1:38.515. Right, leave you quickly with the world feed while I go get a new drink.
It's a real kind of pat on the back when you see that a lot of teams have gone their direction this year, and then Ripple have stepped it on again, haven't they? And you know, they've kind of maybe feel like they've maximised what they had beforehand, and they found a different route in, and yeah, that's just the life of an engineer. That's just the life of a person in the technical team. They always want to be pushing the boundaries, and you know, just listening to Max, the way he talked yesterday and the way he felt in the car. I've talked to him a lot recently, you know, when things are going well and you know, when he's happy, and he genuinely was, I think, pleasantly surprised given how much has changed on that car, just how good it was. So I'm interested to see what Checo's got to say later today, because when I was talking to him pre-season, over the winter, he was talking a lot about having to talk to the team to understand where he was struggling last year, because the car kind of went away from his style, very different style to Max Verstappen. And he feels like he's got, you know, a checklist of things where he can make improvements this year. and he's going to hope that his form doesn't tail off in the same way that it did last year. So I'm intrigued to know, with so many changes to this Red Bull, whether or not Checo is able to get on top of it quicker and then able to have some consistency through the year.
I heard a really interesting podcast over the winter. It was the High Performance podcast, Jack Humphrey's podcast, who used to present Formula One back in the day. And he was interviewing Alex Albon, and they asked him about being teammates of Max Verstappen. They said, is it the car set up for him, and is it all about him? And Alex kind of skirted around it a little bit, but said, look, the difficulty for anyone that lines up alongside Max is that Max has this very distinct style. And the way he explained it, I thought was magnificent. He said, imagine you're playing a computer game, and you turn up the sensitivity of every parameter to like 1,000%. That's how Max likes his car. So for anyone else, it's too much. It's too intense, and it's so difficult to get on terms with that.
Yeah, there's the old tale of going into turn one at the Hungaroring. Senior member of the team once told me when Alex Albon was teammates with Max Verstappen that they had an identical issue with the DRS sticking open, which plagued Red Bull for a while, and with the rear wing element of the car, as you can see with the RB of Daniel Ricciardo. They're heading down to turn number one, and Alex was like, immediately felt it, because Alex has always been so highly rated by the other drivers of having just amazing core instincts for feel and just raw speed, and Max just drove around it, caught it, carried on, kept it planted. Just the ability to dance with what he's got underneath him to a greater level of sensitivity. But what a great explanation from Alex Albon. What a wonderful way of communicating what Albon has struggled with, what Grand Prix winner Sergio Perez has struggled with, what Grand Prix winner Pierre Gasly has struggled with. A great insight for us to what the three-time world champion is able to do.
Yeah, well, rumours going around that Alex Albon is first on the list to take over from Sergio Perez. I highly doubt that. It's going to be Danny Ricciardo. They've brought Danny Ric back in so quickly. You know where he needs to be, and he's pushing hard. This car here is the Red Bull from last year, effectively. This should be fast. If Ricciardo's not fast in his car, and neither Tsunoda, they don't deserve to be in Formula One. I've said it now. If Ricciardo and Tsunoda are not regular podium sitters, regular on the front rows, regular for race wins, in that car, which is identical to the Red Bull of last year, they don't deserve to be in Formula One. And I mean that. Ricciardo across the line goes up to 9th. 1:35.410. We won't know until the end of race one, or qualifying, really. Qualifying, we won't know. Andrea Stella is watching. The team principal of McLaren. That's not Zach Brown, he's chief officer. He's the big boss, is Zach Brown. Team principal is Andrea Stella, who's watching on now. Or is Andreas Seidel? Or is Seidel at... There's two Andreas S who used to be at McLaren. One of them is still there, one of them's not. It's really difficult to remember who's who. Hang on a minute. Big Book to the rescue. I was at McLaren as well. Where is it? Oh, they gave me a hat as well. They're going to be really annoyed I got that wrong. Where are they? McLaren weren't that bad in the Constructors' Championship. Where the hell are they? AlphaTauri. Haas. I can't find McLaren. Alpine, Aston. For some reason, Alfa Romeo. There is McLaren. I wonder why that took so long there. Andrea Stella, yeah, chief executive. Oh, never mind. Anthony's down trackside.
I just walked over from the across the sand at the top. We were on the outside of turn 7 before, so you can see how there's just one corner in between us, and it drops downhill quite a lot from where we were. And then we continue to drop down the hill towards turn 10. We got the cars coming through here. You really see how, first of all, Bottas in the Sauber, the bumps really affect the car on the way into here. But the Red Bull behind it of Perez is it just seems to be soaking it up. And I don't know if you can zoom in and have a look at that, the sort of darker spot just after the white line. That white line, by the way, is the detection point for the DRS. which in race obviously you can use if you're within that 1 second of the car in front on the exit of turn 10 where you've got the activation point. So just after this detection point, DRS zone, you've got the bump. And it's that bump that caught out Logan Sargent yesterday, and he spun around. You can actually follow it through and see the lines that he left there, still there today. And just see, it gives you an appreciation of just how far he went and the energy, therefore, that they're carrying into this corner on the exit of turn 8, which is one of the slowest speed corners on the track after turn 1, of course. Taking around about 45, 50 miles an hour. Here comes Stroll past us very slowly, just on a cruise lap here. But we want to see, mainly I want to focus on the Red Bull. Actually, we've got Ocon coming in the Alpine, I believe, and just watch the attitude of the car as he goes over this bump before braking. Here we go. And you see it affecting the braking all the way into that corner. And that's what's challenging these drivers today. It's a little bit better for them, of course, because you've got the headwind as you approach this corner. And here's the Sauber. So yeah, it's sparking away at the rear. And here's the Red Bull. For me, it just looks like it's so much calmer in the experience for the driver, and therefore easier where to pick your braking point. Your vision isn't impaired quite as much as well as you turn into the corner, and you can see what we mean between, we call it turn 9 and 10. But effectively, if you follow the rubber line through, it's one progressive corner which tightens at the apex of turn 10. And because we've had a bit of track running now, you get to see the lighter parts of the tarmac and then the darker part where the rubber has gone down, and that's what we call a rubbered-in circuit. And it really highlights the line that they're taking there. So as you come in, you've got the RB, we've got Ricciardo going slowly there as he approaches turn 10. And the challenge with that corner is getting it slowed down, getting the car pointed in a straight line for when you exit, because you don't want to take up or use any extra real estate from the rear tyres that you want to. They have a finite amount of grip, obviously, and you want to use that percentage, 100% of it, for traction in a straight line. If you start to vary the line and try to accelerate when you're already cornering, well, you're using up maybe another 20% of lateral force going through the tyre, and that's taken away your potential of longitudinal grip. The Alpine, just we saw Ocon come through here, there's a faster lap from Stroll. Quite good on the brakes there, and the car gets turned nicely in the slow speed. Sauber comes in, I feel like he's having to slow it down just a little bit more than Stroll had to, and Perez still on that long run, turning in a little bit early for turn 10 there, and using that tailwind. You can see the flag on top of the tower still blowing very strongly. A little bit less wind down here where we are further down the hill, but yeah, certainly still affecting the cars, even at slow speed like this one here at turn 10. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Anthony. Down there trackside, and a wonderful pagoda they've got here. Right, back to McLaren. Chief Executive Officer Zach Brown, Team Principal Andreas Seidel, Executive Director Technical James Keys, Executive Director Racing Andreas Stella. See what I mean about there being two Andrea S's at the team? It is so confusing as to who goes where. But we will keep an eye out and see what's going to happen soon. 4 hours then. The traditional 4 hours of day 2 will be going soon, and I feel like I'm just rocking backwards and forwards in my chair like a maniac, because it's like, well, what do you do? How much time have you got to run? Danny Ricciardo looking good. 5 hours is a long time to fill, by the way. Respect to everybody broadcasting this week for testing. I mean, we've just come off of having MotoGP as well. It's been that kind of week. Ricciardo across the line, and from 10th stays and doesn't improve on time. He was 4 seconds off his own best time, so it was a 1:35.794 the last lap, but his time is actually a 1:35.410, so not actually that not that bad of a time from Danny Rick. He could still afford to find it. Here's Lewis Hamilton, 7 career titles. Let's leave out that 2021 as they continue to push. Cut to Esteban Ocon. Oops, timings. Timings have gone. Quick refresh. There we go. Now, before, if the timings went down, it would be, oh no, we're going to have to spend 5 minutes adjusting everything and getting it all back, and it won't reset now. Click one button, done. I love that. It's so much easier to do the commentary. This is driving me up the wall. Hang on. That's better. I'm just going to turn the mic the other way because it was driving me up the wall. Because the headphones on the other side, they're broken. So the ear cups are broken. So it was just driving me up the wall. So I just rotated it around. Same microphone after all. So Leclerc from Piastri, Sargent, Perez, Alonso, Hamilton, Zhou, Gasly, Ricciardo top 10. Bottas, Magnussen, Ocon, Norris, Hülkenberg, Tsunoda in there. So I don't think we'll see Albon today. Don't think we'll see... Russell was supposed to be out, but not. So they've changed the running order again as to the times for this session. So we have got another run, another different run to keep our eyes on. And we will update you ASAP as soon as we know any information, as Esteban Ocon does a 137.604 across the board. It takes me a second to find it on the map. I should just really look for pink instead of Ocon's name. 4 tenths off the pace of Magnussen. The gap you're seeing on your screen, by the way, is interval. So it's the interval gap between them. So the gap between each of the two individually, not the gap between all of them. Ocon is actually 5.353 seconds away from Leclerc on that timing screen. So that's it's the interval gap, not the larger gap between them. Sainz is getting ready to go well. RB, Rachel Brooks in the box.
About their cars, a lot of them have gone back to some sort of baseline where they feel they have a lot more options than they gave themselves last year in terms of development. And they are all talking about this development race already. We haven't even had a race yet, and they're talking about it. And it feels to me as though, while at the moment there could be a slow start, and we could see Red Bull outpace. I mean, look at the time Max put in yesterday. But I feel by the middle of the season, we will have a really, really close pack behind them. Whether they can get close to Red Bull, I mean, you know, they just keep developing. But the rest of the field, I think it could be fantastic. By the time we get to the summer break, we're not going to want to take a break. That's my prediction.
And we've also got not a lot of change in regulations from 24 to 25.
Exactly.
And they're going
That's why they see it as an opportunity, right?
Exactly, and they're going to want to switch their attention to 26.
To 26, exactly.
As well. So this kind of car that they've got baseline is what they're going to have to run for 2 years. And that's why, like you were saying, Rachel, they're going to have to pile on the development this year to make sure that they're not flagging come the start next year.
Precisely that. And, you know, add into the mix that everyone's sort of followed this traditional Red Bull route. And if Red Bull think that they maxed out the development opportunities on it and have now shifted concept, is there a glass ceiling to this concept, and are they going to hit it mid-season or, you know, approaching next season?
Glass ceiling's there to be broken. That's why they made a glass.
Love that. Love that. Stroll's having a good afternoon,
Yeah,
isn't he?
I think Aston Martin like the way this car is performing, particularly its rear.
Well, of course, Lance Stroll never got to do pre-season testing last year because he had that cycling accident and broke his wrist. So he went into first race having never tested the car and was so far off the pace. Now he's getting to test the new Aston Martin, and he's looking good. I'm actually enjoying seeing Stroll out there, out on the track. A lot of long runs. A lot of data got. I think it was 700 kilometres the team did yesterday. 704 from memory. Across the line comes Stroll, stays fourth fastest. 1.3 seconds off his own time. It's a 1:33.066. Sargent's doing amazingly well, but he did that on a C4 tyre. Sargent's time isn't a real getaway. Oh, and speaking of Logan Sargent, he's locked up coming into turn 9 and 10. Just snatches the inside front, drifted across, and oops, has an opposite lock moment as well. Coming at the exit, that's why he backed off on the back stretch. I was wondering what happened to him. And Sargent just losing out a bit more. Oh, and he's really done the rear suspension in as well, because it's jumped across, and they were doing some aero paint as well. You can see the Flovers of orange, so they're going to have to keep their wits about them to not have any cross-contamination of data. George Russell alongside Toto Wolff just watching on now and making sure everything's okay. As we get 4 hours to go, Hamilton's out on the track, Perez coming out on track. Magnussen, Ricciardo, Stroll, Bottas, Ocon and Sargent are out there as the time at the moment. Do you remember in testing with the two Haas cars spun? Magnussen, Mazepin and Schumacher, we thought, oh, they won't do that in the real race. And then lap 1, turn 2, Mazepin spun it into the wall. Shortest F1 career in history that could have been if it wasn't for his dad. And then he got sacked after the season, didn't he? Quite rightly so. Mazepin should never have been an F1 driver, ever. Really, really was a dark time for F1 that. Oh, what was that? Did we fall off the back of the Mercedes there? It looked like something, a little black something or other fell off the back of the Mercedes there. It looked like it could have been an end plate, or maybe it was a bit of tyre getting, like a marble getting flicked off the back of the car. Hamilton's personal best, Sector 1, with a 29.333, and his personal best, Sector 2 as well, with a 39.833. Now is Hamilton about to go for it? His fastest lap is a 1:33.225. So is Hamilton about to do a personal best in this day 2 afternoon session? Across the line comes Lewis Hamilton. Improves on 7th, hopefully. Straight to 2nd. 1:32.273. 5/10 off the pace of Charles Leclerc. Still big, but good time that from Lewis Hamilton in the Mercedes in his afternoon stint. He'll be in soon, I believe, to hand over to George Russell. I don't think Lewis is staying in the whole day, though. Russell stayed in the whole day yesterday, so I think Hamilton is staying in the whole day today, and day 3 they're going to shift around. I believe, anyway, that's going to be the case. As Hamilton... Yeah, something was sparking and flying off the back of that Mercedes. 100% sure there was a problem. As they drift back through. Hamilton lets Magnussen drive in through 9 and 10. Kind of a must, really. He's on a slow lap, Magnussen's on a race simulation run. It's just fairs. There's no penalties or anything to be given in testing, nothing. It's free for all. Teams can do what they like. There'll be no investigations or anything. Race control are only here at the FIA to run the session. They're not here to do anything else. Perez down into turn 13 and 14. Well, into turn 14 and 15, the last 2 quarters of the track. Gradually turns it in. Back on the power. Just touches the throttle. And what's the time for Perez? It's a 1:37.305. Very much race simulation. Forget that, that's slower than race simulation, that's just slow from Checo. We're expecting race pace to be around about 1:35. Not where Ricciardo, Bottas, Magnussen just about is, but everyone else below that just haven't started pushing yet in this session. Oh, he's twitching again. Perez coming out of turn 4, the rear just stepping out and causing problems. Now, we are going to be joined in the comms box by some guests, hopefully, soon. Certainly before the end of the day. And I can't wait because there's only so much talking you can do solo. You start to yawn after a while. You really do. Especially with the heat on. Perez again, just sliding through. He's trying to find the right manoeuvres and make it safe. What's this? I really should have this document open to actually read what it's saying from BBC. Lewis Hamilton's gone second fast in day 2. Blah, blah, blah. Russell says a step in the right direction. In the press conference, George Russell spent all day in the Mercedes yesterday, so the 26-year-old is on media duty today, chatting in the news conference. Russell gave a positive response to his chat performance after finishing his stint on Wednesday. So does he still feel that Silverado could challenge Red Bull this season? It does feel like a step in the right direction, but there is no hiding the fact that our competitors have done really a great job, said Russell. We knew we had a mountain to climb with the performance Red Bull showed last year. So I can believe that, to be fair. There was a lot to do last year on that Mercedes. It was a very old, bad car. I still don't like what they did with it. It made zero sense what they tried to do with that. No, zero side pods, and then gave up on the idea without actually putting any research and development into it. Was mind-boggling, and when it failed for them at the end of the year, they should have immediately gone, okay, let's change it then for the next year. They didn't, and it caused just no end of problems. They would have been fastest as well if they got it, if the regulations hadn't changed. Remember, Mercedes won the Constructors' Championship 21. Hamilton lost out on the drivers, not the constructors. It was a bit of a bitter blow, wasn't it, really? For the majority, as we see Carlos Sainz starting a lap. His first lap in Formula One. This is great then for Carlos Sainz. He heads down. This is his first run in the Ferrari today. And Sainz can now get a full run around in the evening. 4 hours. Amazing job from Ferrari to change that car around in what was about half an hour. Less than that, 26 minutes. Brilliant job from Ferrari. Not often I say that, so note it down. Brilliant job, Ferrari. Sainz's first lap time, twitching a bit, having to push around. Just flies at the exit curve. Little drift coming through 13. So the rear's still stepping out. They haven't got the tyres fully on step yet. He's on the C3, which is medium compound. That's the one he's on. Just challenging at the exit as well as he pushes up. Where's Carlos Sainz going to go then on the board? Up from 17th to 8th, 1:33.414. A total of 1.6 or so seconds off the pace. 1.664 off the pace. That's all right then. The new Ferrari front nose, all the noses this year look a bit bigger and wider. But the Ferrari does look good again. That front nose looks great. As Carlos Sainz, the two-time Rally World Champion, is studying the social media board while resting his hand on a very valuable front wing. Probably not the best idea. Hamilton on a lap time, slow in the middle sector. 30.586. Oh, excuse me. This is what sleeping 2.5 hours for like a week is. You're just knackered 24/7. But Hamilton again continuing to push. Drift it wide a little bit. Not too bad. Not too shabby. Brings it down 3 gears. Into 13. Back on the accelerator. Now just start pushing down that back straightaway. No DRS on the run to turn 14 either. You've got to do it all on ERS battery power. Nice entry on the curve. This is another race simulation for Lewis Hamilton. And he comes across the line. Presumably, it's going to be fast. It's 3.832 seconds off the pace for Hamilton. So it's a 135.582 that last lap time. His best is a 132.273. So you can see the difference as we're on board with Carlos Sainz. So will Leclerc's time stand up? The Sainz right there.
And the wind is similar to yesterday, more headwind into 6.
I think Carlos and Albon at Williams would be an incredible lineup.
It would, but 2 failed Red Bull drivers. I'm not really sure that's the best thing. There's the weather conditions, 22 degrees. Track temperature is 34.8 degrees, air temperature 22.7 degrees, that's all in Celsius, remember. 43% humidity. No chance of rain, obviously. I love that graphic. It's just so good. As we're going to see a practice start now for Carlos Sainz down at the exit turn of the pit lane. 12,000 revs. And away. Launch wasn't too bad. Ocon's doing one now as well. Did we get to see that? No, I thought not. Look at the sergeant out the car while they do some prep. They'll get debriefed. Sergio Perez now on the one down into turn 14 and 15. Now, what tyre is he on? I think they're C1s, you know, for Perez. Ocon's out there on C1s, and Perez is out there on C1s. So Checo is doing a race simulation on the C1 tyres. He's going to go longer and longer and longer. I thought he might. I generally 100% thought Perez might be a little bit more weary, seeing what he could do. If there would be a push and attack mode. I'm going to stand up for a second. I'll stand further back so you can still see me, but I need to stretch my legs. I said I don't like sitting down in the commentary box. If you know me on regular, I like standing to do the commentary. The only reason we're sat down is because it is so long, but then you sit down for too long and your legs go dead. Let's have a look, see. Down to turn 10, Perez looks a little bit better. Back on the power, accelerates up. 6th gear. 7th gear selected, back up to 8th gear, 300 kilometers per hour. He didn't hit that coming into turn 11. He's hit going down at 278 mile per hour. So this is definitely a slower race pace for Checo than we've seen so far in this test. 6th gear. Now, if he hits 8th gear down the back stretch, we know it's not a race run. Stayed in 7th. And I can hear that mechanical whine again behind the audio. That never usually happens. Real strange area of the track. As I'm just putting my headphone lead back underneath the desk and saying goodbye to my legs for a little bit as I sit back down. Adrian Newey now in a wonderful pink salmon shirt and jeans. Looking on, doesn't need to be in 44 years in Formula 1, 25 world championships. He is an absolute genius of Formula 1, is Adrian Newey. Never ever doubt that. Lando Norris in the McLaren, happy now with his new seat belts. And he'll get ready to venture down for a couple more laps. Stroll's out there, Sainz, Ricciardo, Hamilton, Ocon, Perez, Magnussen, Stroll. That's the running order as we now pick up Magnussen coming down towards turns 9 and 10. The car will flick through to the left-hand side. Trail break in. hopefully be good. Just waiting to see if we're going to have an interview in a second. I think we might. Right, we are going to hear some interviews shortly. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Matthew. And Matthew, thank you very much for letting us use USRN. Means an awful lot. Thank you, thank you, thank you. On YouTube. And hopefully we can do a lot more on here. And I need you to send me some USRN logos to put on the stream. Ready for tomorrow, if you can do that. Then I can get some USRN logos in. Like I've got mine up there, I need that, and then I need a hashtag. So I need some graphics. Here is Stroll. He's in 8th gear, so this is a push lap from Lance. Oh, yes, come on, Lance. He's on the C3 tyre. This is a push lap. Is he quick? What's the time for Stroll? Up to 4th, 1:32.419, the first real competitive lap of the afternoon. Brilliant for Aston Martin. And he moves within 0.6 of Leclerc, but crucially, Piastri on 3rd, Hamilton 2nd, Leclerc 1st. Leclerc and Piastri won't be doing any more in this test day. They've handed over to the others. Here's Danny Ricciardo into the last corner. He too on a push lap. Fastest sector 1. Personal best, of course. Across the 2. Cross the line. Does he move up from 11th? No, but it does improve on time. It's a 1:34.026. And Stroll, 1:32.419 instead. They have improved on overall times as well. So fingers crossed it's going to be a lot more needed as Sainz comes into the pit lane down in 8th position. So I think Norris is finally coming back out on the track as well. He's alongside Ocon and Perez down towards turn 1. That little messy area as they come into it. Nice cold fizzy lemonade. Hang on a minute. Will's on about something I want to hear about.
As you said, half the grid, don't have seats for next year. Look at the likes of, Victor Martins. Can he do a good job and maybe be in the consideration of Alpine or Jack Doohan, who we had on the show this morning? Can he get himself into the conversation? Felipe Drugovich, those guys that are racing F2 this year. Victor Martins, Ollie Behrman, who was so impressive when he tested for Ferrari last year.
As a reserve.
Exactly that. I like Zane Maloney. I think he's a really quick kid. And Antonelli and so many really talented drivers who might put themselves into the conversation.
I really hope F2 does provide as a feeder again more, because we've missed out, I think, on a couple of great drivers.
We have kind of seen a trend towards experience, haven't we, in recent years, where teams are maybe not willing to take the risk of bringing young stars in. I guess partly because they've seen drivers like Logan Sargent struggle. You don't get much testing, do you, at the start of the year? There's very little time running in a car, unless you're Oscar Piastri, and he did, 2 years in an old spec car?
Did, yeah.
Or Liam Lawson, who hadn't driven an F1 car for 8 months or more, had never driven the AlphaTauri. Stick him in, does a great job. I think, you can find excuses if you need to find excuses, but if you're proper and you get it, you can get the job done.
I agree. Liam Lawson is a real example of why they should be taking those kind of risks. The pressure that he came in under mid-season, got the job done, kind of to the point where Helmut Marko is already kind of saying, look, we're going to get you a seat on the 2025 grid, not sure where, but they're going to get it. For him to say that shows that they do genuinely believe in his quality.
Into the pit lane comes Lando Norris as well, so that lasted 0.2 seconds, didn't it, heading out there? He's a pit stop. Okay. If it was a 0.2 second pit stop, I'd be very impressed, but of course McLaren does hold the record for the fastest ever pit stop in Formula 1. 1 point something. Was it less than a second? 0.89? No, surely not. It was something insane, wasn't it? Like 1.089. Like it was the fastest ever pit stop in F1 history last year. I think it was at Qatar as well. And we were all like, what What has just happened? Fastest pit stop ever. It was very good. Very good. Very close as well. I'm turning the heater off. It's making me feel yawny, and we can't have that. I'm yawning like crazy. I'm tired, but I'm not that tired that we can't commentate on a session. Leclerc 131.750. Hamilton, Piastri, Stroll, Sargent, Perez, Alonso, Sainz, Zhou, Gasly. Magnussen now back in the car. Hulkenberg had it earlier. Magnussen in it now. Hulkenberg completed 31 laps this morning. Magnussen's on 28. A bit weird, actually, all this that they've shared between them this afternoon session. Didn't expect that to be the case, to be fair, of a joint over between them, but still, good exit. So we're not going to see Verstappen, Albon or Russell out on the track today. Disappointing, but yeah, well. Verstappen can't top this day of testing. Perez certainly won't, so cue everyone going Ferrari fastest on day 2. Blah de blah de blah. Forgetting that 110% it's going to be a lot faster for that of Red Bull when we eventually do go green in a week's time. It's madness. All madness. People forget the basics going into things as well. Magnus's lap times 31.227 first sector, 43.047 second sector. Third sector is losing a little bit of time. Now, apparently, Lewis Hamilton says Mercedes told him his complaints about the car development are wrong. Okay, I remember they said, like, we know what we're doing, you're wrong. And that was definitely an interesting moment. Then when we go into the season, then we spoke again. They said, oh, maybe you were right. So Hamilton told them pre-season that the car was wrong. And Mercedes said, no, you're wrong. Wow. So it really should have been a war between them. Blimey. No wonder he's gone. No wonder Lewis has gone to Ferrari. Just reading that extra because the press conference has been on. Yeah, I'm just having a look. They have changed ever so. Hamilton, weirdly, said that it was an internal war between them. I don't get that. That's shocking. So we knew that Hamilton had said, look, you're wrong, but for them to say no, that's a shock. Breaking news. Something's happened. Harry Benjamin is going to be Sky Sports F1 lead commentator for the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. Harry Benjamin will be Sky Sports F1's lead commentator for the Emilia-Romagna, Austrian and Azerbaijan races this season, with Crofty stepping aside. Crofty's not doing every race. Wow! What? So David Croft, the only member of the Sky Sports F1 team who has done every single Sky F1 race, is missing races this year. What? No, what? He's going to miss 3 races this season. Why? He's decided to step back from 3 races, the workload, to manage his workload. Benjamin, a F1 broadcaster as well as 5 Live, also worked on Sky's F1 Conference Juniors last year and replaced Croft at Imola in May, Austria in June, and Azerbaijan in September. It's more about keeping fresh for the whole season. I'm not getting younger. I've given up and sacrificed a lot for my career. I want to give a bit of time back to my family and not be on the other side of the world. I'm getting married this year as well, so I've got a wedding to organise. But I also want to sit and enjoy and watch a race at home. I want to enjoy. Maybe I can learn something by not commentating on the race. I can spot a few things when I'm watching. I want to see what the viewers see. Wow. So Crofty is not there. Harry Benjamin is going to be the Sky F1 lead commentator. Let's have a look. But we'll see 24 races. Like, it's on chat territory. It'll be a huge effort for everybody. And Sky also confirmed that McLaren and Aston Martin strategy Bernie Collins will have an increased role on their coverage this year, appearing at 10 races. Wow. Oh, okay. So Harry Benjamin has become the Sky F1 lead commentator for 3 races. That is insane. I don't believe that. Wow. Crofty's not going to be there for 3 races. Harry's taking over for some. So those 3 races Martin doesn't do, so it'll be a completely different lineup on Sky Sports F1. Surely Martin now must do Emilia-Romagna, Austria and Azerbaijan in order to keep the semblance in the commentary box. A whole new line. What? Crofty. That's like when Murray Walker stepped away for 3 races. For 5 races. I was only talking about that earlier on today, when Murray stepped away for 5 races and James Allen took over. I've got this feeling that Crofty's thinking about that's it, you know. Wow. Well, I'm not going anywhere. Alex Jakes misses the British Grand Prix on F1 TV, but stays on Channel 4. So technically, yeah. But wow, Crofty was such a stabiliser. I can't believe that. I'm going to pop in and say, I'm going to hand you over to the world feed.
Is this not going to be good? And then you see how Max developed into the day. For Checo, he must have been really excited to get in, and he's obviously not had the bells and whistles just yet. He's had a very steady day doing some long runs, but you can still feel that the car's got grip underneath you. It's stable as a starting point, but then you've also got a front end that you can turn in and commit. You've got the downforce there, and I'm sure he's feeling that this could be something special as well.
Thanks to Lawrence Barretto and Will Buxton. They've headed off for a break. They will be back later on. And back to track action with Daniel Ricciardo right now. And I know they were talking about this earlier, Jolyon, but Daniel Ricciardo making no secret of the fact he wants to get back into that Red Bull. So important he makes the most out of this season. And he has to beat Yuki, doesn't he?
It's a really big battle. There's so much going on with these RBs. The team's obviously changed. The car looks like it's going to be more competitive, and the drivers have got a lot of work to do to beat each other, and they should have a chance at this rate to get themselves into solid point scoring contention, which Daniel managed to do with aplomb in Mexico. But that should be a sort of regular aspiration, given what we've seen from this car as well, and certainly their aims in the future. But the aims of both of them is still to be in the Red Bull, and that's what Sergio Perez is going to be looking out for as well, looking over his shoulder. He's got to concentrate on himself, and Daniel, I mean, for Checo, he doesn't need to beat Max. Max is a superstar, isn't he? He's a 3-time champion, and if Checo can be close to Max, that's okay. Most of the other drivers in the field are looking to beat their teammates. Of course, Checo is as well, but he's probably judged, bearing in mind Red Bull, I think Max is the superstar that he's proving to be. Whereas I think Daniel and Yuki, they've got this inter-team battle now where they have to prove themselves as the number one. And Daniel was obviously re-signed last year with a view to potentially getting back into the Red Bull. That's why he's here. He's made no secret, as you said, about that. And so he's got to, first of all, get on top of Yuki, who's done a really good job in the last 12 months as well.
I mean, he had a difficult time, didn't he? He did that race, hurt himself in the Netherlands, hurt his hand and had to sit out for a few. And then come back in and try and get on top of it. And he had some good races, but he had other races where he wasn't the Daniel that remember, and he couldn't get to grips with the car around other circuits. So this year is a real consolidation year, isn't it, for him? And would you say it's his last chance?
I think it's probably his last chance to get back into a top seat, potentially. But maybe the RB is going to become a top seat this year. That's what there's mutterings around the paddock.
From 8th, though, to go in the constructors to move up.
There's mutterings in the paddock that they could be getting towards maybe not Red Bull, but somewhere near the chasing pack and some podium contention, and that's a decent place to be if you can't be in the Red Bull. So, of course, Daniel's and he's still hoping. Both of them are still hoping to make the jump to the Red Bull. But I think if he doesn't do it now, he's 34, going on 35 this year. I think this is his shot alongside Tsunoda, who I think Red Bull are respecting Yuki's performance, but as yet, I don't think they think that he's potential Red Bull seat worthy.
I'm just reeling from this news about Crofty, to be fair. I can't believe it. I genuinely can't. David Croft, who has commentated on every single F1 race since 2006, bar one, which was the 2007 European Grand Prix, which Murray Walker debutised in because his son was born, will be missing 3 races this year from a 24-race calendar. I know that's still not, but so Imola, Austria, and Azerbaijan. Wow, that is a shock. So Harry Benjamin takes over. I mean, it's not going to change us because we still do the commentary, but we hear the Sky feed in our ears as well, so it'll change a little bit, but we do the commentary. But wow, how odd. Anyway, we've got some times coming through. Sainz just went second fastest on a 1:31.856 as well, a 10th off the pace of Charles Leclerc, but Ferrari 1-2 here on the second day of testing. Renault says 3 races where the Sky commentator might actually know what's going on. Harry Benjamin is a very good broadcaster. It's in very safe hands. I'm actually looking forward to hearing it. Harry does, of course, BBC Radio 5 Live, so I'm actually more interested to see that as well. I'm actually looking forward to that. It'd be nice. Oh, big snap for Stroll coming out of turn 12. Now into 13. He's coming to 14 now, and we'll see what his lap time was. This might be Stroll bumping up into at least top 4. We'll have a look in a second. But, wow. Alex Jakes, you've got an amazing opportunity here. 1:32.376. Alex Jakes is going to be the only commentator to do every race this year. I know on F1 TV he steps away for the British Grand Prix, but he goes and does it for Channel 4. So the channel in the UK, he's always doing it. Wow. What's Martin Brundle going to do? Is he going to be alongside Harry Benjamin? I would put them together. I would love to see that. Personally, they've missed a trick here. Great for Harry, but he's with 5 Live. What they should have done was put Martin Brundle back in the lead commentary role because he did it in 2011 and brought Jensen or Anthony in alongside him. They should have put Martin in the lead commentary role. But then again, I suppose he'd have to do practice as well. I don't think Martin likes doing that. He likes getting out there. I think Martin's very happy with what he's doing, so maybe not. But I would have at least still thought about bringing James Allen in. I would have also brought Ben Edwards in, personally. I'm very surprised they haven't brought Ben Edwards in. That would, instead of Harry, great for Harry, but I would have brought Ben Edwards in. That would have made more sense to bring Ben in alongside Martin Brundle and finally had that duo. Ferrari is 1-2. Where is Omi? Josh, he's not here at the moment. Nobody's in. So that's the case. Exactly what we're going to see, I don't know. But Ferrari are 1-2. Yeah, Leclerc set the time this morning and then had an hour this afternoon because of the hour he lost this morning. And then Sainz has come in and gone second fastest. And as the track gets cooler, he'll just get quicker. So Sainz might end this day fastest and confirming the Ferrari 1-2. Where did Stroll move up to? 5th, 1:32.376. So yeah, I don't know if I said it, I just forgot it, or I messed it up when I lost concentration. Still, it'll be better. So Crofty's gone. That's why he's not at testing. They've also missed a trick by not letting Natalie Pinkham or Rachel Brooks do it. Let's be fair there. But honestly, happy for Harry Benjamin. That is amazing. Wow. That is going to be brilliant. I'm just having a look. First time I started watching F3, want to hear a different commentator. I cannot believe it. It is mind-boggling what's happened. 24 races is too much, though. I think we're all... If the commentator is starting to get tired... I get tired. I can understand where Croft is coming from. I know why. But personally, I don't think I could stand not doing the commentary and just sitting down watching the race. I don't think I could stand it. It would drive me mad. So for Crofty to actually say, no, I'm not doing these races, those 3 races I'm not doing, is big. And he's chosen interesting races. Austria... Hang on a minute, are they all sprint races? Austria is a sprint, isn't it? So is Imola. Is Imola a sprint? No. Austria is a sprint race as well, so he's missing that. Interesting. If I could... it's a what if... I don't know. I don't think I could miss any... Miami. There you go. I'd happily miss Miami. Nothing. Why didn't he choose Miami? Nothing happens in Miami. I would happily miss that one. In a heartbeat. I'm surprised about that. I really am. I don't. It's made me think now. The amount of races I do where I don't have weekends off. It's non-stop from now until the end of the year. So it's like, yeah. I am surprised. Anyway, moving on. What's happened to Carlos Sainz down the start-finish straight? He had his DRS open. He's getting close to the grass. He's using the extreme line as well. And he's starting to porpoise a little bit too. Down to the breakers over turn 1. Over the bumps. So nasty. Hits the apex for turn 1 okay. Don't know why we're seeing a replay of this, because there's still cars on track. Oh, there he is. Too much curb exit at turn 2. And is that what cost him a 10th of a second? That little mistake from Sainz, I think, cost him a 10th. Don't know if it's a whole lap replay while Sam Collins is doing the analysis bit. But, yeah, interesting. Thing is, though, if I left for a race, everybody would fight to do the commentary. And I know they would in a heartbeat. I think, well, Megan would obviously have first dibs because she's very territorial about it. If I miss a race, she's in charge. She's always said that. But I won it all, so yeah. Then again, I do miss occasional races, not like Formula 1. I miss like Formula 3s and Formula 2s and Porsches and that lot. And if there's a direct clash between them, I miss it. Like Road America, I'm going to miss this year as well for IndyCars. I don't mind that, but a Formula 1 race? I don't know. It's a bit weird for me. Formula 1 is my sport. So to miss the one, I don't know. What's this on the Williams? I don't know what's going on. We're going to have to pass over to Sam Collins because nothing's happening and he's talking about Williams front wing.
And you can see that this is something the team want to stick with. And this is a really different direction. We've never seen a team try anything quite like this in the current generation of cars. And there's very little freedom to play around with the shape of the end plate. You might see a few teams wiggling around at the top and a little bit of wiggles at the back and maybe some steps on the front, but you don't really get to see much difference in the dive plane. So Williams have clearly taken a really different direction with this, and it's something that I don't think we're going to see any other teams copying straight away, but it is something they've had on track today, a little bit of yesterday, and it is a very different direction. So one of those secrets of the new F1 car designs that are slowly emerging as we go through this 3-day test in Bahrain.
Thank you very much, Sam. Jolien, I know you're probably going to tell me to get out more, but one of the things I do enjoy is having a look down the pit lane at the different front wings, because the innovation and the design on some of those is absolutely incredible. I know regulations have come in, but to actually look at the intricacies on some of them and to wonder what that tiny bit of carbon fibre there is adding that other team haven't seen. It's incredible.
I can't lock up. Big one into turn 1. Just he avoids the gravel trap, but no, he doesn't. Gets his front left and rear left tyre through it as well. Just went straight on. It did not stop at all, that Alpine. just completely on the brakes. And it's nice to see him having a right brake as well into the braking zone. Nicely done. So yeah, just reading the news. Harry Benjamin, very happy. He's taken over. Can't believe it. No, it's so insane. Get Bernie Collins as a co-com. I know she's in for 10 races, but there's 24. Get her in for a co-commentary role. I mean, she also works with F1 TV as well, so that kind of mixes up. But they sort of all intermingle nowadays, the broadcasters. Jolien's been on everything. Sky, Channel 4, BBC, F1 TV. Jolien's even done lead commentary. Arguably and annoyingly, Jolien was... I'm not going to say annoyingly because I don't want to disrespect Martin Bonham. That's only why I'm saying it's annoyingly. I thought Jolien was a better lead commentator than Martin was. But then again, there's some bits of Martin's commentary when he was leading I thought, oh, that's beautiful. As he's looking at a replay of Ocon again, just not getting stopped into turn 1. DRS was wide open. I don't know why, but the front nose of that Alpine just looks like an F2 car. How fat it's got. Like, it's just like that. It's gone from being that to that. It's like, how? Why? It looks like an F2 car now at the front. Even the rear wing's starting to look a bit F2. In fact, that could just be an F2 car we just haven't realised yet. The way the rear wings have gone this year in F2. That's going to be something to see as well. Really big lockup. You can hear it as well. Ocon, Stroll and Norris are out on the track right now. I thought that was going to get beached in the gravel. We've seen that happen. Didn't they have a brake failure here before? Where was it? Was it 2022? Yeah, 2022. Alpine had a double brake failure and it caused that safety car late on in the race. Yeah, it's the same thing. Exactly the same thing. Bizarre, but exactly the same thing. That sort of took place. 3 hours, 22 minutes to go. 3 hours, 23, sorry, in effect, to go. Nice drifting that car beautifully. His first sector time is at 29.459. Sector 2, 39.533. He's 2 tenths off the pace here of Leclerc, so this could put him up into 3rd place if Norris can keep the buzz around for the next few laps. Brakes down, turns into 14, nicely on the grab. Push, 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 harder, faster, more aggressive. What's the lap time for Lando Norris? He's 3rd. I was right on the money. It's a 1:31.968 for Lando Norris. 3rd fastest time of the day for McLaren. 2 tenths off the pace. 0.218 off the pace. What a great time. Ocon's up to 14th as well in C1 tyre. 136.353. We're a Haas who said they were just focusing on performance. Oh yeah, last. And Yuki Tsunoda, 17th. Tsunoda was doing long race runs though this morning, that's why. Valtteri Bottas in the Sauber, the kick Sauber, well Sauber, into turn 4. Yeah, just sliding around a bit, but he's P4 in the Sauber. It's a 1:32.227, 0.477 off the pace. That's a decent time, actually. Hamilton's out on the track too in the Mercedes. Nearly said McLaren. That's how tired I am. Am I looking forward to a nap at 4 p.m? Yes. Yes, I am. Is it absolutely 100% needed? About 115,000% it's needed to have a break. Have a Kit Kat. Hamilton sliding, look at that. Last year, no wins, 6 podiums, 20 top 10s, fast lap 4 times. What happened? What's happened to Norris? He's gone grey on the timing screen and disappeared. Is he in the pits? Nope, there he is. radar black zone that appears between turns 12 and 13. That always happens as well. It's always around that part of the track. There's a little bit of a radar black zone. Hamilton's coming through it now. Look, does he go through it? No. Interesting. It's like the sensors go wrong, or if you go over the curb wrong, it can't detect you where you are on the track. Sargent's C4 time, by the way, dropped him down to 8th place. Not really sure how good the Williams is at the moment, or how much they've all been sandbagging. The thing is, though, sound analysis and all that lot, they know who's hot and who's not. The teams by the end of this test will know exactly who the pecking order is. We're figuring it out quietly as well, and we'll say it, but I think right now the pecking order is definitely Red Bull, then it's McLaren, then Ferrari, then it's Mercedes, then Aston, then Alpine, then Williams, then RB, then Haas, then I think Sauber probably before a few later as well to complete that top 10. We'll all have a guess and write them down ready for the end of the season to see who was right and who was not, who takes part in that as well. Leclerc 131.750. Behind the mic says, shocking to hear about Crofty missing races. That's the first I've heard about it. Yep, it came up on my phone live. Crofty will be missing 3 races. I'm desperately trying to get the information as well to see what if anybody said anything and what the reaction is. 3 races. Yeah, it's been confirmed. Sky Sports F1 leads commentator David Croft will miss 3 races this season. The first time he's missed a race in 16 years, with BBC Radio 5 Live commentator Harry Benjamin to replace him. Benjamin, an F1 broadcaster who, as well as 5 Live, has also worked on Sky's coverage of F1 Juniors last year, will replace Croft at Imola in May, Austria in June, and Azerbaijan in September. Speaking to The Independent, Croft said, "It's more about keeping fresh for the whole season. I'm not getting any younger. I've given up and sacrificed a lot for my career. I want to give a bit of time back to my family and not be on the other side of the world. I'm getting married this year as well, so I've got a wedding to organise. But I also want to sit and watch a race at home. I want to enjoy it. Maybe I can learn something by not commentating on a race. I can spot a few things when I'm watching. I want to see what the viewers see." Well, this would be interesting. Lights out, away we go will not be the same. It's lights out and away we go. I would say good for him, though, to have the mental clarity to step back and know when he needs to take a step back for his well-being. Yeah. I know I need to step back. I'm not going to step back. That's sort of my aspect of things. I think the paranoia would take over too much. It's like, I'll be constantly sitting in the commentary, but the thing is, Crofty can easily step back, whereas I can't. I run the show. I do everything. So for someone else to be in charge of that, I'll be like, it's going wrong. It's not how I'd have it. It's all going a bit thingy. Just get out of the way, I'll do it, sort of thing. So I wouldn't step back. But I was not doing every NASCAR, so it's a bit different, isn't it? Interesting. It's something to think about. When a broadcaster makes that type of move, you sort of go, interesting. Oh dear. In terms of politics, British politics, the SNP leader, Stephen Flynn, has said that his party doesn't have confidence in Sir Lindsay Hoyle as Speaker of the House. "We do not believe that you can continue in your role as Speaker." It's all going nuts, isn't it? Everything's going mad today. Hamilton on a decent lap time for a race pace run. Let's see what it's going to be. Up to the line, and Hamilton does 132.852. 132.832. Sorry, on that lap. Not too far off his own time, so he's on a race pace, I reckon. Just seeing how close he can get. He's on C3 tyres, though. Brand new tyres as well, actually. Oh, that's a worry. That tells me that was a push lap. That's a push lap, then. And he's still at the pace. I think you and I are cut from the same cloth on that. We know we need to step back, but we want everything to stay high quality. Therefore, we can't step back in fear of not having 5-star content. Yes, Matthew, we are. We are cut from the same cloth. That's why we do it. And I think that's why we trust each other a lot as well, because that's why, as well, I trust you to get the... Australia now! You found us! Yes, this is the live! Hello! We're on USON because of the blocks on YouTube, so it's delayed on ours, and USON Matthew's kind of given us USON live. Australia now! Hello! Yes, we are live! Hey! One of our regulars! Hello! You found us, well done. I put it in the Discord, I put it in the chat, put it everywhere I could. Hello! Yes, live, welcome. Yes, I think, Matthew, that's why me and you trust each other so much as well, is because we both know that if one of us is in charge, it's going to be 5-star all the time. And I like that. Let's go down to Laura Winter. She's got an interview in the paddock at Ferrari.
Enrico, welcome along. We're back. First day of school, back of the season. How have you found the first day and a half so far for Ferrari?
So far, I would say so good because we are proceeding smoothly on our run plan. And the car is responding as expected. So far, regarding driver feeling, sensation, it's all well aligned to our expectations. So in this respect, we are happy.
This morning, we obviously saw the floor of the car having to be replaced after damage caused going over the drain. You must have had some flashbacks to Las Vegas, maybe. Can you tell us the damage? Tell us how much that might have set you back and the frustrations there?
No, it's a crash that could happen. It can remind Las Vegas, but I mean, it could happen. The damage was on a small portion of the floor, visible on data, but nothing worrying. We changed the floor, proceeding with our plan. No drama.
No drama, that's what we like to hear. And in terms of what you were seeing and wanting to see pre-season, what is the feedback that Carlos Sainz and Charles Leclerc are giving you? Because it's looking pretty good on the timesheets right now.
But regardless the time, because it's always difficult during a test to understand where you are compared to the other. In terms of feedback about the drivers, is well aligned to what they tested at the drive sim. So in this respect, we are happy they didn't find any bad surprise driving the car on track. So it's a good starting point.
And it's about drivability, isn't it? And making sure that car is more predictable throughout the season. That's one of the main focuses.
This has been the main focus on developing this car, offsetting the performance as usual by making the car more drivable and more predictable by the driver. So far, it seems that this goal has been achieved. Now it will be a matter of waiting 1 week to see where we will be compared to all the others.
Yeah, of course, we do have to wait until next week, don't we? What does the rest of testing look like for Ferrari? What do you hope to achieve between now and tomorrow evening?
But our focus is mainly on understanding our car, for being in a very good position to exploit our potential, whatever it will be at the start of the season. So we are fully focused on ourselves. We're exploring the car, exploring what we saw. We checked at the drive sim to gather data, and then we will see in FP1 in 1 week time.
I know we can't look too much into times at the moment, but Red Bull with that advantage, which grabbed a few headlines yesterday. What have you made of, firstly, their philosophy, the concept of their car, and the way in which Max Verstappen drove it yesterday?
But I would not judge the lap time. It seems they are quick. Honestly, I didn't spend a lot of time checking the car. People at the factory are checking, controlling all the cars. So when I will be back, we will see. For what I saw, the car is an extreme evolution of what they did in the last 2 years. So a good evolution. Let's see where the performance will be.
We shall see. And final question, just the hopes, the aims, ambitions for Ferrari, not just in Bahrain next week, but perhaps for the first sort of quarter or third of the season or so.
Our ambition is obviously to be competitive for each race, fighting for winning, but this is obvious. And we worked, we are working for this.
Enrico, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate
You're welcome.
it.
Enrique Cardio there, the chassis engineer, chief operation officer at Ferrari as well. Australia Now says, hope you are well. I am well. I'm doing very well. And I've got to say, as well, it's nice to have everybody here and back on the feed as well. We're live on JB Motorsports Instagram, JB Motorsports Facebook, and on YouTube. We are live on USRN with thanks to Matthew Owens as well for giving us access. And hopefully we can do a few more of these, if not all of them. I'll happily co-stream every F1 to the USRN YouTube channel if this is the case, because it's amazing access. And of course we're live this weekend for the NASCAR on here as well, whereas Matthew is going to be on at Atlanta. Although, at this rate, Matthew, we might just talk about doubling up if you want, because it might as well just be, and then I can run the stream, and we can double up and just tag team. I'd much rather do that, if you want. Call me. Anyway, behind the mic, Matthew again. Hello, Matthew. There's some level of control freak in people like us, and we have great partners, and we have great partners to that. It's just hard to give up control and not be paranoid about it. Is this a therapy session? It may as well be a therapy session, yeah. It's all safe space here at testing. That's what it's for. It's like cricket. It's the test match special. That's what we basically do. It is therapy. But yeah. I think as well we've got it all pretty much made. It's all good. I mean, it's the same production. Just gets sent out on YouTube, on many different platforms. And the biggest one actually was, oh hello, Lando Norris is fastest in the second sector, and Lando Norris goes up to second place across the line. Lando Norris, 29.572 first sector, purple second sector, 39.221, third sector personal best, 22.829, and Lando Norris goes second fastest on a 131.622, 2.5 tenths off Carlos Sainz, who, when we were talking with Laura Winter in the pit lane, Carlos Sainz, who's gone back into pit lane, is now fastest on a 131.397, which means we have broken the track record set by Pedro Dalla Rosa in the Grand Prix of 2005. That was a 131.447. So we've beaten the track record set by Dalla Rosa. But we beat that all the time in qualifying in the race. So unless Dalla Rosa's record is beaten in the race, it won't count. So it's the race lap record that's the fastest lap here. The unofficial lap record is, I think, 129, something like that from last year in qualifying. But yeah, that's how it goes. What a session. Now, we're looking at Lance Stroll, who's coming out of turn 13 now, down the back straightaway. He's running 7th fastest on an out lap. He is on a brand new set of medium compound tyres, so this is a push lap for him. Or he's going to go for a race run. Sun's not setting yet. That's the happy hour. When it gets dark, and the cooler it gets, the longer we're in the night shift running this session, the best the track is going to be at. Because the colder the track, the hotter the tyres get on a C5 tyre, and you go electric. Tomorrow is going to be fantastic. Do join us as well. Tomorrow we'll be live here on USRN. We'll be on JB Motorsports Twitch. We'll be on Instagram on JB Motorsports, and we'll be on Facebook as well. Join us tomorrow. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. We'll post all the links on all the social medias that we need as well, so that you can join us wherever you are, on whatever social platform you want. You can join us, because day 3 of pre-season testing is going to be absolutely fantastic. Stroll's first sector, by the way, it's a push lap because it's a 29.311. So Stroll is finding the pace, finding the attack. DRS open as he runs down towards turn number 11. This is getting close to the second sector delta point. That's coming out of turn 12 and 13. It's around that segment of the track where it gets crossed over. Now, what is the time for Lance Stroll? It is a 1:09. So it's a 39.719. It's 4 tenths off the pace of Stroll at the moment. So this is going to put him 4th fastest, ahead of Valtteri Bottas in the Sauber. As out of the last corner comes Lance Stroll, gives it a bootful. The car jigs in to the last corner. And Lance Stroll takes the line and moves up, he does, into 4th position on a 132.029. Great job there from Stroll. So he's 2 tenths off the pace of Leclerc, but 6 tenths off the pace of Sainz. So he dropped 3 tenths in that last sector. Felipe Drugovich watches on. This time last year, he was in that car testing because Lance Stroll broke both his wrists. And Felipe thought he might get an opportunity to be in Formula 1. We all hoped he was. Didn't end up being that way. I'm not disappointed, you're disappointed. I wish it could have been. Coulda, woulda, shoulda is the sort of situation you have to say yourself. But Lando Norris second fastest on the C3 tyres. Sargent's back out on the track. What tyre compounds he moved on to? 5 lap on mediums, according to this. This is Lando Norris across the line. Is this a lap attack? Oh. That's proporcing you're hearing. You're hearing the floor scraping across the bottom. Oh, great. We got rid of it in 23, but now they've gone backwards to a 22 spec. Everybody, welcome back to proporcing. I thought they got on top of this. We're looking at a full lap rerun, by the way, of Lando Norris. Only 2 tenths down. He was off the apex in sector 1. I think that's cost him a bit, coming into 4. 9 and 10 is usually where you lose a lot of time. So let's take a look what he did. Turns in. Oh, big bump at 9. And it cost him the entry late at the exit on the accelerator. Yeah, so that's where Lando lost time. I reckon we're going to see McLaren as the second fastest team. I've already put them the second fastest, but I reckon we are. Ferrari, I think, are getting the look of the drawers at the moment. Did Lando have a twitch coming into 13? Let's have a look. Turns in. No, he hit the apex okay. A bit cautious on the accelerator, though, is Lando at the moment. He's not giving it the welly out the corners. Listen to coming out of 14. Here it is. Slides at the exit. Takes too much curb. So now he's chasing speed. Yeah. Not that good. And he's in the pit lane. Sainz gets passed by Hamilton out on the track. Sargent's still there in turn 8. So they're all just now moving around a little bit, waiting to see what's going to happen. Lando Norris on a 131.622 has the second fastest time in pre-season testing for the 2024 Formula 1 season. Blimey. It's because I just saw something come up from 2023 on my Twitter. We're giving away a 2023 kit, said Williams. Yeah. See, I'm not blind. 7 screens in the comment box. I see everything. There's always something missing. You can trust me on that. What is going on here? It's all madness at the moment. It's madness, all madness. Sainz and Norris, the gap between them. Norris is actually faster than Sainz in that second sector by quite a margin. 10th. Full on 10th. And is Sainz sitting up in the car to try and avoid proporcing down to turn 1? Looked like he was doing that. Just sitting up a little bit. Hard as he could, pushing his back up. Funny if it was. Okay, apparently World Superbikes have got ITV only this year. That can't be right. Just checking several things because we're on board. Helmut Marko has said... Oh, Celtic and former England goalkeeper Joe Hart to retire. That's a shame. Helmut Marko said RB20, very, very, very impressive. We can already think about how to develop it further. In terms of tyre performance, Ferrari again seem to have more problems than we do. The McLaren also seems a bit nervous. Yeah, I'd agree with that, to be fair. It's not about that, is it? Dale Earnhardt Jr. This is one for the NASCAR fans on USRN chat. I spent the 15-minute car ride to school this morning trying to explain to my 5-year-old how our family travelled here to the US almost 300 years ago. Her response, "You're making me sleepy." Can't get kids into history, can you? I loved it. And Carlos Sainz on the C4 tyre jumps up with a 1:30.686. Wake up, everybody! Testing is go! Where did that come from? 1:32.52 is Schumacher's lap record at this track. And Carlos Sainz at the afternoon session of day 2 on the C4 tyre has just done a 1:30.686. He has not only blown the competition away, he smoked them. Where's Perez going to be on this front as well? That's where we like to see. It's going to be absolutely crazy as to what we're going to experience here in 2020.
Really clean. And
whatever. Where are we? 2024. Sorry, Megan's distracted me because she's walked into the commentary box as to help fill time. There's your mic. I'll turn your headset up and I'll turn your mic on and I'll say, "Hello, Megan. How are you?"
Hi. What is happening?
Oh, I don't know. It keeps happening.
Why is it so tangled?
I think I did it so that it wouldn't go in front of the fire because you nearly burnt it 3 months ago.
Okay. Well, I'd actually like some movement. Ah, yes, you put it up, I see.
Well, it was the Red Bull drawing. What was I supposed to do? I just realised I haven't pressed button 2. Hello, Megan. Yeah, the Red Bull Aero side pods. How are you doing? Sorry, for a second I thought I didn't press record at the start of the show. I thought I might have just been talking for this and having to download it later, but I did press record.
No, you're fine.
I don't know. Anyway, we're live on USRN, we're live on Instagram, we're live on Facebook, and we're live delayed on YouTube.
Everywhere.
Yeah. Hi.
Hi.
So, Crofty's not doing 3 races.
Yes, I heard that. That's honestly a little bit expected. I mean, he's been doing it constantly for so long. He's allowed a break.
With that, I'm taking 7 races off this year, and you're doing all of them. No, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
I would have to be chronically ill, like no voice, sick, dizzy, everything. Not to do it. I commentate with COVID.
Exactly. I was just about to say that. Just like you didn't even let COVID stop you.
No, I just kicked you out the box.
Yeah. A nice weekend.
You did. You missed Saudi.
Exactly.
Well, we didn't even have a choice, really.
I got to rest.
Yeah. Well, couldn't let you anywhere near me.
Yeah.
But, yeah. That was, I don't want to say fun, but...
interesting?
Commentating while dizzy is weird. I mean, I've even commentated with food poisoning before. Do you remember China 2019?
Yes.
That was annoying. Did lap 1, and then went, oh, hello.
Food poisoning is not fun.
No, it's not. I've even commentated with laryngitis before. Remember when I had that a couple of years ago? I blew my voice at the British Grand Prix and it just didn't recover. 2022's British Grand Prix blew my voice. Or was it 21? What was it?
I don't know.
It was
Might
one of
have
the
been
two.
one.
It could have been. Whichever one it was, it blew my voice. And I was... No, it was 2022. Yeah. So...
You had a lot happen to you around those 2 years.
Yeah. 22, my voice just blew, and I was like, yeah, I can't. And it was like...
Do you know what I love?
What?
The fact none of us in my household during the peak years of a pandemic got COVID, and yet as soon as it starts being like, oh, no one's getting it anymore, you get it.
I had it. I had COVID. Any side effects from it? No.
Luckily.
What is wrong with Hamilton now? He was on a lap time and he's on tyres.
Why is he staying in 4th gear?
How many laps has he done on these tyres? 10 lap-old tyres. 14 lap-old tyres. What's wrong? 14 lap-old tyres.
Okay, so he's gone into 5th gear now, but he's been very slow on it.
Just now, this will be repaired soon. It's not broke. I just need to get that sorted. So I'm going to buy an adapter.
Right.
Because the laptop can charge off that, so I'm going to split that into 2.
Okay.
So by next weekend, you'll have your data screen back for the Bahrain Grand Prix.
Yay!
And then we can all panic when we get to Saudi and there's like a million things on at once.
Oh, Dios mío.
I know. 2 weeks' time is not going to be fun.
No, it shouldn't be.
A week's time, though, is going to be fantastically fun. Yes.
What do you and I have different opinions on that?
What do you think of the steak? Or the Kick Sauber?
Ah. I think it's a nice colour. I mean, one of my favourite colours is green, so...
It's a bit rare to me. Raw. There's no paint on it. That steak's raw. Rare, or bloody rare. It's Hulk.
Overdone.
It's over. Yeah, well, it's green. It's Hulk. It's radioactive.
Do you know, I've never tried a steak that wasn't overdone. Like, do you know, like thoroughly cooked through.
We fry it occasionally, but we grill it and all that. But we actually use steak in. Most commonly, if we have steak now, it's always done in a red wine sauce.
Yeah.
So it's nice and tender. And that is actually.
Which doesn't have cherries in it.
That's actually just regular. It's not well done or anything. It's because if you bite into it, you can see the red still.
Really?
Yeah. So it's not rare or raw, whatever it is. It's
Do you know Kellyanne has her
done.
steak medium rare?
Yeah. I think I would have mine medium rare.
I've never tried it. I've always wanted to, but I'm always too nervous to do that in a restaurant. Just like, what happens if they don't cook it enough for it to be medium rare and they just leave it rare?
So next time Kellyanne comes, so I just throw an uncooked steak at her like a lion.
See what happens.
Back.
See what happens. It's like, here. Next time I'll just be like, show me how to cook this medium rare.
You've come in with it between your teeth going like, I just killed this. Sorry for any vegans or vegetarians listening.
Yeah.
We actually do eat a lot of vegan and vegetarian food as well. Let's
do.
Let's just get that out there as well.
And we also love corn chicken. Something about it.
There is. Mushrooms. Made of mushrooms.
Yeah.
Anyway, as we come through, Sergio Perez, 9th fastest. Have you been keeping an eye on this test at least?
Occasionally.
Anything interesting happening for you? I see you have. I can see you in the Instagram live. Anything? You like the Instagram live, don't you, better?
I'm not sure.
No, I said, do you like it, the layout?
Oh, that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I should actually like the Instagram.
That doesn't do a thing.
I know, but still.
See? Sergio Perez has practically come to a stop crawl coming through turn 13. Ocon's at turn 6, by the way, as he comes through. What is wrong with Perez? Is he gearing up for a run here? What tyres is he on?
I think he realises it's on borrowed time.
Is he stopping? Has it stopped? Perez is stopping! Is this a problem?
I can't hear his car.
Neither can I. Is this an actual problem? I thought
Wait,
it was...
Listen.
He's just come out of the pit lane. No, he's stopping.
It's like I can hear something.
It's gone.
Weird.
The Red Bulls had a fault. The car that dominated day one is crawling under the control of Sergio Perez.
Look, he's trying to get it back on, but
the dash has gone off. Look, it's an anti... is the steering computer gone off? I can hear the engine chugging.
Yeah, it's struggling along.
So, he's just gone out on the track on a brand new set of tyres. Can he get out? Well, there's Ocon. He's the only one out there.
Ocon's just like, on your left.
Do you hear this? That is the sound of millions of people worldwide going, you mean this is going to be a competitive year?
It's also the sound of someone saying, wait, do you mean I actually have to give $500,000 to charity?
Jeff Dodds is really scared now, isn't he? So why are they smiling?
They're just like, oh, good run.
Do you know what's worrying as well? If you have a bulletproof car, you're more nervous going into the first race. Now you know you've got a car that's got faults. You're not nervous because you know what you're looking for.
True.
I'm a bit disappointed this isn't going to red flag the session, to be fair, because I wanted to see that Red Bull on a crane. See what's underneath that car.
Well, we've still got Verstappen to go.
He's in first gear, look. So, let's have a look at this. Why did we think about this? Look, we can see on the onboard timing screen here. Where is he? Perez here. First gear. Look, I'll put it on the screen for everyone. Look at Perez, his P9 is greyed out. First gear, 32 kilometres, no throttle input. It's practically just gone dead. He's coasting down the pit lane.
Why is this happening?
I don't know, that's really bizarre. Who's out on track? Someone's coming out. Sainz.
Right now, it's like he's moving in a traffic light.
Sainz is coming out on the pit lane, by the way. Sainz is leaving. Perez has managed to get back in. I mean, full credit for Checo to actually get it back. But
Yeah, true.
Red Bull in trouble. Oh, look, the computer's come back on now. He was in neutral before he stopped.
Probably like coast to the line.
I forget that we can look and see the gears and speed and the pedal throttle now on here.
That's a nice addition to it.
It is nice, and we can see it on the stream as well. But Sergio Perez and those covers are about to come over. I can feel it happening. They are really worried about that.
What could be the trouble?
Let's listen. This is our boy Perez.
But before that, did you hear that tangible little sound?
I want to say gearbox, but I think Laura's in the pits. Let's listen.
Dash.
Yeah, you couldn't see it already coming through turn 11.
It died.
So, yeah, that didn't sound good on the back of the car, did it? So, power unit issue could be quite a long change there for Perez.
I think something fell off.
I think, sounded by that, it's the actual hybrid unit because it was still driving. It's still throttle.
As soon as he started going down the gears, it's like it locked.
Yeah, like a hydraulics failure, maybe.
Yeah, maybe it was a hydraulics failure.
There's no oil out on the track, though, is there, or anything? I'm not seeing anything.
Not as far as I can see.
No.
But it's like going down. It's like a lift getting stuck at a certain floor.
He went down to first gear and then he went to neutral.
I know what it's like. Like when a lift gets stuck between two floors, maybe something's jammed.
I reckon its hydraulics have gone and you can't shift up. Will Buxton.
Will you be a teammate of Carlos Sainz's right now, Will?
Will's with Charles Leclerc.
Is indeed Charles Leclerc. A slightly early end to your morning session. Any warning at all that there was anything out there? We talked to Carlos earlier, and he said he'd seen it from trackside and had actually tried to warn a marshal to put a yellow flag out, but it was too late.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like this. At the end, it wasn't huge. There was a bit of a hole in the floor, which we had to change. But apart from that, no, I had no warning. I saw something, but honestly, it was so thin that I thought it was a plastic thing. And we see sometimes some of them around the track, and we just go on them, and nothing is happening. But this time, obviously, it was metal, so it hurted the car a little bit more.
Yeah, I bet. Up to then, a very promising morning. You topped the morning times. Carlos has just gone top this afternoon as well. It feels like a very positive day for Ferrari from the outside. How does it feel from the inside of the team?
It feels like every winter test, which means that we don't understand a thing because for now it's too early to say. We have no idea what are the fuel levels of everybody else. In terms of drivability, the car is a lot better compared to last year. Last year after the test, it was very, very difficult to push into a direction because we just didn't know what the car was doing. We will get into a corner and we didn't know whether we will have extreme oversteer or extreme understeer, which was a big problem. This year, the car is not like that, which is a better starting point. However, my initial feeling is that Red Bull, unfortunately, remains quite a bit ahead, and yesterday they've done very impressive lap times. But this is only my own feeling, not looking at datas, because again, datas doesn't mean much for now.
Tyre life was obviously an issue for you guys last year. Do you feel the changes to the car for this year have helped to eradicate at least an element of that?
I think the drivability is going to help us on the long runs. So I think that for tyre degradation, for race runs overall, I think we should be in a better place.
Good news. I know we don't have you for long, so it's testing, so we need to talk about the important things. You have an EP out with Sofia and Pama, the Dreamers. How did that all come about?
Oh, very, very quickly, actually. I mean, the winter break is very, very long for us. I've done a lot of training, a lot of days at the factory in Manilo, and I had a 1.5 day free during that off time, and I went in Paris to see him. He's a good friend of mine, and we sat down and we were initially going to do one song, and at the end we came up with 4 songs. So
in a day and a half.
In a day and a half.
That's impressive.
Yeah. It was, but it was a very good experience. I love it because, I mean, I've always loved music, and until now I've always been quite limited, obviously, with my technique at the piano. But I'm a very creative person, and this time all my creativity could work, as I had an amazing pianist with me in Sofiane, so it was a very good moment, and these are the kind of moments that helps me disconnect from racing, which is needed sometimes.
And throwing massively ahead to the future, but you have a new teammate next year. Can we expect an album, a duet between you and Lewis? That's what everybody wants to know.
Oh, well, if it's what everybody wants to know, then I'm not sure. I'm not sure, to be honest. I don't know. I haven't spoken about music too much with Louis yet. We discussed about it last year, and he was telling me that he loves music, and I don't know. I'll speak with him from next year onwards about a potential collaboration.
Lovely. It's a great EP. It's beautiful stuff, mate. Much success with it.
Thank you very much.
All action, ready to go. And great news, our Twitch is back. Woohoo! But we're not going to go live on it today, because I think it might break the computer if we try. So I'm going to, so on day 3, Twitch is back. We'll stay on USRN, because why not? I'm on Instagram and probably lose Facebook, because I don't know how that's going. But either way, we're back on Twitch. Woohoo! Alright, fine this. I was only going for one, but okay. And look what's back out on the track. Mr. Let's Fake a Breakdown. Let's listen to it when it restarts. Or maybe not. That is sounding rough.
Something tells me that isn't quite ready to be brought off production yet.
I think you're right. I think something got stuck in the gearbox or something. Look, it's still going slow. Oh, is this when it came out of the pit lane? This is when it came out of the pit lane.
Because I heard a tangible sound.
Yeah.
Maybe something did get... Maybe that was it picking up something.
Yeah, maybe he sucked something up from the car and it just heard something.
Could have been. He could have sucked up a bolt, because it kind of sounded a bit similar to how one of them would sound.
You might need to get an ID.
I know, though I've looked up, they only take a week to do, and if one does happen, it takes 25 days.
A general election?
Yeah.
That's a snap election.
No, because it takes 25 days for them to start campaigning.
Oh, yeah.
So I'll be able to get it during that time. One's not meant to happen until January, though. So it's looking like that.
It's getting quite weird, all this. Just to try, we're all trying to find information on what's just happened. And it's quite difficult because they're not saying it. But Perez looks fine. Someone can say, yeah, look, DRS open, 241, full speed, 7th, 8th gear, 300 kilometers an hour on that back straight, 304 before the braking zone. He's fine.
Yeah.
He's absolutely fine.
I think it was just something stuck.
Yeah. By the way, we'll have that back soon as well, and we'll have that back in the first race. But I'm going to keep this. This is mine.
Okay.
Because that's our new graphics. Do you like our new graphics?
I do like it.
Multi-viewer, who I must say are fantastic, and I'm going to get a I've been given a multi-viewer logo, so I'm going to put the multi-viewer logo on as well. And I've got USMN's logos too. Multi-viewer, without them, this year would have been harder, because now, if anything goes wrong, instead of going, oh no, I'm going to have to shut everything down, it's going to freeze the stream, all I have to do is press one little button and the whole thing just goes, whoop, and you're back instantly. So I love it. I love it. Well done, Multiview. If you're not using Multiview for live timings or racing, you've got to use it. It's fantastic, and that's what we've got for our graphics this season. For F1, though. Indy cars remaining the same, I think. So Ferrari staying in the pits with Carlos Sainz Jr. top of the board on a C4 tyre compound on 30.424. This is the lap in question down across the board. And he was running so close towards the wall as well, actually. The white line that's allowed. Nice on the brakes as well through one. He was just pushing like crazy, and it did work actually, Carlos's lap, as we see it. This was set about 40 minutes ago. Actually, it was when you walked in. When was that?
About half an hour. I'm not sure. I just looked. The chances for next one.
There is going to be an election soon.
Guess who's highest
Labour
chance?
majority, yeah. Labour majority. F1 TV aren't speaking, by the way. They're just enjoying the lap. So I don't want to say that because otherwise I don't want to risk anything. It's a good run for everyone.
Nice neat lap, doesn't it?
Oh, there's Rach.
Yeah, he's been dialing it in through a few runs on the C3, jumps onto the C4. This is second lap on that tyre. And you'd hope it would be a nice, neat lap, I think, on this tyre at this time, but he's executing it well.
And as he finishes that, watching on in the commentary box with us, Alex Albon's joined us.
Alex Albon!
Alex, thank you very much for coming up to have a look. What did you make of the end of that lap, at least, that you saw?
It's good. It's a nice lap. I'm surprised by it. Seems like the Red Bulls and the Ferraris, they're not really affected by wind, it looks like. They just seem to turn where they want to turn, and they have real grip where everyone else is struggling. But it is a very
Alex,
nice lap,
put it on your lip. It's a lip mic.
You've given up the game within 10 seconds, Alex.
He's not used to
I
it.
don't want to disappoint or bore any on viewers, but they look quick. May I expose you guys a bit?
Oh, go on. What are you going to
It smells like champagne in here.
Well, take that. I thought as soon as you said it smells like, I thought, oh no, don't expose us like this. Champagne.
I'll take champagne. It's definitely not me. I've not been anywhere near champagne.
Well, he's used to it. Gets sprayed in it often.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
It does smell. You guys are clearly having a better time than
We're
everyone
smelling
else here.
expensive, Jolien.
Look, champagne. We got champagne problems.
Oh no! No!
Do you
Stop
have
it!
champagne
That
problems in
no,
your car?
no,
Is your straight
Taylor.
line speed as quick as it was last year?
No.
I don't think it will be. I think we will have a bit
Even
more
they're
of
doing
a-
spot the lyric.
I don't want to say that a normal
They stole
racing
that
car,
from
but
us.
Our balance
Julian's been
wheels
listening to
and
us.
Our speed will very much merge to the kind of the norm in the grid.
So he can take some of my
still
constant
think,
ranting
that being said,
suggestions.
once we're in tracks like
Could
that,
Alex
it's
put
good
up his
for us,
lip,
but,
please? Because it's annoying me.
We should be much better at tracks like here or whatever. But time will tell. I've only done 40 laps, so not that exciting.
Yeah, not too achy today then, sadly.
No. Well, Logan's always planned, obviously.
Why isn't he putting it on his lip?
You don't even like that.
I know, but still, it's aggravating because we can't hear him as
was
much.
also there, so we kind of didn't lose much time at all. But we do need laps.
Apparently
because
one is
the
due to
car is so
happen in
different for us this year.
Well,
we
the
just
official
need to
website
get
says
used to it.
December.
Anything else?
How's it
January.
different? When you say it's so different, how's it different?
Right, there we go. Say again, Max.
Apparently one is meant to happen in May, though on the official website it says January next year.
Oh.
Weird. Either way, I should really get an idea before that.
Smells of champagne. What does our commentary box smell like?
I don't know.
Yeah, definitely not champagne, is it?
Diet Coke, I think.
The amount of bottles that are in here, is it? Probably.
You have an obsession with Diet Coke. Well,
It's
Coke.
not Diet Coke, it's zero.
Zero Coke, sorry.
What's that song that
Same.
goes da 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 Coca-Cola?
I really don't know. I had
Cherry lip balm and Coca-Cola.
no cherry. No.
What is that song? Taste of cherry lip balm and Coca-Cola. What is that song?
I'm not sure. You might be making up a song in your head.
No, I've got it in my head. Taste of a cherry lip balm and Coca-Cola.
Joshua,
What?
are you sure it wasn't Taste of a Cherry Chapstick?
I know, but it's got something Coca-Cola. That's like an earworm.
Are you sure it
or
isn't
something.
Katy Perry?
No.
Are you sure?
No, it's in my head. It's a male singer. 60s.
Ask Dad.
Could be Beach Boys. I'm not entirely sure. That stumped me, that.
Why don't you look it up?
Yeah. Would you, Phil?
Right, so Ricardo is entering Sector 3 now. He did a better Sector 2 than he did Sector 1. Sector 1 was yellow, while Sector 2 was green. Maybe he can make all the colours that he can get and get a purple Sector 3, but let's face it, that's not going to happen. Catches the curve just a little bit there on the last corner. Coming up to the line, and what can he get? Green Sector 3, and he stays where he is.
Improves on time though, 1:33.476.
So he's getting quicker, just not quick enough to pass Alonso in the standings.
Okay, there's numerous that say Coca-Cola. He shoot Coca-Cola. That was Come Together by the Beatles. It could be the Beatles.
Maybe.
Why am I getting a flash of... I don't know. I'm a bit confused about that one. Cherry Chapstick. And I know why he was on about Katy Perry as well. Is it Michael Jackson? No.
I don't know.
Goldfinger? No.
Ooh. Perez may go up to fourth, so during his first two sectors he was green, but as soon as he entered that third sector he went down into a yellow for it, so he's getting slower on that.
He's 20. Yeah.
Oh.
23,000 off the pace of Charles Leclerc though. It's a 1:31.773.
I still can't believe Mercedes have gone back to silver.
Well, it's black at the back.
Yeah, but still, the silver front, no.
Hey, I like it. I think it looks like a McLaren of the old days. Come on, it looks like a McLaren.
No, I'm a fan of the pure black Mercedes.
Pure black Mercedes?
Yeah.
Really?
I like the black Mercedes.
I wonder why. Could you just stand up? You've come dressed as the Mercedes livery. 12 years we've been in the commentary box together, and you still have said the most random things.
Here I am.
Yeah, season number 13. 2012 to now.
Shut up.
It's all right. I'm entering what I think is my 20th.
Woohoo!
2004, blimey. It is. 20 years since I started commentating. Wow.
That's more than I've been alive.
I was 4 years old.
It's more than I was alive, Josh. Got to think about that.
Yeah, you have to remind me. I know I've told the story enough, but trying to commentate in a Grand Prix with her as a baby was a nightmare.
Oh, I am so sorry that I was a baby.
I couldn't hear the race. I couldn't commentate. You were crying.
Why do you think I was crying? I wanted to go to bed.
It was an afternoon race, and you were 2 months old.
I know. That's why I wanted to go to bed.
Actually,
babies love to sleep at that age.
If you were born a week earlier, you would have had the most controversial and exciting race at Monza. Sorry, at Imola, because it was Alonso v Schumacher that when ITV went to a break. That was the race before you were born.
If I was born earlier, you would have been annoyed at how close our birthdays were.
That too.
So would Mum and Dad. They would be annoyed. I reckon they were already annoyed that we're 9 days apart in our birthdays.
Dad and David.
Yeah, but at least they've got 13 days. I can't imagine what it was for Nana and Grandad having one of their child's birthdays one day and then the other the next.
Easy. Think about it.
Get it out of the way.
Think about it. Their money can be saved and spent in one, and then...
True.
Yeah, whereas with us, there's always something going on.
Yeah.
There's always some birthday.
We're going to have to wait a long time for Mum's
It's all right. We found out that... we've already said it, but yeah. Anyway, Sergeant's on a...
Find out what?
Zara's birthday.
Oh, yeah. Someday.
Clashes with... At...
I can't remember which
Sao
one.
Paulo.
Well, she'll have an entertaining first birthday. That's for sure.
Like I'm not taking the entire equipment with me. Just pop it up in their house for one.
Hopefully they'll come here, because then Dad can see her.
I think that's more likely, to be fair. It's a long way away.
Yeah.
Look at Carlos Sainz though, Megan. Fastest of all in the first sector at 28.854. This is it then. The end of day 2, we're starting to see the glory runs. Fastest of all second sector, 38.640. I'm trying to find out last year's pole time in the time when it was.
Okay, I think of who is the shining one of today is Sainz. I think he really wants to make an impression, given he knows that next year he won't have a seat there.
Pole time last year was a 1:29.708. Carlos Sainz crosses the line, does a 1:29.921. We are getting 2/10 off of last year's pole time already. And you know what's even more impressive? That's on the C4 tyre.
Jeez.
And the C4 tyre, the gap would be around about 2 turns. We are about to see last year's pole lap obliterated.
Good. Who set that?
Max Verstappen, 1:29.708.
I'm liking the top 3 right now.
Yeah.
Sainz, Norris, Leclerc. I want that to be the fight this year, to be honest.
The thing is with Bauer, I thought it was Coke. I forgot it was that. Anyway, in terms of lap records here, the Grand Prix circuit, the race lap record, is a 1:31.447 set by De La Rosa. That might change on Sunday next week. The outer circuit, 55 seconds, George Russell, in 2020. The endurance circuit, which was the infield section as well, that we used in 2010. That was absolutely boring. Perez on that.
That was a little bit sliding.
So if the normal race lap was a 1:31, have a guess what the lap record is for the endurance circuit for an F1 car?
Don't know. Oh, that was a car going slow.
1 minute 58 seconds. There's a reason why that race is called boring. Nothing happened. Paddock circuit, which is the mini circuit, 1:24. Outer Oasis inner circuit, 1 minute 3. The Grand Prix circuit race lap record, a 1:30.252. But apparently that changed, and I don't know why. It changed in years. It gained a point. It lost 0.3 of a mile. I think they must have changed the start line or something. Perez stays fourth. Yeah. Yeah, must have. Perez stays fourth.
Yeah, I want this year's top 3 to be Sainz, Norris, and Leclerc.
In terms of the championship?
Yeah. Because one of them deserves a championship. Because a fun fact, do you remember that picture of the elevator the drivers did?
Yeah.
None of those people in there still have a championship. None of them have accomplished that. And I'll need at least one. One of them to break that. Because right now I'm thinking about calling it the elevator of attempted champions.
Wasn't there something we got told recently that something was cancelled because the team was stuck in an elevator? Someone told us that recently on air. Do you remember?
Vaguely. I'm not sure.
No, I don't remember either.
But I really need someone else to win the championship this year. I don't care if Max wins it next year. I just need a break from Max winning.
More likely Max is going to win this year, and then next year we'll have someone else winning.
So I just really want this year.
I'm going to have to change over.
It can be your 20th year gift for commentating. A different winner.
Yeah, not like when I first started commentating Formula 1, there was like a reigning champion who'd won 5 on a bounce. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, but the next year.
That was Alonso.
Yeah.
Hang on, down to the pits.
Romas, is that what it is? Okay.
I don't think it can be us.
He's not convinced, Jamie.
I'm not at all.
He's wondering how on earth we get through 3 days of testing, and he thinks it's through with champagne.
When you sit in here for 2 hours at a time, you just get used to the smells. I'm really sorry,
I
Alex.
thought you said the time flew by. Anyway, listen, it's been great to talk to you. Obviously, your hopes for the season, there's a lot going on. As we've said before, with half the grid almost out of contract at the end of this season, I know you're committed a bit longer, but there's a lot going on right now. Is that a distraction for everybody?
No, it's not. I mean, that's why people have managers. It's to take all that noise away from you. At the end of the day, I think sports doesn't matter what you do. It's all about performance at the end of the day. So
So as much as there is talk around what everyone's doing and where everyone's going, your performance in the present is actually all that matters, and all the conversations and all that kind of noise, the positive noise, let's say, is a result of that. So you got to, well, you do, you ignore it and you focus on the job that you're doing, and hope your manager's good. Jack, if you're listening to this.
Yes, your phone's going to be busy, Jack, so just get used to it.
All right, fair dues. Thank you very much, Rach. Coming into it. Just tortured Megan.
Ooh, that's a nice view.
On board with Hamilton. The setting sun. Look how big the sun is in
Yeah,
Bahrain.
I was just thinking that looks terrifying.
It looks like the Sphere from Las Vegas.
Yeah. Imagine walking out onto your balcony. What the?
By that episode of Lower Decks when it's next to the walk-call beams. It was like, I can't see. Open up the curtains in the morning. Oh, it's Adina. Just, utterly
like,
blinded. Yeah. Or worse, the eyes just froze open, so you just like burn. Like opening the what's it called? Ark of the Covenant in Indiana Jones.
Imagine if you leave a magnifying glass out.
Oh, the house would burn down.
Yeah.
A million times, yeah.
I've always wanted to try and to see what would happen if you put a magnifying glass in front of the sun. But I tried that with my one, and it does nothing.
I'm sorry, you just tried to put. You said you put your magnifying glass in front of the sun. You do realise that it turns the sun into like a little laser beam.
Yeah, it did nothing. Not for me.
It needs to be a really hot day. It needs to be outside.
Okay, that explains it.
It needs to be outside on a really hot day.
Noted.
Okay, if anything starts
I want to
burning-
see what it does to ice.
Melts it, probably.
I want to
Next.
see it happen. Or to a cup of tea. I want to see how it boils water.
Right, you know you just have to confirm you have a YouTube channel on YouTube now. You need to make sure you've got all the accounts that everyone's had to
Yeah.
do. You can actually run a YouTube channel and just that stupid channel where they go, how much is too much? How many things can you do? You can literally do those stupid things that you just think about doing.
I have a lot of thoughts like that.
Knowing you would as well. What happened to Megan
Your fault.
Rants?
You bought me a magnifying glass for my 18th.
What
so
happened
it's
to
your
Mob
fault.
Rants? Or Mob Rules, whatever your show was supposed to be last year.
I've been busy doing assessments.
We never even filmed episode 1.
That's because I've been... As soon as we had the idea, look what I started. Uni.
Fair dues. Anyway, look at Norris. First sector was a 29.160. Second sector is a 39.297.
So it makes sense to start on a new season.
Oh, what? Are we actually doing it?
Maybe, I don't know.
Norris crosses the line, and does he go fast? No. 1.5 off the pace. 131.462.
Would I be finished with uni for the year around May time?
Yeah.
Because Noemi is, because she's coming back in June.
One thing I'm looking forward to is that this year you can finally do the whole 24 hours.
No,
couldn't
not the
last-
whole.
You couldn't last year.
I get sleepy.
The whole 24 hours.
I'd go insane, and so would you, because
would
you'd
you
be
do?
driven insane by me.
It'd be nice then. Oh, commentary box. I'm going to hand over.
Get your nose in there, is that what you're saying?
It's anti-wipes.
Far off. That
It's
might be it.
it's the antiseptic
When
wipes for the
when
com
wiped on the
mics.
microphone.
Looks a bit weird us just sniffing wipes, but
I thought it was coming
that's
from
not
the
it.
exonerate
That's
it.
not it. That is not it.
Listen,
I thought it was coming from
What
the
a lovely smell.
Dom,
I thought
is
it was
that
the
it?
air conditioning unit. I thought it was that. above
Maybe,
your head.
maybe
Who's
it's coming
hiding
from a
bottles
different
in there?
commentary box.
Oh, we're in the wrong one,
Alex
Julian.
Jake's next door, isn't it?
There's a green room next door, and if Alex is in there with a bottle of champagne, we know
It's
what's
wafting over.
Yeah.
Ah, that's what it is.
It's actually
Fantastic.
just Max doing his. He's got green
Practicing.
screen
He's
there.
practicing, isn't he?
Exactly, and he's just going to roll that film out every race.
Yeah, that's his pose. Whereas
Yeah, that's
George's
it.
was his hands against the wall last year.
Well, we were asking you what you do on your days off. Maybe that's
Yes.
Max. He's practicing the champagne spray.
Maybe so.
Have you got a good pose for this year?
Pose?
For the opening title?
So I did give George. I said, George, did you do it again? I think he was very strong on saying no, and I will never do that again. they changed it up. Have you seen the shots? But more dynamic, less hands up kind of
Is
thing.
it more blue steel?
Yes, apparently. So I actually asked the people that filmed that. We were in London filming it a month ago or so. Why did you choose that video of George? And apparently, I think it was to do with everyone's height, that only George, Esteban and me could do it. Thank God they chose George.
you were forced to do
so
that pose.
everyone has that pose. I think everyone's got it. So you can go. I'm sure they could easily have 20 drivers doing the
brilliant
whatever that thing is. But,
This is
We need
the
to
pterodactyl.
Exactly.
Alex, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you. And I know you're itching to go back and just keep an eye on what's going on. And we're looking forward to seeing you on track tomorrow. Not as much as I'm sure you're looking forward to getting out there, because you've got some C4 tyres to stick on, haven't you?
We do. I mean, I don't want to say it's pointless, but we're obviously not going to be using C4s over the weekend. It's good for us to get an initial understanding of the tyre, but it hasn't actually changed from last year. So we know kind of what's going on. It's more just glory run time, which is always fun.
And you managed to get through a testing commentary stint without your car ending in flames as well at the end of it.
That's very true, yes.
Oh, it was, wasn't it, before last time?
Yeah, I am cursed with coming on
He's
this
cursed.
stuff.
Every time he comes in here, yes, you've got it now, because every time you come in here, the cars stop on track. Or you go trackside, the cars stop.
Well, just don't come tomorrow, just stay in the hotel.
No, both of our curses have lifted. I was out watching on track earlier, no cars came out. I came up to do some commentary, the red flag fell and the session wasn't going to be resumed. But here we are, we've had a lovely session.
He's just told you to take a day off tomorrow, Jolien.
Oh, who am I going to curse this year?
Oh my, that's going to be it.
I'm a judge of it, Perez.
Rachel's passed me the sanitizer. I don't know. It smells of Zara, actually.
It does smell
Strange.
of Zara.
It smells of Zara. It's
Well,
funny.
I suppose she is a baby.
Zara smells of baby wipes. What are you doing here? I can't hear a word you're saying. Hang on. Could you just put her headset on? Because I can't hear you. Literally, I can't hear a word you're saying.
Spag bowl.
What do you want? Is it? Oh.
Maybe if you checked it once in a while.
What do you want to do? Yeah, that'll do me, yeah. Spaghetti bolognese. Yeah, yes, I'll have the spaghetti bolognese, thank you. Can we have some champagne with it as well? Oh, right, okay. Our box will smell of Italian diners then.
Woohoo!
Anyway, back to the business. People just randomly walk in nowadays.
Yes.
The on-air light means nothing, do they?
Not when it's there.
I could not hear a word she was saying. We wear studio headphones, so what that means is once you put these on, you can't hear anything.
This is why I have this.
That's why you have one ear on. I can't. Look,
I like to hear what's going on outside.
I look ridiculous.
You do look ridiculous.
With one ear off, I look ridiculous. Like
It's because...
said Vincent Van Gogh.
It's because I don't look ridiculous because I have literal tiny ears that are smaller than my nose.
Just waiting for you to get the joke. 13 seconds. That's a new one. Yeah. I do look ridiculous with one ear off. There we go. Not London or New York. That's New York.
Yeah, it's New York.
Anyway, back to business. How long's left? 2 hours 17. 17 minutes and you can leave.
Woohoo.
Adam will be joining and Ed Hunter.
I could not leave you alone. I literally, just before I came in, I just finished getting ready.
Yeah. Well, I was going nuts.
I know.
Also, sitting in front of that fire, I don't know if you find it as well, you just start yawning.
Yes.
Yeah, it's really hard. And now I
You
know
noticed
why.
I started to yawn?
Yeah. It's really hard not to. The fire just makes you go, ugh.
Because you're finally getting warm and just be like, sleep.
It's literally like, if sitting in the front of that fire, it's like you've had a shepherd's pie and 3 glasses of red wine. It's like,
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
That's a nice feeling, though.
It is a nice feeling, yeah. I now want shepherd's pie with a glass of red wine.
Well, I've got a
Maybe
bottle.
not with this.
I've got a bottle.
Yeah, you've got a bottle that you keep at the side.
I've got 2.
Oh, you've got 2 now, do you? Oh, you do have to, don't you?
Yes,
Oh,
I
yeah.
do have 2.
I was wondering why you're going through that one so quickly.
Because I don't have to worry because I have one other one.
Would you like to tell the ladies and gentlemen what happened at the British Grand Prix in 2021?
No.
They can already see it, and I've already said, so you may as
No.
well. Little miss,
Yeah.
I drank 5 glasses of red wine in a
Was
boiling...
that 5?
It was 5. 4, sorry. 4 glasses.
4 an espresso martini and something else I can't
That's
remember.
it. It was espresso. Yeah, no wonder you can't remember. You had about 6 drinks.
Blame our sister.
You had 6 drinks in the middle of the hottest summer on record.
Yes, I did.
And then you came into the commentary box of the British Grand Prix.
But was I good still?
The commentary box was roasting. As soon as you came in here, it hit you like a ton of bricks. The fan was there.
But was I good?
Megan, you could, in half the race, you could just see yourself going like...
I think I almost fell over.
You did almost fall over. And at one point, you were talking. You forgot to unmute your mic. You were analysing the crash of Verstappen and Hamilton when the red flag came out, and you hadn't unmuted your mic. And we could still hear you because we're on a different circuit. So we've got the talkback on all the time. So I can mute the mic and talk to Megan. But Megan never turned her mic back on.
Blame Kellyanne!
So she sounded like this. She sounded like that.
Blame Kellyanne.
Yeah, it was really ridiculous. Anyway.
But I'll tell you what, she makes a good espresso martini.
Hamilton, Ricciardo, Stroll, Sargent, Bottas, Magnussen. They're the cars out on the track at the moment. As they circulate, still no one set the different time. Oh, Red Bull front wing.
Do you know what I can't wait for? When it's hot in the summertime this year and it's them not come round.
Oh, yeah, that'd be fun. But can I say, I'm not looking forward to it. Do you know what? Not them coming round.
Because
the
of...
hot. Yeah,
because
we've got soundproofing there.
It's going to be boiling.
It's going to be... I'm going to be roasting.
You
And
need
that
a
thing,
fan.
that thing as well generates so much heat. I need a fan there and a fan there, I think. Just like a really powerful one. Or, and I'm genuinely thinking about it because they only cost 100. And yeah, I'm generally thinking about cutting a hole about here in the roof and putting an air conditioning unit in there on top of the roof.
I've seen too many stories about them falling to want you to
How
do
would
that.
it fall inwards?
Easily.
No, I'm generally thinking about an air conditioner. I can just stand here cool. Look, it's warm in this box already.
I'm quite cold.
That's just your personality. Anyway,
True,
Sainz,
but I'm also quite cold.
Oh, what's happened? The audio went dead for a second. Anyway, Sainz, Norris, Leclerc, Perez, Stroll, Bottas, Hamilton, Piastri, Sargent, Alonso top 10, Ricciardo, Zhou, Gasly, Ocon, Magnussen, Hülkenberg, Tsunoda, the 17 cars that are out today, Verstappen, Albon and Russell are not taking part today. They'll be in the car tomorrow. Albon's just been up in the commentary box. I wonder what does smell of champagne, because they certainly don't smell of champagne, and they're the same baby wipes that they've got there. Now, they use them to wipe microphones down. We use them to wipe the monitors down, because I would love to use a lip mic, but we use headsets, which means spittle ends up all over the monitors.
It does.
And you don't even mean to, it just happens. It's honestly a mess.
I don't think what smells of champagne.
I don't know either.
I'm going to look this up.
What could be causing a smell of champagne in a commentary box in the desert?
What?
Ricciardo's pulled off a lap time. He's got Stroll just behind him. That's why he's lifted off ever so slightly. Stays in 4th gear.
One of them could have had grapes.
Oh, I didn't think of that. Yeah, grapes. Now, it'd be the green room next door, as they said, where all the commentators hang out beforehand.
Either that or Albon just smells of champagne.
So you're telling me that one of the commentary boxes next door is a green room? They've turned a commentary box into a green room this weekend, which basically means they've got a desk full of food and chocolates and all that lot. Why can't our commentary box be filled like that?
Because it only happens at Le Mans.
That's true. No, there's room here, look, where we stand. If we move these 2 chairs out the way.
There is room. And I've just realised something with that car.
Or we get a little table on wheels and we can wheel it in and out under here. And
True, that would be
We can have
nice.
some snacks here and just go...
That would be nice.
Yeah.
I've just realised something.
What?
That car there.
The steak salver.
Yeah. What colour is it?
It's lime green.
What colour are green screens?
I know. The amount of fun we could have.
The amount of memes I reckon are going to go around from now on.
I'm surprised no one's done it yet, actually.
I'm surprised. Hold on. I'm going to see.
Has anyone put something on the car? Like, I don't know. Queen Elizabeth's face. Well, she used to wear that. She wore that green dress, didn't she? And everyone, did they put it in a sausage roll?
Yeah.
yellow finish work and I'm out. Hello, Troll. Welcome back. Welcome back. Oh, hello, Cones.
Cones?
Hello, welcome. Give us a wave. All right, no, never mind.
Greens.
Only 5 cars out on track. Hamilton, Stroll, Sargent, Bottas and Magnussen, as you can see on your driver trackers.
No one has tried it yet.
Well, we know what we're doing in the off week. Somebody put some green screen on that car. I don't know. I don't think it's big enough. It'd have to be like beans or something. Something stationary. Yeah. What time does Sainz have? Sainz's time. Here's a rundown for you because you just come back in. Sainz is on a 1:29.921. We are close to last year's pole time of a 1:29.708 set by Max Verstappen. And that was on the C4 tyre. Sainz set that lap time. Norris is second from Leclerc. Perez, Stroll, top 5 as well. But of course, Leclerc won't be going out for the remainder of the day. Norris put it in P2 with an impressive time. I'll leave those up for a minute as well while you just catch up on it all. We've got 2 hours, 9 minutes to go in this second day of pre-season testing. Good news, by the way, as I said, we have got our Twitch back. So JBMotorsports Twitch will be on tomorrow as well for the 3rd day, which is good because that's monetized as well.
Josh.
Yes, hello. Oh, Megan, I'm putting back us on Comcam now. What have you got? Parliament just passed Labour's call for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. Oh, wait, no, that was yesterday, 16 hours ago.
Yeah, that's after all the events of what happened last night in Parliament.
Let's hear from Uru Konomatsu, the team principal at Haas.
Sunday we completed our objectives, so I was really happy today.
So they have
slightly less productive. Program is going well, but of course we had the disruption earlier in the day, so we switched to Kevin a bit earlier than planned. Then I had a bit of a car problem, but now things going pretty well. We are learning things, so yeah, again, following on from a very good yesterday, today's been another good day.
I know it's the same for everyone with that red flag and everyone had lost time, but you still confident you get through all the program and all the learnings that you wanted to do?
90% I'd say, yes, yeah. I mean, both drivers driving pretty well, so again, that helps, you know. So no silly mistakes, and then no huge reliability issues, so we keep car on the track and then learning things, so it's been good.
And as the results, the data looking good? Because I know we've been at testing, it hasn't always been this smooth, but it's looking like it's going in a positive direction.
Yeah, so far what we've seen is encouraging. I'd like to be cautious, but yeah, I mean, this is the result of everyone working together, and then including drivers, you know, they're really on board with our program. And then, yeah, it's been a really positive experience so far.
So what has Nico and Kevin's feedback been when they've been in the car?
Positive, but still cautious, obviously, so I don't like to say too much before we prove everything. But yeah, honestly, so far it's a step forward, and then, but we know there's more to improve, but honestly, the best thing is we're working as one, you know, as a team, so it's great.
I know that you don't want to kind of get ahead of yourself, but when they're giving feedback, does it feel like, you know, you would have tried to make some changes to the car to improve a lot of things from last year? Are they coming back to you saying, yeah, these things have worked like we expected, you know, that early feel?
Yes, yeah, in short, yes. Yeah, obviously our biggest problem last year was our race pace, tire degradation. So far we've been completely focused on that. So we've been doing long run after long run after long run just to see what kind of things we can do to make the tire degradation better. And we are continuously learning and making improvements. So yeah, very happy.
And what's the plan for the last few hours of the day today?
Finishing off that program. So yeah, today we got a couple of more runs just to finish off the long run program. Then that would be a complete set of data.
Heading into the final day tomorrow, it's sometimes a chance for us to see performance. Are you going to keep focusing though on that kind of race progress, because that's what the area you really want to look at, or might we see some performance?
Yeah, I mean, so far we've been 100% focused on the long run performance. Again, we'll debrief tonight and then reassess where we are. And then, yeah, 70% I'd say minimum will be focused on high fuel. We made a bit more performance type run, but certainly that's not our forefront focus.
Now, I know there's obviously been a lot of change over the winter. You threw a lot at the development that you brought to Austin, and that maybe meant you want to play things down a little bit this year and be a bit cautious, like you said. What are the ambitions, though, heading into the first couple of races?
Yeah, again, you know, we knew we had to really make a significant improvement in our race performance, so that's what we've been doing. And then so far, we are making progress, so I'd like to think that we have a car that we can fight on Sunday. exactly where that is, I don't know. But certainly, if we can fight against, let's say, a couple of other teams, that's a step improvement from last year. So that's what I'm looking for.
And I know you've only been in the job a few weeks, but you're starting to see some changes, being able to feel like you're making kind of some steps forward?
Yeah, I mean, as a team, definitely, because like I keep saying to, in the other media, so we got good people, and then the reaction has been great. You know, I'm really grateful about that. Everybody's on board, aligned. Again, like I said, you know, this test program's been running very well because we're working better as a team. You know, everybody's playing their part, so I'm really happy for everyone.
Great stuff, Hey. Well, thank you very much for your time, and I hope the rest of the test continues to go smoothly as it's gone so far.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And back to Laura and Jolien in the commentary box.
Thank you very much indeed to Lawrence Barretto. And
so they did give Laura some commentary box. That's great. I was wondering when they would give her access. So it's in the comms box. Nobody at all just yet. What's the time over there in 9 a.m. Eastern? Yeah, we're fine. Now we're getting
9.
Yeah. What? Now we're getting serious. 129. This might actually be the year. Laura Winter.
Some sunny stuff here for us in the commentary box as well, Jane. How are you doing?
Those youths that call this golden hour.
Am I officially old now? I think I'm going to take it.
Yeah. The youth of today. It's a nice time, isn't it? So we got some lovely shots at this time. Then the sun will dip and the track should come alive for power hour. But for now, we can content ourselves with golden hour for the next while. We've had a nice afternoon of running. There's been some good low fuel stuff. There we go. Nice shot out of the commentary box. Oh, look at that. The dunes in the desert.
Yeah, that's the view we have here out of the commentary box. But we actually have a mountain of screens in front of us, so we're not quite seeing what you were seeing there on camera.
Well, I think you're better than me and Megan.
Yeah.
I mean, what can we see behind the screen?
Brick.
Yeah.
I suppose.
I mean, if we did it this way, we would have had the window.
Yeah, but the window's covered.
Yeah, but if we did have it that way, we would have had a window.
It would have been a lot of wires.
I did think, when we redid the commentary box, I did think about shifting everything either this way, or this way.
No, this is the right way.
Is it?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. Give them a plug sockets are there.
I would have escaped.
You would have got an extension lead.
That's the one. Can't even get my words out. I'm going to sneeze. Take over.
Right, so Danny Rick is currently on the screen making his way up to first corner. How does he take this? With caution, it feels. He took that with a lot of caution just then. Though, he's going to get a yellow sector one, I bet. You watch, he'll get green.
Possibly. Let's have a look. 28.854 from sights. 27, 28, 29, yellow.
Green. It's always the opposite of what I say.
Could have been purple. I'm really surprised as all. If it was purple, I could feel Zach Brown going, "It's purple!" Get that Red Bull 2022 car off the track. The Red Bull can't enter all that lot.
Yeah.
Zach Brown would have had a heart attack if it went purple. I've got a feeling, though, that race 1, it's going to be Verstappen on pole, Perez second, Ricciardo third, Tsunoda fourth.
That would be an interesting opening. A bird just tried to get
Saw that.
Danny Rick. That car just looks like a can to me.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Do you know what's really bugging me as well?
What?
It's last year's Red Bull.
Yeah.
It's just last year's Red Bull.
That sun is getting bigger.
And last year's Red Bull was still 2 seconds ahead of everyone else.
I know, it's okay. It's okay.
Ricciardo's going to jump up here to, I think, about 7th.
8th.
11th.
He does not change.
He's lifting off in that last sector. Look at the gap. He was so slow. 133, 106. They're running higher fuel loads. They do not want to show what they've got.
No.
This test for...
Of course they don't.
This test for RB, which is not Red Bull. This is RB, the AlphaTauri Toro Rosso. RB is now Visa Cash App RB, and they're just called RB.
Yeah.
So we've got Red Bull and RB. I like to think of it as RBT2. Red Bull Team 2. RBT2. So they have got last year's Red Bull, effectively, and don't need to do any testing. They have got all the data they can ever need.
They're just going to look back.
All they've got to do is let Danny and Yuki get used to it.
Okay. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something.
Adios?
No.
It was something about Danny Rick.
Cannot recall it.
What were we talking about before?
It was something along the lines of what we were just talking about.
Danny Rick, Red Bull, same car. They just got to look back. I said, yeah, but they've just got to test the car. Just got to let Danny and Yuki get used to it.
I do not know what I was going to say.
All right. Troll says, I have the feeling that everyone will be very close except Sauber and Haas. Yeah, they'll be at the back. They are at the back. They're not doing that well. Yuki's must have feels heavied.
I remember what I was going to say.
Go.
Okay. I would not personally show what I could do at testing.
Oh,
do you know why? Because then every other team knows what you can actually do, and then they'll try and prepare for that.
Well, exactly.
So
Everyone's sandbagging. But the thing is, everyone can tell via sound analysis whether you're on a high or low fuel load.
Yeah.
You like black, Megan? There's the supposedly colourful. It's just a car with it's carbon fibre with a couple of stickers on it for the Alpine.
I like this car.
You're the only person on the planet who does. Everybody hates the Alpine livery, especially because it's just carbon fibre.
I like it because it's majority got a nice sleek black
And
look.
do you know what
it
it
could
is?
be shinier though.
Do you know what the problem is? I can't tell if that's the pink version or the blue version that they brought out. I can't tell.
Pink.
I can't tell.
It's a pink version.
But they were both the same. It was the most underwhelming launch I've ever seen in my life. 40 minutes to basically be told, look at this gorgeous hypercar, which is beautifully painted in blue reflective paint with a lovely silver cover on the top of the car for the cockpit. And then look at this. We ran out of the paint budget, so we printed off some stickers from old Ken, stuck them on, and if the back comes off, well, I'll just do it like that and it'll be fine.
We're taking the Grand Tour approach.
They are. Well, Jeremy does, support Alpine, but it's so annoying. He bought them all beer when Esteban Ocon got on podium in Monaco. Lager, I should say.
Of course he
Or is
did.
it Hawkston beer or Hawkston lager? I'd like some of that. And I think even you would.
Put it on your list.
How expensive it is from the Diddley Squat Farm.
Still, put it on your list.
I'd like
We'll
to go.
see.
I'd like to go to the Diddley Squat Farm. There's something.
Put that on your list. We'll just create a list of things you want to do. Bucket list.
When you spy a quarter in a pie.
Okay, I don't know what it is about this app, though. That is me trying to do a 7, though it's not actually what I just did. It automatically changed for that. Because that's what I did.
Oh, change it back. It looks quite good as a logo.
I'll copy it then.
Yeah. It does look quite good, that. It looks like a swish. But that could be a fashion logo. That could be easily a fashion logo.
I'll just move it over here.
9D, whatever it is. Were you writing 97?
Yes!
Perez on a lap time. Fast sector 1, slow sector 2. But will he go third? 131, 461 on the C3 tyre for Sergio Perez. And he moves up into third position. Track's getting cooler. Oh, look! It's Hamilton. Not at all being truthful on the rumours that many people called him a traitor when he left. But
A lot of people did, yeah.
apparently people did call him a traitor.
It's just a team.
Yeah, but
Imagine a lot of those traitor comments were from Team LH.
I don't
What
know.
are they going to do now? They've spent so long dissing every other team and glorifying Mercedes just because Hamilton's there. What are they going to do now?
Well, not naming names, F1 Jordan on Twitter. He's already said, I'm so excited about Ferrari. But then when somebody said, yeah, but you see what you tweeted about Ferrari here, and here, and here, and here. It's like, yeah.
Like, they're not happy, they're just happy with the person, not the actual team.
Support Lewis Hamilton all you want, but some members of Team LH who think he's literally Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's worrying.
They have had some form of lobotomy. The same for Max Verstappen's fan club. And to an extent,
Everyone else's fan clubs are kind of chill.
Well, Lando Norris's fan club sometimes are a bit weird. And having now known some of them, yeah.
They can be taken in their stride. It's just the odd
Or
few.
kicked hard.
Weirdly, I think Leclerc's fan club are the most obsessive. Just, not even in just like, they're just obsessive about him.
It's a very weird sport, isn't it, Formula One?
Yeah. It's meant to be about the cars.
Do you remember when it used to be, oh, I support McLaren, I support Ferrari, I
Now
support
it's
Mercedes?
I support this person. It's like, what about the team? I don't care about the team. It's like,
Is it Drive to Survive? Or has it always been a factor? Or has Drive to Survive just sort of gone like, whoop, I'll take that to the next level?
I think Drive to Survive has influenced a lot of people taking sides with people. Before that, we didn't have any of this. Think about that.
Yeah. I mean,
Obviously, there was people were still favoritized people, but still, we didn't have it on this scale.
I think Drive to Survive's out tomorrow. Let's talk about it, actually, because we've got the episode titles somewhere online.
Oh, I wonder what this one's going to be.
I had it and I lost it. Hang on. Drive to Survive. No longer starring Gunther Steiner. He failed to survive. It was a slow poison. What is it? Here we go. So, episode 1, Money Talks.
Max.
Episode 2, Fall from Grace.
Lewis.
I better call Grace. Episode 3, Under Pressure, starring David Bowie.
Leclerc.
Chapter 4, episode 4, The Last Chapter. Which one are they executing? I think they're going to have to sacrifice Leclerc.
Nick DeFries.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's his one.
Episode 5, Civil War.
Who would Civil War be about? Oh, Perez.
Yeah. Episode 6, Leap of Faith. Episode 7, Celeste Lavelle. No
Gasly?
idea. Yeah, possibly. Episode 8, Forza Ferrari. Singapore.
Yeah.
Episode 9, 3 is a Crowd. Don't know. Episode 10, Red or Black. Vegas.
Oh, Freeze a Crowd. That could
Danny
be...
Rick.
Yeah, the Danny
Yeah.
Rick one, because there was 3 drivers.
Yeah. I feel like I've walked through a spider's web.
You don't look to have... You're fine.
No, good. Right, I want to say what the episodes are actually about. There was a breaking thing, and I can't find it now. Where is it?
I wonder if we've got any of those guesses right.
It does tell us what they're about. Here we go. Motorsport.com, I think, tells us exactly what is going on. I swear I've got like a million things flying at me.
No, you're fine.
Let's have a look. Box to Box Films. Oh, here we go. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
All 10 episodes are each built around one of the main narrative strands of the 2020 season. Max Verstappen's Red Bull winning all but one race. The makers had to seek their thrills elsewhere and lean heavy on off-track drama.
Alright.
Oh, dear. I'm sorry, I know I'm not entertaining it as Perez starts over, as the night starts to take over here. The third episode revolves around McLaren. Stands out with some delicious snark, with Red Bull's Christian Horner eager to twist the knife as Zach Brown's team misfires.
Could be Piastri, that one.
Yeah. It never tells us exactly what it is.
I suppose they want you to actually watch it.
Yeah, but there was definitely a... I can't... There was an episode to give us a title about what they all are and what exactly what is going to be in it. And I've lost it. It was on. I saw it yesterday and I can't see it now.
Check your internet history.
No, it's on. It was on the app, so I've got to find it on the app. But it gave us everything that we needed to know about it all. I've completely lost it. Anyway, Perez on the lap.
Oh, he's going a bit slow.
Is it race one, maybe?
Maybe.
Really can't find it now. Oh, that's so annoying. I'm going to try episode...
This is why I screenshot things.
Details. I could have loved the tweet, forgot about it. Do you know how long it's been? I'll check.
Maybe you did look the tweet.
I'm looking. Not that my phone wants to play with it. What?
What?
Star Trek Legacy's trendy. No, it's fine. It's fine.
I'm still checking.
Right, I know we're all on our phones, this is thrilling entertainment, but we are trying to find an information thing. Likes, here we go. Did I like it? No, I didn't.
Ooh, Game of Thrones is trending.
Bad Joshua. Bad. Missed that.
Bad. Where's Game of Thrones trending?
Carlos Sainz coming into the last corner. He's on C3 tyres, so he's not going to improve on his own best run, but he might just go touch faster. Let's have a look. No. 6 seconds off on a race run. Alpine livery reminds me of a bubblegum named Bubble. Look it up. It's the exact same. Is it? Hang on. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Blimey, it is. Bubblegum. It's exactly the same. Bubble Planet as well. Drive to Survive. Episode guide. That'll do it, won't it? Ah, here we are. I found the article. Woohoo! I found it. Brilliant. Right. Let's go through then. Drive to Survive episode 6. Episode 1. Money Talks. Lawrence Stroll will do whatever it takes for Aston Martin to become world champion, but his dreams could be over before the new season starts. The opening episode throws us into the world of Lawrence Stroll and his unwavering determination to elevate Aston Martin to the pinnacle of Formula One. The narrative is set against the backdrop of Fernando Alonso's high-profile switch to Aston Martin and Lance Stroll's battle with a pre-season injury, underscoring the team's tumultuous start to the year. You can watch that. You like Fernando. Episode 2, Fall from Grace. Hopes are high for Nick de Vries as he takes his first shot at Formula One. With the pressure mounting, he struggles to keep at the pace. Nick de Vries' journey to F1 is marked by early promise and subsequent challenges. His rookie season, filled with an anticipation following his third debut in 2022, takes a dramatic turn as AlphaTauri opts for a mid-season driver change, highlighting the ruthlessness of the sport. Episode 3, Under Pressure. McLaren has a lot to prove after last season as star driver Lando Norris's car lets him down yet again. He starts considering his options. McLaren's struggles for competitiveness laid bare, while Lando Norris facing recurring reliability issues. The episode delves into the team's mid-season resurgence and the evolving dynamics between Norris and his rookie teammate, reflecting on the pressures and loyalties within the F1 team. Episode 4, The Last Chapter. It's a battle at the back between Haas and Williams. While one team sticks with tradition, the other is ready to make a bold new moves. The contrasting fortunes of Haas and Williams from the crux of this episode, showcasing Williams' unexpected leap in performance and Haas's continued struggles, painting a vivid picture of the challenges faced by teams at the back of the grid. So that's the Guntersteiner episode. Episode 5, Civil War. It's about Alpine. Alpine's Esteban Ocon and Pierre Gasly have been competitive since childhood. Can they overcome their rivalry now they're at the same team? Alpine's internal dynamics take centre stage with the pairing of Vettel and Ocon and Pierre Gasly. Their long-standing rivalry and the team's multiple personnel changes add layers to the narrative, exploring the complex nature of teammates' relationships in F1. The last episode 6, Leap of Faith. Lewis Hamilton's been... Oh, hello. Leap of Faith. Lewis Hamilton's been loyal to Mercedes for 13 years, but winning comes first. And with his contract up for renewal, he has a tough decision. Hamilton's contract extension was a huge talking point of 2023. The British driver ultimately signing a 1+1 contract extension with the Brackley-based squad. However, it's now been confirmed that Hamilton will drive along for Ferrari, blah, blah, blah. Interesting. So I think we're all going to watch episode 6 first tomorrow.
Yeah.
To see what exactly Lewis Hamilton's up to. Testing starts, so I'll watch it in the break. Episode 7, Celeste Laville. An investment from Hollywood stars piles pressure on Alpine's management. Taylor Swift is in this one. Yeah, I know. But so is Ryan Reynolds.
Ryan Reynolds?
Yeah. An investment for Hollywood stars piles pressure on Alpine's management between frustrated drivers and disappointing results. Something has to give. Alpine's season is further complicated by high-profile investments and management changes, reflecting the intense pressure, and high stakes involved in running a Formula One team. The main change for the team was the exit of team principal Otmar Safnauer and sporting director Alan Permane, who's now moved over to RB. Forza Ferrari. In Italy, Ferrari is a religion, so when the team arrives in Monza, all eyes are on new team principal Fred Vasseur to make fans' prayers come true. The episode captures the fervent passion surrounding Ferrari, especially in Monza, with Fred Vasseur at the helm, striving to meet the lofty expectations of the Tifosi. Vasseur joined the team at the beginning of 22. So that's it. Probably they'll touch on Singapore as well. 3's a crowd, you're right. Danny Ricciardo is finally back at the circuit, but when an accident sends him to the sidelines yet again, a rookie reserve steps in to take his seat. Danny Ricciardo's tumultuous return to F1, marked by high hopes and unexpected setbacks, underscores the relentless challenges and the ever-present threat of replacement from that driver's face. After losing his seat with McLaren at the end of the previous season and taking a reserve driver role for Red Bull in 2023, replaced Nick de Vries last minute after just 10 races. However, the Australian racing return was short-lived after he broke his wrist. Episode 10, the last one, Red or Black. With the season nearing its end and the winner already assured, rivals Mercedes and Ferrari are locked in a fierce battle for second place. The season final focuses on the intense rivalry between Mercedes and Ferrari for the coveted second place in the Constructors' Championship. Red Bull and Max Verstappen have already secured the win for both the constructors and drivers. However, the battle for second continues to the end. So here's what's happening. Pretty boring year, really, but I think we'll all watch episode 6.
Yeah. We all shall. And I wonder when anyone else is going to join the commentary box, because I have stuff to do today.
I hope so too. You could have said something in that time.
Could I?
Yeah. You have a mic.
Yes, I do. The reason Legacy's trending is because it's Jerry Ryan's birthday.
7.
And it still hasn't been given the green light.
I know. Behind the mic,
what are they waiting for?
Matthew says, "Hello, Megan."
Hello.
You right?
Why hasn't it been given the green light? Everyone wants it.
They probably need to write a few episodes to pitch it first. Remember, there were Writers Guild strikes.
Even the actors are pitching it. Literally, I have seen Espila put in his captions, Star Trek Legacy.
Yeah, they want it. They want it. They'll do it. Down the inside, Perez passes Bottas. Didn't see which one it was. The lime green should have helped, but then again, because Perez has got lime green aero paint on.
Oh, that's annoying.
Look at the rear there. Look, there it is. Did we get the other angle? Come on.
I saw it.
You might get it through here. Yeah, there it is. Look there, on the floor. Lime green is going to be so bad. I don't get why we're having these.
I've never got aero on.
Yeah.
How do they know if they've got enough on?
I think it's all about they just splash it over the part they need, and then where it drags after, where the paint flies. This is Perez. Sparks up. Whoa! And Sparks hitting the halo for Checo. And this is him passing Bottas in the Sauber down towards turn 1. It's officially called now Kick Sauber, not Steak. It's Kick Sauber. Yeah.
kicks out.
There's a few kicks, I could say. That's almost certain.
It gets cold.
Heat is on.
Temperature is it outside?
7 degrees.
Drizzling.
And light rain. I could have told you that. Just look at the monitor. Track temperature over there in Bahrain, 27 degrees is the track temperature. Air temperature, 21 degrees.
Lucky them.
Humidity at 50%. No chance of rain, though.
Can't say the same about here.
Yeah, but it's sun setting, isn't it? So, wind at 8.3 kilometres an hour. It was at 13 earlier on there today, so it has decreased nicely throughout the day. But I think, are we going down for trackside? No, Sam Collins is technical. That's what I was hearing in my ear. I have no idea where anybody is.
No. Are they joining at all?
Well, Josh won't finish for another half hour, and then probably won't be here. It might be, don't know.
What time is it?
It's 9:30. What? I don't know. What, in Bahrain?
9:30. Not in Bahrain, in East.
Adam is here quite a lot Friday, though. He has a day off.
Sleepy.
Expected Ed. Come on, Ed, over here. It's like, also, we're not getting much sleep at the moment with all this, so it's like really pushing forward, isn't it? Although I am going, there's nothing else on tonight. It's Thursday, right?
Yes.
Yeah, there's nothing else on tonight, so I'm going for a nice long nap.
Okay.
Also, I've got a bone to pick with you.
Why?
Well, you went in the shower last, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. And what did you use in the shower? Your
Shampoo and conditioner?
Yes. Not much the shampoo, but do you know what conditioner does when not rinsed out of a bath?
No.
It sticks to the floor and makes it A, very slippery, and V, very greasy and grimy. And also, when you put on it, it burns if it's been left too long because it removes it puts the acidic on the bottom. So if you put it in hot water and get in it, it starts burning your skin. Guess what I did for like 20 minutes this morning at 5:45 in the morning? With a shower head, just trying to get it all off and rinsing it out.
Well, I have that problem too, you know, from other people.
No, it's fine. Because guess what actually happened?
What?
I got in the bath thinking, oh, it's all okay. Started slipping around and burning. I had to get out of the bath and put the shower on and go like that to wash my hair and go like that because I couldn't stand in the bath. I had to tell Mum at 6 o'clock in the morning when she went for her bath, you might want to clean it out. You know, like properly give it a scrub and all that lot. Because I was running out of time.
Never usually has this problem.
It's because you went in last and nobody washed it out. So it stuck to the bottom.
Because you usually go, like, in the bath at night.
Yes.
You have 2 baths a day.
Well, I have a short bath in the morning. That's an hour. And I have a long bath in the evening, which is 4 hours.
I've watched a Star Wars movie in the time you've been in the bath before.
If I had a jacuzzi, I'd be a very happy person.
You would be.
I'd just be in it all the time. I'd be commentating from the jacuzzi.
You would be. Remember when we were little, we had a pool and you never wanted to leave it.
Yeah, you ruined that by being grass into it all the time.
It was literally on the grass. How do you expect me not to do that?
I put a carpet down for you to get in and out of.
And I still did that.
You ran across everywhere.
I was a child.
I miss paddling pools.
I don't.
Oh, I do. They were nice to relax in. Nice hot day, jump in the cold.
I miss jumping.
Forget ice bug challenges. You've never been in a paddling pool. Freezing. You do 2 strokes. It's all right when you're in.
I remember when we got too overexcited and just jumped in a pool and it's like, oh wait, it's still got muck in it. It's freezing. We were very young at that time.
I remember getting in it and it was bright sunshine and it clouded over and it went really cold and I was like, oh, I've just spent 3 hours doing this. I'm not getting out. So I sat perfectly still, freezing. I actually said to Mum, Mum, I'm not, I said, Mum, I'm not getting rid of this. Could you just put the kettle on and just put some hot water and take it in the thing? I was like, I'm not moving. I spent 3 hours putting this up. I don't care if
Just
it's
like,
clouded over.
we've just put this up. I am not wasting that time.
Yeah, it was exactly that. We'll have to get a little one, I think. For Zara and Elliot. This little tiny one.
Like the one I used to have when I was like 4.
Your car?
Yeah, the car one, which I used to have loads of little like, what they called, the balls.
Plastic balls, yeah.
Plastic balls, yeah. It's like I used to have loads of them in there. I used to love that.
I liked it when we put when you got that slide and we put it in the water.
Yeah.
That was good. Literally, we had a paddling pool and Megan got a slide like a couple of weeks before, didn't you?
Yeah.
Still brand new. So, brand new paddling pool. We put the slide in the paddling pool and you had a slide in the pool. And it was so fun.
Thing is, we also had a trampoline. So
Yeah.
sometimes we used to very painfully jump in the water.
Sophia Flash! I'm going over to Alex.
Now belongs to Laura Winter.
It does indeed, and I'm delighted to introduce Sophia Flörsch as well. Formula 3 driver with Van Amersfoort, and of course part of the Alpine Academy as well. Welcome along. We are 4 deep in the commentary box at the moment. It's cosy, we're going to enjoy this. Sophia, welcome along. How are you doing?
I'm doing really good, thanks. It's a little bit strange to be like on test days, just watching and not driving myself, but it's really interesting. I'm enjoying to be here.
And of course, what have you made so far of the 2 days almost we have had of testing here?
Well, joined all the meetings. Actually, it's the first time for me on like F1 test days as well. So a lot of driving, listening to the radio communication, obviously, and then also joining the meeting. So yeah, it's really similar to junior classes, just a lot more in detail, obviously, and a lot more engineers, a lot more departments going into more detail. So yeah, learning a lot and happy to be here.
It is a big change in terms of when you're racing in Formula 3. Here you have the support pit lane.
Yeah.
So it's in the back, but it's a small group of people.
Yeah.
The flyaways, and then suddenly you've got loads of voices.
Yeah.
Granular detail. Tell us about the actual step up in terms of the detail that the Formula 1 teams would go into compared to a briefing with one of your Formula 3 teams that you've been racing with.
Yeah, you know, normally you have like one engineer per car in junior classes, and then you have like a chief engineer or a data engineer who's like overlooking all 3 cars, and because in F3 you have like 3 cars per team. And then obviously, yesterday evening in a debrief of the whole day, you know, you have like the drivers obviously talking, but then you have the performance engineers of each car talking, and then you have like all the departments. So it's like the aero department, the controls department, and so on and so on. And that's different to my world still, let's say. It's just not that detail driven, and obviously also it takes more time to actually look into the data and so on, because you don't have live telemetry and so many engineers doing stuff at the same time, you know.
Data overload then, completely
Kind
coming
of,
into this
kind
one.
of.
Absolutely.
Did it surprise you when you've had a look into Formula 1 after being in Formula 3, obviously, and when you open that engineer's office and you just see computers everywhere, and engineers looking at squiggly lines on every single one of them, and there are engineers looking at the aero data, the power unit performance, every single aspect. There is someone controlling, rather than, as you said, what you're doing, where you've got basically people looking at your speed trace and your gears and working out how to go faster. Of course, the big difference is that these cars are upgrading and changing the whole time.
Yeah, so I think, I mean, it kind of has to make sense, you know, that there's a lot more people in an F1 team, a lot more engineers looking into details. I mean, they can adapt the car, they do the car from like zero on. And in F3 you kind of have zero chassis, you have the same engines all over the grid, so you cannot tune and change so much as in F1. So it makes sense, obviously, and it's great. It's like a whole spectrum of people trying to get the maximum out of every single part of the car.
And Formula 3 for you last season as well. How do you reflect now?
Yeah, well, first of all, obviously, it was great to come back into formulas. I mean, I had a little break doing endurance racing, which was great fun as well. Obviously, 24 Hours of Le Mans is one of the greatest races ever. But I was really happy to be able to actually come back in F3 and really enjoyed it. I mean, yeah, we finished in points, which was kind of the goal with PHM together. It was a complete new team. So yeah, we finished in the points. Red Bull Ring kind of got taken away, but in Spa. So yeah, happy to be in F3 again with Flammersford, who is a for sure better team, or like they had a better performance last year, and we'll see what we can do this year. But yeah, happy to get the season started next week actually.
And with that in mind then, how has your winter been? How's the off-season been? How's training been in preparation?
Good. We had some training camp with Alpine some weeks ago, and obviously I did Macau end of last year in November, which was amazing to go back to again. It's always a pleasure to do the World Cup in Formula 3. But yeah, it wasn't actually that long to be fair, so yeah, just hyped to go get racing again and have Bahrain and Australia now.
Where was training camp? What did it?
So we went to Tenerife, and it was actually warmer than it is in Bahrain, so it was nice.
Beautiful.
Yeah, Tenerife is better. Anyway, sort of like to hear from Sophia Flörsch for a little bit. 90 minutes to go then. And technically an hour 20, because the last 10 minutes is a safety car red flag procedure, where the safety car is going to get deployed on the track and everything. We'll get it all sorted and all that. 5 hours. Why, Niels Vintage? It's just, why did we get that? I know why we got the hour back, but can't we just have half an hour today and half an hour tomorrow? Or extend tomorrow's sessions half an hour each way? Why did we have to have a full-on hour? We could have had a 2-hour lunch break. The lunch break's not long. The lunch break is not long enough for me. It's 50 minutes long. Do you know how many people drag me left and right, going like, oh, well, can you do that? Can you do that? I sat down in my chair at 10:35. I had to be back in the box at 11:55. 10:55, sorry. I was like, ugh. I've eaten the packet of crisps though. One of those interviews a while ago. Just done. All gone. Still, into the last 90 minutes. It's an old practice session. 90 for an hour and a half. Yeah. Tomorrow, another 8 hours. But back live on Twitch. So, bearable. I must admit, thank you to Matthew for letting us do this on USON. It's absolutely brilliant to keep it on YouTube. I was very key for that to happen. And we've also been on Facebook, and we've also been on Instagram as well. We might just keep on. Actually, we've been saying we might just keep Instagram like it is, because then we can nick clips from it. So I might set up Instagram for all the others we do, like MotoGP and that one, and Formula E. Just may as well.
Yeah.
Get it live. Just advertise. I mean, there's not many people who does 5 hours in this case Instagram lives.
It's quite a long time. That's why.
Maybe we should go live on Instagram more often in terms of just like random stuff, like behind the scenes of the commentary box, like that. You know, like, or when we do the Grid Network Tonight shows and all that, and when we just do that, like who's doing what, where. Are you still filming that vlog in Bahrain?
I don't know.
You say you said you were going to film the behind.
It's a kidding.
Megan's here because she said she didn't want to leave me on my own in the commentary box. What help she's being.
Yeah.
You're watching kittens.
Kittens are cute.
Is that drinking milk?
Yeah.
Talk amongst yourselves.
I mean, can't tell me that's not cute.
It's a cat.
It's a kitten.
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 It's a kitten, which is a cat.
Yes.
It's a cat.
It's a baby cat. A kitten.
It's a cat.
Yeah.
Cats aren't nice when you've been had to go out by one. Which I have.
What cat had a go at you?
I went to that Doctor Who convention, do you remember, the Doctor Who Live, and there was cat people. And fish vampires. And scarecrows. And Daleks. And Jadoon. And Cybermen.
Do you know Uncle Keith's had a cat scratches?
Yeah. Yeah.
You wouldn't think we've had a cat there enough.
Cybermen.
I know.
Literally as close to me as I am to you right now. Like standing next to me, Cybermen. I had a Jadoon scam me.
Human or non-human?
What do you think?
Non-human.
Two heart woman. By the way, we're convinced Megan has 2 hearts. She has literally a separate heartbeat on this side and on this side.
I do.
I want a stethoscope. Why has nobody bought me a stethoscope?
Okay, maybe we'll get you a stethoscope.
I want to hear if you have two hearts on.
Thing is, it's not just you who's heard it.
No, David's heard it, Mum's heard it. You have some sort of echo on this side of your chest compared to this side.
Nan had an echo.
Yeah, I know. I've got it recorded. Oh.
Maybe I just have what Nan has. It's
No,
louder.
You can't see it.
It does seem to go... My heart rate, even when I'm still, seems to go really fast. And I don't... The thing is, when I feel my pulse, it doesn't.
I mean, we could find out if you're a Time Lord.
I think I'll wait. We'll see if I live 300 years.
Regenerate.
Hold on. It's like...
Yeah.
I'm feeling my pulse right now.
Doubled.
It's fine. The thing is...
Sounds like more of an echo on the heart.
What? Whereabouts on here are you meant to hear your pulse? If people did that, could they still hear it?
Oh, no,
I mean,
here.
feel it.
I don't know. Talk to a doctor.
They might section me. Or put me in for experiments. It turns out to be true.
You do realise that at least half the population of the world at this current time have two hearts.
Yeah.
Some
Some
have
have three.
You knew where I was going with that. Let's see if the chat can work it out.
Yeah.
Let's have a look into the last corner. This is on board then with, well, Sainz is ahead, and this is on board with Sargent. And Sainz is into the pit lane, actually, so he's bailed out a bit. Sun has officially set here in Bahrain. We are now into night action. And this is the holy hour. Because it's go, go, go. They're all now going to properly be on time attacks. Sargent's out there on a set of C3? Well, I want to say C4, but it's not. It's not. He's out there on C2, it looks like. Yeah, it's C2
Strange.
tyres for Sargent. Do you reckon Williams could be a midfield team this year compared to the others?
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, NASCAR coverage this weekend. USON, for you listening as well. Matthew has all the action from everything on the Mixler app. I know we're live here for the race as well. And live on JBMotorsports Twitch, delayed on YouTube and everything. But qualifying will be shown as well as the race. Now, there's no practice session, so qualifying, we're sort of trying to find out the time, whether it be NASCAR Radio or us. Either way, it'll be streamed. And then the race itself, we're all getting ready for Atlanta as well on the Super Speedway. You making an appearance this Sunday for Atlanta?
What date is...
Oh!
I will probably be doing work.
Science is locked up coming into the pit lane. Speeding in the pit lane, 50,000 fine. Oh, wait a minute, it's testing, doesn't matter.
I have a report due on the 26th.
Ah, okay. Fair dues. Fair dues.
And then an individual publication due on the 1st.
Yours is a lot of work, isn't it?
Yeah. Very tiring work. It's so tiring.
How long's left? Hour 22. Technically an hour 12.
Yes.
As I say, the last 10 minutes is a safety car test. Don't know which safety car it is, though.
I wish someone else would join.
Where's Crofty? Crofty's not doing 3 races this year. How much do you think we could tempt him back? Maybe not in race 1, but in race 2 that he's off in Austria. How much do you think we could tempt him to come on for Austria? Just have Crofty in the commentary box.
That would be funny.
Now we're getting a fight.
Over who's talking, yeah.
Yeah. I'm the lead. No, I'm the lead. No, I'm the lead. It's lights out. It's action. It's lights out. It's action in Austria. Tomorrow we get our first start, you know. You've got to join us for that, haven't you?
I don't know. But
let's have a look. It's time to focus on health. The caffeine. Yeah, so she's pouring away the coffee and then picks up a large glass, I presume. Yeah, there you go. I agree. So, Sainz on a 129.921. He's in the first sector. His first sector time is 31.329. Second sector coming through turn 12 now. It's a 42.232. So, Sainz is on a long run on the medium tyres, I think. No, he's on C2. We can't tell what half the tyres are on. I think it's C2. Hang on. We've got to hand over to the world feed because something's going on funnily.
Let's get Brazil and Japan 2016 up on testing, just to relive some of Jolyon's finest hours in Formula One machinery.
This is why I do testing coverage, really, just to get a few of these brilliant nuggets from my career out there in the dull moments.
Keep yourself relevant. We love it, Jolyon.
Nice bit of revisionist history. I like it.
Look back at the stats and it was actually such a bog average drive. Don't look too close. I felt good at the time, all right?
Sophia, look, we're looking at Alpine as well.
Hamilton's locked up down at turn 7 and 8, so Lewis has made a little error out on the circuit. As they continue on the attack and on the push run. Should be quite a fun session, actually, this. It shouldn't be as difficult as you think. What do you think, Megan? What are you looking at? You've sent it to me now as well. All right, fair dues. I'll have a look in a minute. Hang on. It's all action here, isn't it?
I think someone needs to cause a yellow.
Megan is just... Are you an anarchist or something? What do they call it? It's like going like... let's have a crash. Let's have a big crash right now.
I don't know. Let's have a crash. Come on.
Unbelievable.
It's just silent now. Do you know why? Because no one's doing anything. We're just watching Ricardo.
Ricardo's coming across the line. Formula One have been texting as well across the line. Come on, Ricardo. Oh, look at this. Fastest sector 1, fastest sector 2 for Ricardo. 29.542, 39.784. Ricardo's 11th at the moment. Does he finally break into the top 10 on the C3 tyre compound? He breaks into 9th. 132.412 for Danny Ricciardo in the RB.
Man, it took him ages.
I nearly said AlphaTauri. It's the RB, the V-carb. V-carb.
RB.
It's a confusing one, isn't it?
It is. It is very confusing.
It's just it's all mind-boggling when trying to get it all sorted. Anyway, Magnussen 15th at the moment, gonna keep on the attack and on the push. 28.854 for Sainz. What's Magnussen's first sector delta time as he turns in? Takes in a hard line through turn 3, gets back on the power out of 4. And he's down by about 2.139 seconds in total. So that is upsetting. I'm just hearing Sophia Flörsch in the background. So, you watch, everyone's going to be here for the last hour.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Does mean that you can escape though. Thank you for turning up.
It does mean I can escape.
Thank you for turning up.
You're welcome. It also means I would have held the bathroom in for like 2 hours.
Had the what?
Bathroom.
What?
I need blue.
Oh, right. Oh, well, hang on a minute. When don't you need to go?
True.
I'm worried about this lead. Hang on. No, it's fine. Magnussen 6.113 seconds off the pace at the current moment in time. As he comes into the last corners, turns 14, and look, Kink at 15. That isn't actually a corner, but because I don't even know why it's called a corner. It's a 14-course track. Why they call it 15, I have no idea at all, because it isn't a corner. It's a no corner. Magnussen 7.7 across the board. Yeah, why is turn 15 a corner? It doesn't exist.
I do not know.
Does not exist, honestly. Turn 1 exists. Turn 2 exists. I'd argue turn 3 doesn't. Turn 4 does. Turn 5 doesn't exist, turn 6 does, turn 7 does, 8 does, 9 does, 10 does, 11 does, 12 does, 13 does, 14 does, but 15 doesn't.
It's like they just decided, you know what, let's make it to 15.
How's it going, boys? Well, we're up to 15.
Hooray!
It makes no sense. It's just, it boggles the mind. Let's play Boggle. Have we got Boggle?
Kelly Anders.
Ah, excellent. Esteban, Esty Bestie, down the back straight away. He's fastest in sector 1 and 2, and his personal best 25.709, 39.648. Can this be some enchanted evening for Esteban Ocon?
No.
Across the line? What's his time? Up into 10th, 110. Sorry, 132.566 for Esteban Ocon, up into 10th place in that Alpine.
We made it into the top 10.
Get a photo of last year's F2 car, put it alongside the Alpine, and tell me there's a difference. Corporate wants you to find the difference between these two images. They're both the same. Never give up. On the back of Sergio Perez's helmet. Ironic. Will Buxton is down in the pit lane at McLaren. He's got some latest news for us.
McLaren at the moment, Will.
Thank you, Laura. Lando Norris out of the car and just having a chat, and doesn't look like he's going to be going out any time soon, and that's because the engine cover is off, the torches are out, and everything is getting taken to pieces. The boys literally up to their elbows. And if we take a little step to the side and have a little look at what's going on, it appears to be around the fuel port. So on the side of the car, there's the little port where the nozzles go in and they can take fuel out, put fuel in. They've just taken off, I think, you can't see because they're all in the way of it, but they've actually removed that panel from the side of the car and literally delving in all the way down deep into the underbelly of the car. And when you see torches out and this kind of work, it's definitely not a scheduled setup change or anything like that. A bit of an issue down here. Not entirely sure what the issue is. We're not getting any confirmation from McLaren on that at the moment. But still, Lando looks calm. Team is clearly not going to the run plan. But no major panics down here at the moment. They will, however, want to get him out on the track. Wind is picking up, temperature is dropping. We are in the golden hour. Hopefully going to see some quick runs, but as you guys have already touched on, no C4 tyres for either Alpine or McLaren. So we're not going to see any glory runs. We may not see any more runs at all for Lando Norris today.
Oh, so that's out for Lando. What a shame.
Oh, wait, no, I've got it now.
This is a test message. That's just appeared on the timing towers. Okay.
I've got it now,
Okay, Megan's gone hold of it. Nice. Boom. Well done. Bottas is 6 seconds off the pace at the moment on a run. So race simulations, Megs, at night. Makes sense as to where we're going to race next week. Just get some race data. Oh, are we both not talking? Okay.
No, we're not talking.
Could you just take it to... Oh, Bottas coming into the pits. Could you just take it for a second while I just get revise this?
Okay, so Bottas is now making his way into the pits. And no. Bottas, do you know what? Thank you for that flutter back there, just going to pick that up. But do you know what you have? You have a pocket inside your car for where your visors can go. You do not just... Oh, I'm just going to take this off. You do not just fling it out of the side of the car. No, because not only is that bad for the environment, but also it could get into someone else's car, meaning that it could damage another car, meaning more money. Someone could also end up slipping on it. You have a pocket for a reason. Use it. Right there.
She's
it's like, la.
Second rant of the day. First rant of the Formula One nature of the season.
I do not understand why none of them just use the pocket.
I don't think I can actually give you a lip microphone because they're ribbon. They might you scream into it. It's a higher decibel than me.
Exactly.
Yeah, probably break.
Use the pockets.
Here's Logan Sargent. Better? Megan, eat this, not you when you're hungry.
No, I'd rather stay hungry.
It's a seal bar.
Stay angrier.
Bark like a seal. I thought you legit might just go like that and take out my hand. Okay, fine. Aston Martin of Stroll passing the Sauber of Bottas. They are side by side on the track. It's getting already hard to tell the liveries apart, isn't it, this year? It's a bit difficult, especially when it gets night racing. You have to it's really a struggle. The Aston's sort of like a dark green, isn't it? The British racing green.
Yeah.
So it's difficult when under lights to tell who's who. But we get there, we manage. Driver tracker helps a lot. Gotta admit that. The driver tracker helps massively to tell who's who. It was Bottas pulls to the inside, side by side in the straight, and gets ahead.
I guess what I'm buying, Zara.
Yes.
Let's put her in a starfish.
Like if Maggie Simpson. Oh, it's turned her upside down. Combox, right, let's go back over.
Ish and quali would be amazing.
I'm gonna look
and then just go from there and see what we can do. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to Rapper Ring again, which is my favorite track off the calendar. And then in the end, the season is long, so we'll see.
Yeah, we can't wait to see what happens.
Cross your fingers.
Points aplenty, I'm sure. Fighting for podiums, we'll see. Thank you very much to you, Sophia, for joining us. Thanks to Jolyon as well for an almighty stint in the commentary box. And just as Power Hour is beginning, we will bid you farewell and goodbye. Alex Jakes will remain alongside me, but we might swap seats, Jakesy, I think.
It's fine. I'm over it. It's fine. Poor old Palmer gets his name on Power Hour, but doesn't get to commentate on it.
No, he did not, I'm afraid not. Alex, while we've got you in the pundit seat, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions on what you've seen over the last 2 days. Yesterday, when we sort of rattled through who were not the winners and losers, only day one of testing, for goodness sake, but perhaps those who'd had a good day and those who'd had a less good day, we put, obviously, the likes of Red Bull, RB, McLaren, Ferrari, Aston, Mercedes, to an extent, up towards those who'd had a good day. Williams, obviously, not a good day. For today, for day 2, what are you thinking? What does that pecking order look like? And would you be as brave as Will Buxton was as to put it out on Twitter?
Absolutely
on
not.
social media.
Absolutely not. Following Buxton on social.
He's
not
nailed his Constructors' Championship to the...
Is he going to do it every night? He's going to do it every night?
I think so, yeah.
He put Mercedes 6th.
I think he did, yeah. I think he did.
That's not going to be right, is it?
No. Are you going to join Megan tomorrow, by the way, in the last hour tomorrow?
I don't know.
Because it is time for our yearly game of write down wherever you think everyone is in the pecking order.
True.
It's true. So what we'll do is we'll write what we all think in the message, and we'll upload it as a separate video as well. And after that as well, we seal them away. So I've actually got a pad this year. Look, there we go. Look. So write down Joshua, Megan, and all the rest of the team as well. They'll pick what order they think will be the top 10 in terms of the team running order. We'll seal that away, and at the end of the year, we'll open it up again and see who's right and who's not. And the last show of the year.
True. You can do that.
Yeah, we did it last year, didn't we?
Okay, this is 6 to 12 months. I think she's not even 4 months back. Look at that.
She's bigger than that.
No, she's not. This is 6 to 12 months.
Oh, yeah. I thought she's 7 months. She's 4 months. How old is she?
Hold on, I'll count the months. November, 1.
She's 3 months old.
Yeah, she's 3 months, almost 4 months.
Hang on, she's sitting up like that, but 3 months. She's advanced. They don't do that until 7. Our baby's advanced.
She also turns over to watch for TV.
She's definitely one of us.
Yeah.
Is it bad I've already got a headset? I think this headset's bigger than her head.
I think it is. Why do I want to buy this? It look cute.
Seriously?
Yeah. It comes with a little pretend camera.
Can you tell, by the way, Megan is now a auntie. I'm an uncle. And Megan is absolutely...
It comes with a little pretend camera. Elliot could use that.
He's got a real one.
I know, but...
Right, okay. Megan's going nuts buying clothes for baby's hour. Let's have a look.
Isn't it cute?
How much is it?
$13.99.
I'd get the 12 to 18 months because then she can use it next winter.
True! There's 4 of them left in stock.
Have a word with Kellyanne. She's just going to buy it. She's going to go in. When she check her heads off and go, that's it, bought, done, ordered.
I'll send a picture of it
Could
to
be
Kellyanne.
it could be her birthday present.
True! Because it would be cold. Because she's born in winter time, almost.
What, November?
Yeah, autumn. Late autumn.
Is it? I thought it was
Yeah,
winter.
winter doesn't start until like mid-December.
Really?
So it'll be the perfect timing.
Well, why is Christmas in the bleak midwinter then? Yeah. Confusing, isn't it?
It is a bit confusing.
Halfway out the dark. Are you sure?
Yes, I am very sure.
Are you sure?
I am sure.
Okay. This is why they don't team us up on solos anymore. This is why either Josh or Jess or
Someone
Omi
needs
or
to be
Al
there
Jackson-
to diffuse it.
Yeah. Get us back on track.
But I should get the 12 to 18 months one because then she can have it during the months of winter and not just during the months of summer where she'll just be boiling hot.
That's true.
And then she can use the camera thing a bit more. She can play with it.
Really got a nerve trapped in my neck. It's these headphones, wear them for days on end. An hour 5 to go, 4 hours down. Now, usually this would be the normal end of the session.
Yeah.
So, what you're going to see over the next hour is pretty much extra time in a football match. It is extras. That's what we're going to have.
And it's a rabbit.
Yes.
She loves rabbit.
Does she?
Well, she has a little rabbit toy thing. That teddy thing, and so does Elliot.
She's 3 months old. She likes TV.
Yes, she does.
She's definitely one of us.
Yeah.
So,
She glared at Kellyanne and Dan when they turned it off.
She did, didn't she? I can't wait. I'm going down there because we're Donington Park. So, get to go down there, see them. Might stay an extra day, actually. Legit might stay an extra day.
They would not complain.
I might go down very early Monday morning, just so I can spend as much time as possible with her.
I'll just be like, okay, she's teething now, so...
Just empties that with a calendar, just throw it to you and David.
No, but she was cooking dinner at the time.
Oh, I'll cook. I'm not letting... Well, actually, Dan's a good cook. I want to experience Dan's cooking, so I might let Dan cook.
He is a very good cook.
I want to cook. Bottas! Who put a very questionable Instagram photo out of him skipping. Do you
Yeah,
remember?
he had clothes on, right?
He did have clothes on.
Good.
But the reflection of the shadow.
Oh, that! I feel like he does this on purpose.
Yeah, he does, definitely now.
He definitely does not do this accidentally.
Yeah. That's to be Bottas. Which is what they've started calling him, the drivers. You can see why. I mean, if you will go standing naked in rivers, fishing in a mountain, and then lying in a river naked. There's a Valtteri Bottas calendar where he's just got his backside out everywhere, even in public. And it's on the wall! No, but we should have got it. It was a charity. It would have been hilarious.
It would have been
We could have
hilarious.
shown it on stream like, oh, this is February.
No. That is, we are not allowed to.
I don't actually know, because Sky's shown it on air.
No. I'd say that's a no-go for us.
We're not actually on our own channel right now.
No.
Perez has set a personal best. Sector 1, 29.109. Sector 2 is a 39.393. Sector 3, looking good here for Checo. Can he get ahead of the Ferrari and the Mercedes and McLaren? No, 131.273. Check what? Oh,
He's
the
on-
chat.
Yeah.
What, is anyone in the box?
I don't think so, but I really hope someone is.
No one's there. Get off. My phone. No one's online. Oh, Ed is. Ed might be coming in.
If so, it means I can leave and go to the toilet.
You can go. I don't need to be...
I don't want to leave you on your own.
Just throw it to them. It's an hour. How long? Just go to the bathroom. Or wait for the next interview.
We shall see.
What?
We shall see.
Right, okay. Ferrari, that's Sainz passing Sargent. I think Sargent's coming into the pit. He is coming into the pit lane. Yeah, he's flashing his engine recovery light. So Sargent dives back in.
Imagine hearing that.
I can see. Could you just remind me to get new shoes? This is killing me. They're just so flat on the concrete floor.
Use the other one.
What are the ones? The ones I've got a hole in it because I've been going shuffling feet.
No, your red ones.
Oh, I don't want to damage them.
Suffer.
Yeah.
Until you get new ones.
Give me your shoes.
We're not the same size.
No, we're not.
I've got small feet. They're a size 4 or 5. Kellyanne's shoes are bigger than me.
And yet you're taller.
Yes. It is an odd thing. Mum still steals my shoes.
I'm really annoyed about the Common Sports camera at the moment. Can we just shuffle that way a bit? Thank you. Anyway. Megan, face it, you've lost. Okay, that wins. Science is just... They're not pushing, they're on long runs. This is not what I'm getting. Tomorrow afternoon, they'll be pushing like crazy, won't they? They'll be going there, going like, okay, let's put C5 tyres on, go for glory runs in the last hour. But they're all on race simulation runs. There's actually nothing to talk about. Science has done 14 laps on these tyres. Norris has done 9, same as Perez, and they've both gone back into the pit lane. Stroll is on hards, 7, same as Bottas. Hamilton's just come back on the track on new tyres, actually. Here comes Sainz up to the line. What's his race simulation pace? 7.377 off the pace. 1 hour to go in the session.
And no one's joined!
Technically, only 50 minutes left because the last 10 minutes is a safety car procedure. It's 10 past 3. Kind of guessed no one would join.
Join.
It's testing. We're not on the main channel.
Still.
Yeah, I think we could do it. Do you remember when we had to do, when I gave the team the week off after everything we did, Formula E Rome and IndyCar Toronto? That worked okay. Look at how Lewis is on. Lewis must be on time attack. What tyres is on? He's on C3. This must be a time attack for Lewis. Has to be. It's his last run in the car at night. This is going to be Lewis's glory run.
Hopefully. Otherwise, it's not going to really get
George has got the car tomorrow, in the morning. The one in the afternoon, maybe, because I think Lewis has got the morning. That Mercedes sparking like crazy. I'm getting flashbacks to proporting. Look at that, over the bumps as well. If I can demonstrate proporting with you, it's like going like this.
Yeah.
Just wanted an excuse.
Yeah, it's like this.
It's very difficult, isn't it, to eliminate proporting in these. He's only 2 tenths on science then.
Especially when there's bumps.
Is it bad? Well, okay, eliminate the tyres because the C4 is 2 tenths quicker than the C3. Hamilton's on the mark.
Proporting.
Yeah, I know. So remove Sainz's time. That's on the C4. That's a different class. Hamilton needs to go second here ahead of Norris.
He does, but he's not going to do it.
Yeah.
He's going to get third.
Ahead of Perez.
Probably.
I can't understand why Sainz is 1.335 quicker than Norris on C4. It's not that big of a gap. It can't be that big of a gap.
I don't understand it. I don't understand what's got into Sainz today.
But look, he's dropped to second again in that middle sector. He's down to 9 tenths the gap. So this will put him up into second position. He needs to get ahead of Norris. On C3 tyre runs, he needs to get... Look at Ocon. Look, Ocon's 1.6, so he's going to go up into about 7th where Hamilton is. So Hamilton needs to go second here, and does so.
Good.
1:31.066. That's what he needed to do, bridge that gap a bit more. But he's still a second off the pace. That's not Lance Stroll. That's Lewis Hamilton. They've got the wrong camera graphic. Here's Ocon. He needs to go 7th. And does go 7th.
Are you just there or something in their minds?
Oh.
And it is just not there anymore.
Our TV pictures have gone. Like, bang, bang.
I have no words right now.
Is Instagram? What's happened to Instagram? Okay, I think let us know if we're still. Those of you in the chat, just drop a message. I've lost access to our. Where's our live stream? Is it even streaming? I can't see it.
What's happened?
Has the internet gone off?
Hold on.
I have no idea what is going on right now.
It's raining heavily outside.
Have we lost the satellite signal? Are we still? Well, we're still live on YouTube. I have not got a clue what's happened.
Oh, it's raining.
Yeah, that could be it. Well, this is confusing me.
What has happened?
If anybody knows what's happened, let us know, because we've got no TV pictures up here in the commentary box.
Yeah.
We're still on, though. Yeah, I'm really confused about what's happened. Literally just pitch black. Who's just joined the box? Hello?
Oh, sorry, Josh.
Hello, Ed. We've got no pictures. It's all gone dead, and I can't work out. Are we still?
Has it just happened as I arrived? It might be my fault then.
No,
somehow.
it wasn't you. It happened before. It just went dead.
Well, let's plug in the camera then.
Yeah, I've not got a clue what's happened here.
There's not a lot of signal.
Hello.
Look.
Yeah. Okay. Well, could you just run us through the times while I go and have a look inside and see what the hell has happened?
The times. Okay. Okay. So, Carlos Sainz. Yeah, it is. Carlos Sainz has fastest lap of a 1:37.495. Hamilton is coming out of the pit lane, so for some reason it's showing. Oh wait, no, hold on. Sainz. I was reading the wrong thing. Sainz has fastest lap of 1:29.921. Hamilton 1:31.066. Oh, it's back. The pictures are back. I'll still read through. Norris 1:31.256. It's gone off again.
Nope, gone again.
Yeah, it's gone. Don't know when. I think Josh left something left door open. It's back again. Perez a 1:31.275. Leclerc 1:31.750. Stroll in 6th, 1:32.029. Ocon in 7th, a 1:32.199. Bottas in 8th, 1:32.227. Piastri 9th, a 1:32.328. Ricciardo in 10th, a 1:32.412. Sargent 11 with a 578. Alonso 12th with 1:33.053, and you can take the rest if you want.
Where did you get up to?
Just done Alonso there. It's just changed the order.
That's because Ricciardo's going to jump up from
Right.
10th to 6th. No, not yet, because we've lost Instagram Live.
How does that happen?
Just cross the line and set that on the stream that I'm watching, Josh.
Oh, great, excellent, good. So, what happened was, it just I don't know. I've got no clue what happened. But we're not live on Insta.
I think the signal just dropped.
Yeah, and now I can't. I don't know if the code's going to work.
All this bad weather, isn't it, today?
Very.
It is a nightmare.
It's wet in the shed.
Oh,
Oh, and now I'm going to have to freeze the computer getting the stream key on Instagram.
just leave it for Instagram.
Yeah, right.
There's no point in risking anything.
Yeah, I'll leave it for Insta, because otherwise it'll all go kaput.
Exactly.
Right.
Right. I'm going to go now.
Okay, thanks, Megan, for your company. We'll see you
Bye-bye.
soon.
Hey, Megs.
You alright?
Yeah, I'm fine. I had a bit of a headache this morning, so I wasn't on earlier, but it seems
Not,
to have cleared up.
not a problem at all. Thanks. Bye-bye, Megan. Thank you for turning up. Welcome.
Or has anyone else shown up? Apart from Megan.
Jackson and Josh were here earlier on, but nobody else.
Okay.
Like, they were here at the start of the day for an hour, so that was it. But hello.
That's probably the most exciting bit because it's
Yes.
at least a bit where you don't know what's going to happen next, I guess. But
It's been
yeah,
a-
I think testing is always a bit of an endurance event, isn't it? A bit like it's a bit like a Le Mans without the racing.
And I think as well, by the way, we are still on Facebook, which is brilliant. So I have no idea what on earth happened to Instagram. And I have no idea what happened to our TV pictures, so we apologise. And
I'll tell you what happened to Instagram. It got flooded with models.
Yes.
That just post first trap pictures. That's what happened to Instagram.
They clearly,
if you must know.
They clearly didn't like me on the live, did they? They didn't want to see me. But yeah. It's been one of those days.
I think maybe you're doing yourself a little bit.
So
Look at that diffuser on the back of the Mercedes. I forgot how, ever since Braun did the double diffuser, the diffuser on the back of an F1 car is now just the square boxes. Oh, that's a bit sudden
got
snap of oversteer.
I don't know what happened there to Hamilton. It's what I said yesterday. It was
Like
put
it,
power on.
it missed a gear or go into neutral or something.
Oh yeah, and it just locked the rear and just whoops.
Like it went down to first, didn't it? Yeah, it went from second to first, I think.
And he's come straight back into the pit lane as well to check on that. So they wanted to see what's wrong with that. But yeah, that Mercedes rear, I think is very unique. We haven't seen another one like it where it's just literally just like you said, it's a complete square box on the car, and it does look good. But
Yeah, it will look good. It was easy to do on all those Corgi models that they make now.
Oh, yeah,
of
that's
these
true.
cars.
that's probably why they did it. Just simples. There must be some sort of aerodynamic.
Just for the
advantage.
merchandise, not
Merch.
because they knew the season was going to be a write-off and Lewis is leaving anyway. So, well, let's plonk on the toy diffuser, yeah?
Yeah, or for merch that Lewis fans buy it. I'm looking forward to the end of season launch for so the end of season sale at Mercedes because all their Lewis Hamilton stuff will be like half price.
Yeah, this reminds me of when Mercedes announced they were leaving Formula E, and a load of Formula E fans were like, "Oh, I'm going to buy this Mercedes Season 8 merchandise." Like, well, they're leaving at the end of the season.
Yeah.
It's just like, you'll just be buying McLaren merchandise the year after. It's like, oh, I'm going to buy this, I'm going to wear it forever. And like, no, you're not. You're going to buy it, wear it for a year, and then probably leave it in a cupboard or throw it away.
I mean,
I've still got my old Formula E stuff, but that's because I'm sad.
All right. I mean, I've got that Lando Norris hat that he wore at one of the races last year, and I literally wore it on the street.
Lando Norris is going to be with McLaren probably for
Yeah.
almost forever.
So that's pretty secure to have that, and it will be making an appearance occasionally.
It's like a long-term investment, whereas if you know a team you're supporting is leaving the next season and you've already got the previous season's merchandise as well, which is not significantly different, why waste money on
Yeah.
a team that is going to get rebranded anyway? I
Broke
don't know.
my heart
But
when
then
I
again, people support Kick Sauber and E-Carb or
Yeah.
whatever, despite the fact that they're changing their names with every press release, it seems.
I mean, I broke my heart when I had to burn all my Benetton stuff for Renault for Oval. It cost-
Mighty
it cost
colours
a
of
fortune.
Benetton. They even burn in the rainbow as well.
Do you know, I wouldn't be surprised the amount of things that Flavio put in. You know, he's burned quite a few of them, didn't he? If I remember
Burnt
correctly.
bridges as well. Apparently.
Yeah. Oof. All that Crashgate saga as well, and he wanted Renault, so
It's amazing.
rid
It's
of it.
amazing that he didn't go to prison for that.
Very
to be honest,
amazing, yeah.
because, or he wasn't permanently banned from the F1 paddock. Because I think Max Mosley in his book said that they could have pushed harder because the Paris Court of Appeal sort of didn't rule in favour of Briatore, but went sort of, well, it's sort of inconclusive kind of ruling. So Flavio let's let off as a default essentially. But he said
Yeah.
they could have pushed harder if they wanted to, but they wanted to just put the thing behind them.
I think they should have.
Flavio,
put-
as a result, is now a regular on the grid and also has his own Italian version of The Apprentice, which is not surprising in the least.
Is he the? I don't know how to say it. He's still manager for several drivers, including Fernando Alonso. He's still there as a manager.
Oh yeah, Alonso loves him and always has. Yeah.
But I always see Flavio as a bit of a relic of the old days in terms of he's too much for me. He always was, I think. He was stung by Michael leaving, got him back with Alonso, and then Alonso left, and then came back, and then left again. But to be fair, he only left because Flavio got sacked, so I could probably see why, but it was such a weird relationship they had with the sport, and like Ferrari, he held some sort of monopoly over them as well during voting. It was ugly. Didn't like it.
Well, also he came in basically with no experience of Formula. He was like he was the first sort of businessman, F1 sort of team principal, Flavio, and yeah, because up until about 1988-89, it was Luciano Benetton that basically was running Benetton, the F1 team. So they sort of got Flavio in as a sort of mutual friend, and of course I think maybe part of that is they needed his sort of someone with the strength of personality to sort of rally the team behind them, and also needed to make all those hires. John Barnard really did not like Flavio Briatore when he was hired at Benetton for I think 91 and sort of left mid-season because he felt Flavio kept trying to interfere with what he was doing. I mean, John Barnard infamously fell out with Ron Dennis, fell out with Ferrari. There was a huge power struggle because of Enzo dying in 1988, and then son Piero wanted to take over, and there was like a whole other team that was building a sort of alternative, Harvey Postlethwaite building effectively a sort of alternate car for the following season without John Barnard knowing about it. So Ferrari was effectively channeling, and it's amazing you think how much the Ferrari didn't have anywhere near as much resources as they have now in sort of with the vetoes they have in the F1 rules and stuff like that, that they get such a big slice of the pie effectively because historically, but back then they were wasting double their amount of resources on sort of this alternate F1 program, just literally as a sort of ploy in case Barnard got ousted, as a sort of weird Machiavellian political thing. It was like bizarre, and ultimately they went with Barnard's design because it was the one that actually worked.
What a surprise! But it's not the first time they did that. Do you remember that story about Enzo Fittipaldi when he said he wanted that veto and how he got it? Because he bullied the FIA and Bernie Ecclestone into giving him it by saying, "Okay, I'll leave. I'll go race in IndyCar."
You mean Enzo Ferrari, not Fittipaldi?
Enzo Ferrari. Yeah, it's been a long day.
He's Emerson's grandson. Isn't
Yeah. It's
a race at Bahrain here when Grosjean.
Yeah.
Was
that
it
Pietro?
Bahrain? I think he did Bahrain, and he might have done.
Was that Pietro? It was Enzo.
Well.
I thought it was Pietro. Oh, it was Enzo.
It was Pietro. Sorry, Enzo might have been the other one. Yeah.
Oh, there's so many.
I always get the two mixed up.
I do too. They are related, of course, the brothers. But yeah, Enzo Ferrari, he bullied Bernie Ecclestone, the FIA, by saying, "Okay, if you don't give me this veto power, I'll go off to IndyCar," and he built an IndyCar, a Ferrari IndyCar, and when he finally said, "Okay, come for a meeting," he said to Bernie Ecclestone and the head of the FIA at the time, Jean-Pierre Belest, of course. And when they arrived, the IndyCar was going around Farana. And Bernie went, "Oh, God, he's serious. He's actually serious." And immediately, as soon as they went in, they buckled. Immediately. So Bernie always says, "I am this big, hard man," all that. As soon as he saw that, he lost against Enzo Ferrari and buckled. And that's why Ferrari had the veto. Amazing story.
Yeah, and Enzo has so many stories about just basically threatening to quit and playing hardball until he gets what he wants. Like another classic example, 1961, with the change-back V6s, where basically they sprung the rules and all the garage east, the British teams, were completely unprepared. Didn't had to sort of scramble to get a smaller engine ready because it was such a small formula. Whereas before they'd sort of been free to do what they wanted, engine in the front, engine in the rear, whatever. Now it was very firmly engine in the rear.
Yeah.
But Ferrari, after being basically outfoxed by Cooper and with their rear engine sort of idea, he just said, "I'm not going to let that happen to me again." And he sort of engineered the 1961 rules, and basically the British teams were told, "Well, if you don't like it, you can walk." And then they sort of had to reluctantly scrabble something together. And of course, none of them built anything as good as the shark-nosed Ferrari. But it's a classic example of Enzo using political nous to sort of get what he wanted, and it resulting in a dominant season where basically it was Phil Hill and the German guy driver Wolfgang von Trips that fought for the title. And of course, it ended tragically with von Trips and Jim Clark crashing, and von Trips going into the crowd, killing several people, and Phil Hill, who actually very, very underrated F1 champion, Phil Hill. Very good at setting up the car. A lot of experience from hot rods in California, essentially. And
he won the
and was very good. Won at Le Mans a couple of times as well. And he had a great 1961 season where him and Von Trips were pretty evenly matched. There were a lot of races like at Aintree where it was raining horribly in 61, and Von Trips just went off the road, and Phil Hill won by a country mile as a result. So him being, he sort of has this reputation as being slow and steady wins the race, but you know, it did work out for him in that 61 season, and because Ferrari dropped off in 62 onwards, and Phil Hill left, and it didn't quite work out for him. That sort of has his reputation as he got lucky because Von Trips died. Effectively, is the way people think of Phil Hill. I think it's very unfair.
I agree.
Quite a lot.
He's great, and he's still. I mean,
first American F1 champion as
was.
well. Although most people seem to think Mario Andretti is the first F1 champion, especially the way all this Andretti business has been going on in the past couple of months.
I mean, he was 69. He was Indy 500 champion. That's when he came in. He was 78 world champion in F1. But that 1961 season, of course, Enzo manipulated all the rules. But race 1 in Monaco, that was fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
The David Goliath battle, unbelievable, because it was Sterling Moss who won the race with no side panels at Monaco, of course. 100 laps, 100 qualifying laps, and he beat the two Ferraris who were hounding him the entire race. Fantastic! And then after that, unfortunately, the car couldn't compete, and Ferrari, as you said, ran away with it. But that first race was like, it shaped up the year that was 61 was, and it was brilliant.
And Moss had some good performances elsewhere in 61, like he won at the Nürburgring Nordschleife because Von Trips and Phil Hill, who decided to fight each other while running right behind Moss after a pit stop. And like, both of them could easily have won that one, but they decided to fight each other, and Moss benefited. And Monaco is a similar story where the Ferrari, and it's one of those iconic Moss performances, isn't it? With it's amazing to think he did that season with Rob Walker Racing, wasn't it? Which was a privateer team that just
running a Cooper, wasn't
bought the Lotuses off of.
Oh, was it the
Lotus?
Lotus?
I think they bought Lotuses off of Colin Chapman, didn't they? Because Monaco 61 was, I think, Lotus's first win, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Not as a car, not as a team themselves, because of course Rob Walker Racing is a separate entity, of course, in the championship. But Moss was like a single car. They used to run Coopers, you're right, back in the late 50s. Moss would be able to get a couple of Coopers or Maseratis with Rob Walker Racing. But that's sort of, when I think of Sterling Moss, I think most people think of that dark blue car with a little white stripe on it, don't they?
Yeah.
And that's the sort of iconic Moss symbol, rather than necessarily the Van Wall or the Mercedes, although people do think of Millimiglia 55 as well. I think of Moss, I think.
I'd love to drive a couple of those cars. The three cars I want to drive of Sterling Moss's, I want to drive that Mercedes from 56. I want to drive the Van Wall, and I want to drive that blue Ferrari that he never got to drive. I want to drive that Ferrari. That's still in the factory.
I'm not sure if that still exists, because knowing Enzo... Oh, it's still in the factory,
It's still in the factory, yeah. I saw it a couple of years ago. There was a documentary, and the blue Ferrari was kept, and it's in the museum part of the factory, and it is still there, and it still runs. I would love to drive.
I've got to
that
say,
car.
Jim Clark, because that was sort of 62 onwards is where Jim Clark really came in, and we were really robbed of Clark versus Moss. They only had a couple of seasons together in sort of 60, 61, where Jim Clark was still sort of learning his way. It would have been great to see those two fight for championships, because I'm not necessarily sure Jim Clark would have had things as easy as he did in, say, 63, 65, where he won by country mile, if he had Sterling Moss in the other Lotus, rather than
Graham Hill, isn't it?
Well, it was Graham Hill later, I think.
And then Jackie
but
Stewart
it would be
first,
guys like Cliff Allison, Jackie Stewart in the BRMs, which also had Lotuses as well. So yeah, he could have ended up there, I guess, as well. Or alternatively, I think Rob Walker Racing would probably have survived a lot longer had Sterling not had the accident. But it's one of those great what ifs, and it's interesting to think about. It reminds me as well, in the Ferrari movie I talked about yesterday, Ben Collins, I think, is the only person that I've seen who's played both Denny Hulme and Sterling Moss. He looks a little bit like Denny Hulme. He does a half-decent New Zealand accent in that movie, but he looks nothing like Sterling.
He's not Sterling Moss.
And I think maybe it's because because Ferrari maybe because he's sort of there because he won the Mille Miglia in 55, so he's a big threat to Ferrari at the start of 57 Mille Miglia until he ends up in the grass and sort of the car conks out on him.
As was the case quite often for Moss. Only wanted to race British cars. As you say, he was forced to buy I think in Pedigree, Maserati.
Yeah, and there's so many things that sort of went against him, like Mercedes pulling out after Monza lost to 55, Pony Van der Velde, his fading health at the end of 58, meaning Van Wall essentially had to pull out, despite winning the first ever F1 Constructors' Championship. And then, of course, Rob Walker, being a privateer independent team, was basically the only place left for Moss to go that would be a team built around him. And he had that crash at Goodwood that sort of paid his career. He was never quite, even he admitted he was never quite the same after that, because it was really a horrible. It's amazing that he recovered at all, to be honest.
Oh God,
because that was such a horrific accident for him, going over that bank and sort of ending up with like that horrible injury.
He had two, didn't he? Two big accidents, Moss. 62 at Goodwin, and I can't remember the other one.
There was one at Spa, wasn't there? In was it 60?
I don't know, because Jackie had one, didn't he?
I think it was the old part of Spa, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Where he used to go off deeper into the forest, into the sort of public roads.
Because I know
before it rejoined at Ponchemont.
I know at Master, the Master King,
Freya now.
that's where Jackie went off and ended up in the ditch. But I can't remember where. It wasn't Spa. I think it. 50, 58, 60, I think it could be 60, but two big crashes in a year would definitely have put him out. As Perez goes up to second place, 1:30.684.
Wow,
that's better. 7/10 off of Sainz's time. Now that is pretty much correct, because Sainz did his on the C4 tyres, so that is around about a 6/7 advantage anyway. Perez on the C3, so that is pretty much bang on, I think, for timings.
Yeah, but you can always picture Verstappen going at least 3 attempts quicker than that.
Yeah. Well,
of course, we've got better track conditions. It's rubbering in, and being
Extra
fastest
hour.
of those on the C3s, you can only really beat those who are already out there, can't you?
Will said that Lando wouldn't be out the rest of the day. Lando's on the track. He's at turn 10.
Wow, that shows you exactly what Will Buxton knows, didn't he? Mr. Obvious.
Yeah. Small fuel
Can only
issue.
say what's immediately in front of him.
I'll have to put up with him tomorrow, though, on the Drive to Survive. I never finish a season of Drive to Survive. Sometimes I feel like
I didn't bother finishing last season.
yeah, I didn't either. I got 2 episodes in and I thought, this is rubbish. This is all lies. This is worse than last season. No, that didn't happen. This didn't happen. That's it, done. I physically just don't. Ugh.
Well, I think it's not just that. I think it's just they're focusing on things that aren't very interesting most of the time. I
Yeah.
find.
It was. I think I'd watch the Hamilton episode that's coming out, episode 6, Leap of Faith, that we talked about earlier on in the show. I'd watch that because that to me was like, oh, is this the beginning of when he thought, okay, mate, I'm going to leave for Ferrari? Oh, hang on a minute, let's go down to Williams. Ted's there.
And is it fair to say they needed a strong end to the day? Well, I think that's probably fair to say. It doesn't look like they're going to get it. There's a problem with the front left hub, wheel hub. There's something not quite together in there, and I think we're about to see Logan Sargent decide whether it's going to be the end of the session or not. They're doing some more work on it. They had to loosen it up to actually remove that part of the hub. It's all together with the brake cooling and the fairing that goes up like that you can see, to actually find out. They actually had to put a small camera into the middle of the whole assembly to see what it was that wasn't quite tight enough. So they're tightening up at the moment. Logan is still in the car, but yeah, lots of mechanics sort of looking at each other saying, are we going to get this out for one last go? Optimistically, I think with, what have we got, 22 minutes left, I think they probably will manage to do it. But yeah, it's lost about 15 minutes while they investigated that issue.
Damn. What did you say, by the way, Ed, about the bags?
What bags?
I thought you said something. I couldn't remember.
I was just I was saying they were saying, oh well, the wheel hubs not been put together properly, and I was saying, well, put it back together then. That's wrong. It seems obscene. Williams, they spend so much time developing this car, and obviously they're not one of the richer teams because they've been in facilities have been underinvested for like decades essentially at this point, and then they build the car, and the issue is that they can't put the hub together properly. I mean, it's good that they're discovering this pre-season rather than at the actual first race when it would actually cost them, but it seems like Logan Sargent, who is probably the least, given that there are no rookies this season, he's still the least experienced driver on the field. He needs every lap he can get, and it feels like Williams has spent most of this test in the garage.
I mean, let's have a look. Sargent's done 117 laps today.
Okay, that's not too bad. It's better than yesterday a little bit.
Yeah, yesterday was bad for them as well. Problems spinning, cars cutting out as well. Albon, who was talking to Laura and Rachel, and well, he was in the comment box with Rachel and Jolien earlier on. He said, right, I want to get out tomorrow. I really want to get out. Also said that the comment box smelled like champagne, so don't know what he was on. Now, there's 20 minutes left.
Maybe there'd been a boozy party before that interview, and Alex that's his way of saying he was annoyed he wasn't invited.
I mean, there was a green room the next door, apparently, and that's where Alex Jakes was with Sophia Flörsch. So maybe there is some sort of champagne and...
Was Sophia Flörsch in the commentary box? I didn't realise.
Yeah, she was about half an hour ago. Just before you joined, actually. She turned up. Definitely worth
always got. Flörsch feels like one of the least pretentious racing drivers ever. Just likes to get out there and get on with it, and very no nonsense sort of lady. And I think she was one of the few. Her and Peeper Man one of the few to like call out the whole idea of W Series at F1 Academy. So I've always respected them for that because I was never the biggest fan of the whole idea of having a whole separate series for women drivers, and then sort of inevitably when they get put into series against male drivers, they are compared unfavorably as a result, and it sort of ends up devaluing the whole idea. It's not a terrible idea in terms of training drivers with no experience up, but in terms of people, you get the sense that most of the drivers there are there to be figureheads for women in motorsport, which is a good cause, but it sort of ends up with it's not necessarily the best thing for their careers, even if and being figureheads is helpful for young women who's, oh look, there's this championship for women and these ladies are all really fast and whatever.
Immediately.
So I think it's a bit of a nuanced issue, but because the big issue for Jamie Chadwick is that no matter how many W Series titles she won, everyone would compare on that one season in Formula Regional?
Yeah, and she got that victory.
It was in the middle of the pandemic. She'd not been doing the training. She got the seat with Rodin Carlin, I think, at like the last minute. Scored a couple of podiums, but otherwise was kind of nowhere essentially, because she literally just hadn't trained enough, and she even admitted as such after the end of the season.
Wasn't her fault at all.
And I was surprised she was open about that, but the problem is that people just look at that. And
that's it, yeah.
Because of the way W Series is set up, it means that basically a lot of those people are easily overlooked. I think for people who say if you're in Formula 1, you're not looking at who's won F1 Academy or who's won W Series. You're looking at who's doing well in IndyCar, F2, maybe even Formula E, like we saw with Nick De Vries, or those sorts of series, right? Where it's mixed competition in terms of gender, or potentially you're looking at who's in your driver academies more likely because they've kind of got first dibs usually.
Yeah. I mean, this year in F1 Academy, all 10 F1 teams have to have a driver represented there as well, and then the other is the independent teams from the junior formulas. That works.
I mean, I think there's a couple of step swords for F1 Academy, namely, at least, hopefully, I think they should have a bit more. They only had one race, was it, in the
all
States
live.
that actually had live coverage. Yeah.
All live this year, so which is great. And I believe
the other thing is
Jess is on the call for that. Yeah, go on. Yeah, I was just saying Jess was on the call.
Yeah, the other thing I was going to say is that I think it's a more stable business model, because rather than giving them the drives for free and then sort of signing them these contracts where they basically have to promote the series as well, they are on a more sort of traditional contract where they have to pay about half of usual fees for like F3 sort of level, which I think's a little bit where they've still got a bit. it's harder, but it's not impossible to get in. And sort of with a bit of support from a driver academy and a leg up from a smaller championship, getting to F1 Academy is more realistic for a female driver. And, but the problem with W Series was it was free to get in, but also they had all these weird requirements, and they would sort of invite people to practice sessions, and then they basically, if you didn't perform well enough in the practice session, you'd be told to go home at short notice, which is really unfair. Like, say if your car breaks down or something, then basically
it was unprofessional of them.
Missed out on the chance through no fault. Yeah, exactly. If a lot of WCs felt made up on the fly.
Yeah, didn't like it.
I'm not. Yeah, I also didn't think David Coulthard was a good ambassador for it, but given comments he'd said before about women drivers.
That is also true. I'll tell you what, though, this is why I'm really excited about the Women's World Motorcycle Championship that's joining World Superbikes. Maddie Patterson, who is joining the team this year for some races in MotoGP, she's now team owner as well and team principal of Sekhmet Racing. And the influence that they've all got is brilliant, because in motorcycle racing, it's a lot easier for female riders to get in, and they are just as competitive as men right off the bat. I think that's the best thing. And this championship, it's opened the door massively to bring in world talent that's already recognised. Like she's got Mallory Dobbs riding for her as well, and Lizzie Whitmore coming in, who are British Superbikes, Moto America, world talents coming in, and that makes it work. And I'm really excited to see, actually, because it's a lot more positive energy than what W Series was. There hasn't been as much resistance as what there was with W Series. And it's actually a bit better handled, in my opinion. It does look quite good. So definitely there's lessons to be learned, but I'm looking forward to that championship when it gets going.
Well, the difference there is that the FIM Motorcycle Championship is the one that's basically been organised and run by women, as far as I understand, whereas W Series is basically, they had Catherine Bond, whereas the figurehead, who used to be Bernie's lawyer, if I remember correctly. But she was a very good lawyer, because she got Bernie out of quite a lot of scrapes.
I'd like her to write my lawyer as well half the time. My lawyer for the copyright stuff. God.
I always got the feeling there was a lot of blokes behind the scenes. There was who used to be the PR guy at Aston Martin? Oh, it was Matt Bishop.
Matt Bishop was there.
He was there. They had David Coulthard, and they had a bunch of other people at W Series, and it really felt like they were the ones pulling the strings, and Bon Moyer felt to me like the figurehead who would make all the statements. But also in general, because they owed so many people, so many creditors when that thing
no
folded,
one got paid.
Like,
no driver got paid for it.
It felt like financially they were kind of just winging it and hoping they would get by on publicity alone, which is never a good business model. I think even Formula E sort of abandoned that kind of approach, although with what Jeff Dodds was, the nonsense he was spouting, which felt there was a great comment from Sam Smith yesterday on Twitter, I think it was, where he said this is such a boring thing to say for starters, and he wouldn't even need to say it if he had done his job properly and we actually had a race in Hyderabad. He didn't quite say if he'd done his job properly, but he was sort of implying that this was sort of a weak attempt to get Formula E back in the headlines, and that he could be doing. He could have done that in a more interesting way than just a sort of attention-seeking comment on TNT Sports. Like, especially when you're relying on Formula One for publicity, it always feels a little bit pathetic. And we saw it a little. Even IndyCar is not. They will sort of throw shade at Formula One now and again, but they won't
insult it.
Get the sense that they're. No, it doesn't feel like they need to do it to get attention. It feels like it will sort of come up naturally because like Roman Grosjean or someone, Marcus Ericsson or someone will come from F1 to IndyCar, and the comparison will come up a bit more naturally rather than where a lot of the people who used to be in F1 in Formula E have left F1 a long, long time ago.
I mean, thinking about Formula E as well, we should have had a race a couple of weeks ago, as you say, in Hyderabad. But this entire championship is already feeling a bit flat. I don't know what it is. I don't think the presentation team's working. I think the commentary's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
And Nicky's fine, but I don't think there's certain aspects that aren't working, and David Coulthard's one of them. Jaman Jamas is another.
Yeah. How was Andre Lotterer in Saudi?
He wasn't there. No, Lotterer was actually Lotterer. Yeah, he was there. He replaced. Who did he replace? Who was the other one?
Rossiter, yeah.
Rossiter didn't do that
Rossiter.
great, but Andre Lotto actually threw himself
Well,
in.
Rossiter was good. We were praising him after.
Oh, I changed my mind when I looked back at it because I listened to the CBS commentary and it was questionable. But
but that's commentary, not presenting.
That's true. Presentation is fine, but Lotto was brilliant. Lotto was fantastic. He did the practice commentaries alongside Tom Brooks and was really knowledgeable, really entertaining, really good. He fitted into the presenting role so well, and it's quite obvious when you've got a racing driver who's just come out, whose first time is presenting, compared to a presenter or ex-footballer who knew nothing. And I don't think it's like when TT Sports, then BT Sport, got MotoGP and they put Melanie Sykes in the presenting role, and she left after 4 races because it just didn't work. I'm getting the same energy here. He's not working. It's not working. They're not gelling right.
Yeah, I think the problem is Jermaine Jenis, if you see some of the reaction from like the football commentary, which is arguably higher profile, like he's being slaughtered on there for his lack of knowledge as well. So I just don't think he's a very good
But he's okay on the one show.
commentator.
He's okay on the one show.
Well, yeah, that's different because all he has to do on one show is really script, right?
Yeah, I could
Essentially.
host that. I could host this morning. Not that I'd want to. That's in a mess, but still, I could do the one show.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel a little bad for him because it's always tough when you jump in and it's sort of. It reminds me of Batman Begins, where the villain says to
Yes.
Christian Bale, Batman, he says, this is a world you're never going to understand, and you always fear what you don't understand. And that's the vibe I get from Jermaine Jenis presenting Formula E at the moment. That
It's
he
mad.
doesn't really understand it properly. He's not quite done enough. He's been told a few things and briefed. You can tell he's been briefed in his ear. But what was even frustrating is that even the things he's being briefed are usually wrong as well. I remember in Mexico they said, Robin Fries, he's made it to the duels for the first time in over a year. And he's like, hang on, wasn't he on pole in Berlin for acting that very memorable wet session last year? So well, obviously he's starting to say it's the first time since the last time he was at that team, because he's been in the duels.
Yeah.
But yeah, it felt like a sort of thing where if he'd been watching last season, he would have been able to catch that hope. Well, maybe he would have forgotten anyway, which is fine. But it's a sort of thing. It's not just the lack of knowledge, though, it's the lack of confidence. I think that's a bigger issue, because you can not know anything, but you can set people up well for questions, and you can, even if you don't come in with an insider look at the sport, you can, as long as you're asking the right questions and sort of guiding the conversation into interesting areas, then you can be a good presenter. You don't necessarily have to know everything. It definitely helps. And you saw, like if you compare Vernon Kay, when he started in Formula E at the beginning, to at the end, by the end he was really, really good. But he picked things up very quickly, and he, like I say, he came out with that outside perspective. He did his research beforehand, crucially, watched a lot of the old races, and so he knew enough to get by, and he got to know the personalities in the paddock. Maybe he isn't the biggest motorsport nut, period. So, like, say Eric Brullier would come across and he'd like not know who the hell Eric Brullier was, and people be like, "Why didn't you talk to the guys who used to work for McLaren and whatever?" And it's like, which is sort of forgivable.
That's
and,
where Nicky comes in,
so when,
really, isn't it? That's why I thought their partnership
exactly,
was
yeah.
great,
So Vernon, whenever he made a mistake, felt forgivable because he had that enthusiasm and passion came across, whereas Jermaine Jenis feels a little bit like rabbit in the headlights, who's sort of been told by his agent to go to these places and do these races. And
Yeah, I mean,
and the interview he did for TNT with Jeff Dodds wasn't horrible. I mean, when he's in a studio, that seems to be the environment he
Not
likes
live,
the best. Maybe because it reminds him of a football punditry. Yeah, and it's not live.
I'll tell you two people who should be presenting Formula E instead, and one of them, it's not Saunders.
Other than you.
Yeah, other than me, it's not Saunders. I think Saunders does
Saunders
great.
isn't bad. He does a good job with the YouTube stuff.
That's my point. Keep Saunders on the YouTube stuff. Keep him in the pit lane. He's great there, and he's great as a commentator as well, doing the practice sessions. I would either put Nikki in the permanent lead role, or when she's not there, Alexa Rendell, who's been doing the social media stuff alongside Saunders. Fantastic journalist.
She was another one from the talent pool.
Yes,
wasn't she?
yeah. And she's
I have to admit,
replaced Erin, but she's great.
I have one major problem with Alexa Rendell, and that's that she used to write for, was it Daily Mail or Daily Express, some right-wing tabloid and stuff. I understand you got to do it to get by and get money, but I don't know. I just feel like it's hard to trust anyone who works for the Daily Mail.
I don't know, but I didn't know that. But yeah, I thought she was a breath of fresh air when the socials came in, and I don't know, it just works. Her energy works, so I think if you put her in the lead role, it gets it better. And then when Nikki,
I think that's a lot though. Someone who, who's sort of only done Talent Call and has done a couple of co-presented YouTube videos for them. I always find her really, really
She
happy.
has done work though. She has presented.
And that takes a bit of. I don't think that's a criticism. It's just I sort of always feel suspicious of people who are way too happy. It's why I never trust Americans when I first meet them. It takes me a while to warm up to them because.
We're on USRN.
Oh yeah, okay. Like I said, it takes me a while to warm up, but eventually I do come on.
To be honest with you, I think Ed was quite happy yesterday when I think he joined the commentary box. And I was swearing. In fact, no, Ed's seen me swearing and going mad when things aren't working, so that's fine.
I wasn't happy. I was worried for you because I've been the sweary one, and I know how like other people.
I've been. It was going nuts yesterday. Omi, hello. You're in the background. I can hear you.
Hello.
You all right?
Sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you.
I just saw.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, I'm doing well. I've heard there's been a bit more chaos today.
We had a red flag for a drain, so we lost the last hour of the first part of the session. So we've had 5 hours this afternoon instead of 4.
And I'm guessing you've seen the Crofty news as well?
Yes. What's your take on this? Because I can't believe it. I'll get Ed, your view on that actually as well. Crofty's not doing 3 races. He's missing some. And Harry Benjamin taking over as lead com. I was insulted. I was never asked. Although apparently there's now a job going.
Got the right agent, Josh.
Yeah. There's a job going in the BBC, so I think I might do it. Although I think Jolien will do it. Jolien was actually quite decent as the commentary. I need the agents. I need George Morgan's agent. What happened there? That just reversed, didn't it? And now it's crashed. It's not just me, is it? Virtual safety car's been deployed.
Oh, might be.
So what's happened there?
Might be why it was glitching out there. It's like a glitch in the Matrix, so they achieved the same thing twice. So we're in a time loop.
Safety car. So is this the safety car test, but 15 minutes early? Because
could be a drill, yeah.
Yeah, because the safety car was supposed to come out in 5 minutes' time, but the virtual safety car came out when that glitch happened. So I wondered if the glitch has glitched the system early. Okay, so this is the safety car test then. And I believe the safety car's actually been released as well, somewhere out there.
This could be because they lost so much time earlier, they want to make sure they get their safety car test out the way. It's always good to make sure they stick to the Delta times as well. And there's
forget the safety.
Maybe there's a bigger issue here then.
Yeah, they've gone red flag. So this is now.
Has the drain fallen off again? Maybe.
Oh, I hope not. I hope. Well, is this the red flag test that we're having now that we didn't have this morning? Because if they've done the safety car test, fine, but we weren't supposed to go red flag. It was supposed to be the cars line up behind the safety car, then the safety car comes in, and then they do a safety car restart to test the systems out. And that hasn't happened. They've gone virtual safety car, straight to a red flag. So I presume we're going to a red flag test. So the cars will line up at the end of the pit lane, and we now will go into the procedure of having a standing start test where the 5 lights will come on, and this year the drivers have been instructed to actually go when the lights go out. So this will now be a red flag restart test. Whether it be rolling or standing, we're about to find out. Anyway, Omi, do continue. I keep cutting you off with the red flags.
It definitely did come as a bit of a shock, but definitely after Crofty's message earlier, at the beginning of testing when he wasn't doing it, we did kind of get the message as well. So he's also decided to take 3 rounds off as well, and it will be a bit weird not hearing him though on an F1 commentary.
And I understand it's because he wants to spend more time with his family and he's getting married this year and he's got a planet, so I can understand it. I can why he's taking some off, but
yeah,
I don't know.
Is Harry going to be still at BBC doing any?
Yeah.
For the other races?
Yes. I presume the 3 races he's doing for Sky, Jolie and Palm will take over. Although Sky have missed a trick here, They should have let Martin Brundle do it, because Martin was loved as the lead commentator. And I know he says, oh, well, I didn't feel like I did a good job, but everybody said, okay, we love it. Track clear, green flag, we're racing again. So what is going on?
Must have just been a test then.
I'm confused about what's happening. As we've got Hamilton
The
side by
McLaren's
side with
alongside
Norris.
as well.
What? Okay, I've no idea what's happening.
The Sauber
Which is
PR
fun.
lady taking a photo for Lewis there. I think it's because, there's one of the Saubers right behind
Sauber
them.
behind. Hang on.
On brand new tyres,
Yeah.
box it
It's
for a little bit.
never going to be the case.
I don't
never
think so.
going to be the case.
Oh,
and
you
the
got
race begins down to the end of the pit. This is what you want after a long 2 days of testing.
Yeah.
A sprint to the end of the pit lane.
Oh, nearly went green there.
I thought it went green.
Personnel on site.
So
They're
track
just
is clear.
playing mind games with drivers, but going green for a split second, then going back to red.
I don't know. I don't think they know what's going on. Are the cars going to have on the track with 11 to go? Is this 3, 2, 1? Do we go green? No. What is happening?
have an actual safety car on track. Was that the plan?
I think they were just testing the message. Right, there we go. So they've gone early with the green light.
And there we go. Well, go then. They're not going.
According to race control.
And we on go.
Go. No. Finally, away they go. After.
It looks like the
Go on.
Mercedes and McLaren were waiting for each other to go first.
What's that Lewis doing a practice start now?
Could have been, yeah. So, what's going on now then? Are we doing a standing start? Are we not doing a standing start? What is happening? Because the checkered flag comes out, effectively the session is over. So what we're doing now is the FIA tests. The safety car will enter the pits. A rolling start procedure has been initiated. So they are testing the systems. So this is a rolling start procedure. Presumably then we'll have a red flag and we'll do it again in this 10 minutes we've got left. So it's a rolling start and we will then go for a red flag and go again. And I think all cars are out now. Yes? 1, 2... How many cars are on the track? I can't count fast enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the 10 teams are out on the track. And Sainz is right at the back. Ferrari even missed that one. I am so confused when this happens because it's now 4 o'clock, and that is 7 o'clock over in Bahrain, and that's when the session ends. That's officially, we've had the 5 hours now that was scheduled for this afternoon. This extra 10 minutes is to test the FIA procedures. So there was supposed to be a safety car on the track. There wasn't. They've just tested the messages. And they red flagged it, then came back into the pit lane. And now they're going to have a rolling start procedure, which means Lewis Hamilton takes the pace. He will go green and get going. So it's Hamilton from Norris, from Bottas. Then comes Magnussen. And Ocon in the back. And Hamilton would dictate when to go green. Bottas already alongside.
Perez is
And
in
we
there as
are
well.
racing. Perez there too. And they are racing down towards turn 1 for the first time this year. We are underway. Hamilton going to block on the inside line. Bottas trying to go through too. Round the outside comes Norris. Perez trying to keep out the way. Norris is going to go, well, okay, if we're racing, boys, let's race. And he's properly attacking. And he gets a slow exit out of 2. Hamilton goes for it. Perez with the DRS gets cut off by Bottas, who cuts to the inside line. Here comes Esteban Ocon. Norris closes the door on the inside of Bottas at turn 4. And if this was a race simulation, they've done it brilliantly. But Perez gets a better exit out of 4 and doesn't go for the move. They're all treating it carefully, but they're all going for it. It's like having caged the lions. They all want to go for it. At the inside, Bottas down at turn 8 gets ahead of Lando Norris, moves up into net second position, and Norris backs out. Through goes Ocon, and now they all calm it down again as the race ending, as the simulation proves that it's quite fun. That was good, wasn't it, Ed? That was brilliant.
Like you say, it was a little bit like driving with the training wheels on. Everyone was being ultra cautious. Like Norris was not going to send up the inside of Lewis into turn 1, and Lewis was just quite happy to ultimately realise they got tired and wore themselves out behind him and just decided, right, okay, I can slow back down again, no need to push too hard. Last thing any of these teams want is bits of these cars dropping off as they clatter into one another in a test of all things. But yeah, here's a replay of the start then.
Green flag drops, Hamilton cuts across, and immediately Norris, I think, caught Bottas by surprise a bit, like, okay, are we actually racing? And I wish it was like that when we actually went green on restarts, because that was brilliant. Perez getting sparks everywhere, and if he wanted an F1 shot of all the cars racing into turn 1, I think we've just got the promo trailer for this season sorted for F1. That was brilliant fun into turn 1.
The closest any of them will be to a Red Bull all the season.
Yes.
Yeah.
What did you think, Omi? That was just completely into the wall there.
Yeah, it was completely entertaining. I loved it last year. And it was entertaining as well with the drivers going for it.
Sorry, here we go.
Again.
It's a standing start now on the grid. It's Esteban Ocon on pole position. Lewis Hamilton is alongside him. Behind is Lando Norris. It's lights out. Ocon gets a good start. Is Hamilton going to go? Where's the light procedure? That's the question. Hamilton drops the clutch. He goes. So does Bottas. Norris revs up. Is he going to drop it? Yep, away he goes.
I think it's like Formula E. They'll just go whenever it's clear in front of them.
That's annoying. Because a couple of years... Well, they stopped it, I suppose, because last year when we tried it, we had the light procedure. It went out, and then everybody jumped. Hamilton jumped. Norris stopped. Hamilton nearly hit him, and Leclerc nearly hit the back. So they were all just like, oh, okay, we're not going.
Well, this time they would have gone because they would have been told. But yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. I was getting excited that we'd get a standing start.
Red flag. Red flag again. So I think they've jumped the gun, the teams, and now we're going to this either end the day or we're now going to that standing start procedure test where we're about that they've just tested. So they've red flagged it. And this is what testing's all about. Finding the limits of everything and making sure everything is brilliantly done. I love it. This is what we're here for. Josh T's here as well, finally turned up. Hi Josh, what have you made of this little racing action?
Well, hello everybody. As planned, and well, to be fair, as planned, and continuing the Red Bull meme of Max Verstappen's car is the best, Sergio Perez's car is the worst it could be. Absolutely incredible day for Sergio Perez. I heard that he was trundling around at a steady 20 miles per hour with a problem coming out the last corner, getting ready to start a lap down the last straight. And also, what stays in Vegas? What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, not for Formula One curves.
Yeah, drain covers. That was a fun hour of field time before they decided to cancel the session. Ed, you were going to say something. I'll throw that to you.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the news about Crofty having to miss 3 races. Of course, it's great news for Harry Benjamin, who gets to be on the Sky F1 broadcast. And it sort of makes sense for Crofty because he's been doing it for 10 years now. He's got his family that he wants to spend time with. But I tell you who'll be absolutely kicking himself even more than already, and that is Mr. Jack Nicholls, who almost certainly would have been first choice up until the events of last year and him being sacked by Formula E for inappropriate conduct. And Jack Nicholls also races in GPVWC FS1, which is one of the series I commentate on. So that's interesting for me. I hope I don't have to interview him, but I'll try and not be too harsh on him, because I think despite what happened, him having his private life, leaked into the tabloids, I think wasn't a nice experience for him at all. Even despite what he did, I still think the reaction was a bit horrible on him, and I think maybe he does deserve a little bit of a break despite what happened.
I understand.
Please enlighten me.
David Crofty is stepping away from the commentary box from Imola, Austria, and Azerbaijan. Because of it's a 24 race schedule. He wants to spend more time at home, and he's planning a wedding. He wants to spend time with his family, and Harry Benjamin is taking over lead commentary roles for those 3 races.
Not even Alex Jakes because he's with F1 TV, I'm guessing.
Yeah, and Channel 4. So
I mean, F1 TV is the world feed now, technically, so...
Yeah.
Cheers.
So Harry was the only logical. Although I'm angry because we've missed a golden opportunity to have Ben Edwards and Martin Brundle together. Again, I'm furious.
Well, Ben retired though from F1 commentary.
Yeah, but he still does the occasional few with BBC and
He
F1
comes
TV. Yeah.
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 He comes for one-offs
Yeah.
from time to time.
Which he could have done for Sky this year. He really could have. Checkered flags out. The session's officially over. So they've decided not to use the remaining time. So that is the end of day 2 of pre-season testing here for the Formula 1 season. Whether you're watching on Instagram, on Facebook Live, or on the USRN YouTube channel, we thank you for joining us throughout today. We'll be live tomorrow, again on USRN on YouTube. We'll be live on Instagram at JB Motorsports IG, and we're back on Twitch. We've got our Twitch back. We'll be live on JB Motorsports Twitch as well, one of our main channels back tomorrow as well for all the action. Have you recovered then, Josh? I presume you've been Googling like crazy about all this.
Well, once again, classic lunch break, having the people huddle around the timing screen again today.
Very good.
Yeah, I actually watched the lap on the timing screens of the 129. What a lap that was, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
From Carlos Sainz. Absolutely incredible. The iMedia teacher, who is a fan of F1, was shocked when we got into the 130s, let alone the 129s. And I think I said this yesterday, but how good does the racing ball look under the lights?
It does. It's popping quite nicely as well. The RB. Or the V car, whatever you want to call it. I think they settled at RB. Right.
It would look even better if it had a less repulsive
Visa
hodgepodge identity. There we go.
I concur, actually. If it was just purple, I'd like it. Okay, wrapping up. Let's start with you, Omi. What did you make of what you've seen so far of day 2?
Interesting. Quite a lot happened. We also obviously had the drain cover thing. But yeah, interesting session. And I think it's going to be interesting tomorrow as well, day 3. But yeah, it's been a good first 2 days so far.
Josh T?
Yeah, it's been a good day too. Of course, as Omi said, the beautiful curbs. And we've seen a lot of curves recently. And at school, we definitely chuckled about when we found out that they were using industrial no more nails tape to keep the curb down, which was quite funny as well.
Dear. That's not going to come back to haunt them at all, is it? No. Thanks, Josh. Ed, what about you, mate? Thanks very much for turning up as well to relieve Megan earlier on. She desperately needed someone else after 2 hours in the box. So did I, but she's going to hit me for that. What have you made of testing, Ed?
Pretty similar thoughts to day 1, really. But it feels a little bit like we haven't quite seen, especially with all that lost track time today with the drain cover, we haven't quite seen everyone go out for glory runs, particularly. I think that there are some teams that won't bother at all, especially the smaller ones, but we might see the likes of Verstappen try and nail down a big time tomorrow, and it's the moon.
Moona! Here's the results then, day 2.
Moon.
Carlos Sainz top, 129.921. Just 0.2 off of the overall lap record here at Shakir on a C4 tyre. What can we get on day 3 on C5s? Perez, Hamilton, Norris, Ricciardo back in the top 5. Leclerc, Stroll, Ocon, Bottas, Piastri round out the top 10. Further down, Sargent is 11th, Alonso 12th, Zhou in 13th, Gasly 14th, Magnussen's 15th, Hulkenberg 16th, Tsunoda 17th, Verstappen 18th with no time because he didn't go out today, neither did Alexander Albon or George Russell. They'll be in action on day 3, the final day of pre-season testing as well. My thanks to Ed Hunter, my thanks to Jackson, my thanks to Josh T, my thanks to Omi, my thanks to Megan as well, my thanks to all of you at home for tuning in. This is your coverage details for tomorrow then. 2 sessions as well, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. That's local time from Bahrain as well. And then 3 till 7 for the afternoon session live on USON YouTube, JB Motorsports Twitch and JB Motorsports IG on Instagram, and delayed coverage on JB Motorsports' YouTube channel. Thanks for your company today on day 2. We'll see you tomorrow for the final day of pre-season testing. testing in 2024 here from the Bahrain International Circuit. Who's going to be the fastest driver? Who's going to get the glory runs in? Join us tomorrow to find out before we go into the longest season in F1 history.